hands. Golden Guardians whittling down the Baron once again. Teleport coming on in as well to ensure the team in full is here for any approach that Dignitas make from downtown. Early. Santorin throws out the ultimate once again. Poppy kicks Licorice away, and Stixxay very close to death before the Lamb's Respite ends up popping. Gory goes into the backline, tries to get the kill onto Rich, but has to go golden. It's a shutdown onto Stixxay, but the entirety of the bot lane for Dignitas has been killed. Double kill for River, and Golden Guardians want to lock their sights on the remaining members of Dignitas. Golden Guardians with the Baron, Golden Guardians with the ace. GG are just looking cleaner. Oh. But here we go, teleport coming in for Dignitas, and an immediate stun onto Licorice, who pops the watch. Turret doing some damage. Oh, there's the Emperor Divide to knock two under the turret, and who he goes Golden himself alongside Jensen. Gory from the flank wants to go for the kill, finds it onto Azir, and Gory now very dangerous for a moment until the rest of the team can collapse upon Santorin, and Golden Guardians get their second ace. Multiple knocks up onto Team Liquid, but the pull-through from the Magnet Storm and the slicing Maelstrom follow-up from Summit means there's no more Conjures, but no more Summit either. FBI right there in the crosshairs of Jan, who wants to make him a pawn in his own game. Dokla obliterated as well. Team Liquid lose the Dragon, but they get the
load and lose out on the bottom side. And here they go again. 3 members to the top side. Distortion down for Harry.
Energy continue to commit to this, and Harry with no way to escape just follows knockup after knockup, passive pops. In the grave he goes, but Summit here for the collapse. Teleport response from Energy, but Palafox goes down before assistance is had. It does not matter though, the damage is good from FBI from the backline. Jan falling on into it, but FBI and Ignar now have been sandwiched between multiple members of Team Liquid. They reverse the damage, they pull another kill. Because of that lack of range, because of Energy trying to go for picks like this one. Poor JJ falling into some trouble, but has the shielding, and Jan rooted on the entry. FBI had to flash out of it because he's almost done. In fact, though, it's both bot laners eliminated at this point. Harry trying to escape over the wall, but cannot do so. Palafox putting in the work while the teleport comes in from Team Liquid's side. Pioshik coming out of stasis. Palafox knocked on down by Summit. Dokla, big beefy boy. Summit keep going after him, but it's Ignar that's got Pioshik and core JJ holding him by the horns.
Thank you very much, Gabby. I'm standing here with Jan, who was just asking me how much he can swear on this interview. I told him no, but we'll see what happens. How are you feeling after that win?
As you expect from a 4-0 team, it feels really good, especially how it was in the spring split.
Yeah, definitely a big bounce back. This game was a really weird draft. They have Ivern, double marksman, Kaisa coming in later. You guys are playing Rel and Samira, which we haven't really seen. Rel got buffed, whatever. And then also the double Shiv solo lane. So like, talk to me about this draft and like how the meta feels right now.
Well, especially after patch, the new patch where they buffed Static Shiv, everyone didn't actually know it was that like OP, but then they buffed it and then it was like turbo OP now, and everyone's just building it. It's coming up in bot lane as you saw in the Golden Guardians dig game. Both bot laners win it. It's really boring. Can't do anything mid lane, farming.
So that's why you pick Samira, is to make it fun, right? So talk to me about this Samira build where you're going, you know, to get that kind of intangibility during your ult, I assume is what you're looking for?
Yeah, especially when you like get one kill and your ult is on, you just keep going.
Is that what you're looking for mid lane after that?
Yeah, I actually killed him, but I don't know why it didn't go off.
Oh, maybe it's on cooldown still or something?
No, I killed one person. Maybe I used a spell. I have to go back and look. I was like, huh? It didn't go off.
All right, we'll take a look. Talk to me about just when you would look to pick her, because I think it looked really strong. You know, if anyone's watching this, like, I want to play this in solo queue now, like, what's the kind of stuff that makes Samira Rel strong?
Well, I think if you're a solo queue player, you should definitely be playing like Samira Rel or like Samira, or like even Rel itself is pretty strong in solo queue. I would say you should just pick it and you'll probably get some LP, especially with the Dustblade. They're getting rid of it in 13.13, so abuse it while you can. Get
the LP while you can. Very good. Final question. Just, you talked to you guys, you're 4-0, you're feeling good. What about the rest of the LCS? Do you like look as like, okay, we're basically top dogs with C9 now. Like, do you feel like it's you and them in number 1, 2, and then who's around you guys?
Sorry, could you repeat that again?
Who do you think is around you at the top? It's you and C9 clearly, but who else caught your eye in scrims or something?
I think C9 is very good. EG, I think, is more highly rated than everyone expects as well. I'm really excited to play against them on Friday.
Okay, cool. Looking forward to Friday then. Thank you so much for talking with me, Jan. We have C9 versus FlyQuest on the other side of the break. You did it. You didn't swear. Yeah, you said, what the?
Drops the fear tethers, Ven and Berserker engaging from below, and there comes the Pop Blossom! And it's first blood over to C9 and Ibanez. Blabber still in the 1v1 against Spica here in the Drake pit as Prince is chased away by Berserker. Blabber gets the kill in the 1v1 of Berserker, picks up another. FlyQuest are dropping to the ground, and Sven's burying them.
Miserable to be laning against this, but Sven in trouble here.
Yeah, nice hook there coming out from Vulcan, but Blabber swoops in from the side and they're ready to turn the fight around. Meanwhile, they found the re-engage back onto Prince. He thought he had something, and Ibanez just swoops in to finish off the remainder of FlyQuest. He'll pick up the kill on Vulcan. What looked like a nice hook, maybe a pick, ends up becoming a 2-0 the other way.
Wrapping around behind them, so this could go really bad.
Sven already engages. They're looking for the burst, and they found Vikla. C9 just immediately is here. Pop Blossom on 3. Double kill back over to Fudge. Everybody but Impact drops dead. A triple kill for the Lightning Rat, and C9 just mopped him up, man. I think we're going to get the ace right here. Impact wants him in this, but he's not going to get him. Ace back over to C9. But it's so tough for FlyQuest, though. Even ignoring how far ahead C9 is, you have to fight in these small chokes, these corridors, and when you do that against Kennen and Nico, you're up against 2 massive AoE ultimates. Blabber with the engage on everybody. Berserker into the back, but he's going to be shuffled. He pops his own Zonias. Pop Blossom on 4, and Ibanez just wins the fight for C9 right there. It's ace for nothing. GG.
Nicely done from Cloud9. They get the perfect team fight there. Everyone's slowed down by this drive picker. That allows the rest of the squad to catch up. M&S gets a 4-man ulti.
Welcome to the lounge. We've got Fudge, we've got Sven after their win.
Hello.
You don't actually have to act serious. It's okay. So the thing that surprised me the most about this game was that Nico got through draft. And we're going to see a clip of M&S cosplaying a cannon minion through.
Oh, that's fun.
Just because it's pretty funny into this team fight flank. Obviously, Kennen, Nico is an insane combination. Did you expect this to get through drafted? I was shocked. This is the first Nico pick we've had in LCS just because she's been permabanned.
Is it actually the first game?
Wait, is this the first?
Nico?
I think so, yeah.
Really? Damn. Well, yeah, the champion's clearly broken. I don't know why they opened it, but they had to also ban M&S's LeBlanc because they couldn't give M&S LeBlanc.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know. I mean, obviously Nico Kennen is completely broken as a
There's a
combo
lot
in a
of
team fight.
obnoxious interactions. Like when you're a minion, you can't see on the minimap. It's like a small little red dot.
Oh, right.
So it's like you can't even see Nico flanking you sometimes because you don't notice the little red dot moving.
Yeah.
And I saw in ERL there was a control ward Nico.
Yeah.
Where the Sion ran right through him.
Well,
and Nocturne ult makes you I don't see anything at all because wards can't see the Nocturne ult at all, not even small little bit. So,
well,
I don't know.
also he
It's a shame.
paused, right? Because like someone else put a ward in the brush, which like turned off the ward as Nico. Yeah. Anyway,
It's just terrible.
she's broken.
Absolutely terrible.
We're learning as we're going along. Actually, you mentioned the LeBlanc ban. So how has scrims overall just been with Static Shiv just being
Complete
rampant?
fiesta.
Yeah, Shiv is the most disgusting item, I think, in like many months.
The things I have witnessed this week in scrims. Everyone's trying new champs because this champ isn't actually viable at all, but maybe I can buy Shiv on it.
What has been the worst
Yeah.
Shiv champ
What's
you
the
see?
worst one?
The worst one is in like the
Absolute worst
actual worst one?
Yes, just like the most disgusting one that you
I mean,
you
I
will
don't
not
want to
be
give away
seeing.
Team Dignitas strategies, you know? But I've seen some things.
Okay.
And the top lane mostly is where the lab is control.
Wait, Fudge looks like he's gonna cry. What have you had to play against?
No.
He's the victim of it. That's why.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what
It's
have
PTSD
you
for him.
seen up there?
I mean, in the bot lane, it's like, I think people buying, Stash on Ashe isn't that bad. It doesn't, affect the build too much. Same for
Yeah.
ours, right? Trying this new hybrid AP thing. It's fine. But then top lane's like, this champ, AP champ, Shiv? Yeah.
Okay, well, I think Kennen with Shiv is completely broken.
Oh, I agree.
Oh, yeah.
Because originally tanks were supposed to be good into Kennen, but now that you go Shiv, tanks have to build armor because obviously you build longsword, like you build a lot of AD early game. Like to this game, for example, Impact went Merc Treads Rush, which I think is actually really bad against Kennen because the MR that you get out of Merc Treads is really low value, and I'm not really playing to like all in you. I'm just playing to poke you down and poke like kite you. So it's really hard to itemize against it. And then obviously in mid game, the wave clear, like for example, Sion and Ornn can't really match the wave clear, and the amount of tempo and like time you get to just move after clearing one wave in like 2 seconds is ridiculous. So I think Kennen is very, very broken with this item.
Yeah. Actually, a question that I had for you guys, because you kind of already spoiled it before the interview started. Yes, you guys do have the fastest game time in the LCS. You guys are so far haven't lost a game. Same with Team Liquid, but my question is mostly like on your guys' ability to grow. Like because now it feels like you guys are always focused on internationals. It seems like you guys are head and shoulders better than the competition, though I want to know a little bit more about how you feel about the competition. But the first question is just like, how have you guys been able to challenge yourselves to grow as a team when it feels like you guys are at the top at the moment?
For me, I experienced complacency before when you got too confident from domestic play, and then you didn't make Worlds that year, 2020, and it was, it was a whole team-wide thing where no one actually knew it before it happened. So the feeling you have after that is the worst ever. So I'm not gonna be complacent just because we can stomp LCS teams playing, whatever. So it's just about like shadowboxing at this point. Being your own biggest critic, something like that. So you just can't get complacent because then you will lose, not make Worlds in the first place. So yeah.
That makes sense.
For me specifically, I watch a lot of individual replays of the top laners in LCK and LPL. And whenever I watch them play matchups, I'm like, damn, that's how you can play a matchup? And then it reminds me that like, oh yeah, when I play against them, I'm terrible.
Yeah.
So it definitely makes me lose my ego a little bit, helps me continue to practice and focus really hard on improving.
Well, and so when I interviewed you last week, you said you weren't sure what you learned from MSI that you could take back. I wanted to ask Sven, what do you think C9 learned as a team that you could actually take back? Because this kind of ties into trying not to grow complacent in terms of what you're looking at from domestic gameplay to coming back from an international.
Yeah, so I actually have, I think this is my 1-year anniversary as a support player.
Let's go!
So I only played for a year, right? And I played at the honor of playing against some really good players at both MSI and at Worlds. And I felt like every day I was getting better. But the first year, I had to spend time practicing the champions, the mechanics of the actual champion to pull off certain combos or play correctly in lane, maximize my DPS, whatever. But now I feel like I can start focusing on the things that actually matter. My wards, where I should be on the map, team fighting, engaging, these kind of things. It takes time to learn all the basics before you can learn the actual stuff that makes people like Core J and Vulcan the best supports in LCS, right? Or when you're playing as Kyria, it feels like he was playing a different game than I was sometimes, right? So it just a matter of time, I think, before things finally click. I actually felt like at MSI that I was improving a lot, but then we went on stage and got clowned in 10 minutes, 3 games in a row by Gen G, so that didn't really pan out. But I do feel like the improvement is there, and I feel like it's just a matter of time before I'll be the best. So
there it is.
Yeah, I would agree. Well, I wish we could keep talking to you, but unfortunately, we're out of time. So TSM Immortals is next, and Haunter is feeling confident heading into this week. Let's check it out.
TSM kick W.
Strong early Ocean. And having that advantage on that bot side. And Kenvi now about to face check.
Kenvi's got a problem, and the problem's named Insanity. He tries to flash away, but Chime with a flash follow handshake. All that matters is where the money goes, and it goes over to Graves.
I just don't know that they can actually get in the pit fast enough. It looks like it's just gone.
Okay, the Herald's already been secured by IMT. They fire off the hostile takeover. Boogie's here in the middle of everybody. TSM with a super mega death rocket across the map. Find the first, and Haunter with the Intofo strikes takes the second. Well, they're going to start the Drake up already.
In an awkward spot.
Yeah, Tactical, that's not where he needs to be. Flashing back over the wall, staying alive. They fire off the Kinvi ult, but the Glacial Prison hits nobody. Haunter joining back up with the rest of TSM as Balulu is behind him. Finds the stun, but only onto the Cassante. He's ready to go all out, but he's nearly bursted before he can even get there. Haunter's about to drop, and Balulu shuts him down. Nature's Grasp over the wall, and they get Balulu back. TSM trying to fight here. Insanity's low. Chime and Turtle are separated from the rest of the team. Insanity back close to the turret, looking to keep himself alive still as Solo leads the charge. Turtle with the Gale Force away. Kenvi with a flash forward. The bailout comes through, but it will not save him. Decimating smash onto 2 as Kenvi barely keeps himself up, and Solo's looking to tank everybody with a double kill back over to Insanity now. Another decimating smash. Solo is out of mana. Kenvi's still looking to take the blue buff. He runs back into a face full of buckshot. Immortals just got cleaned up, and TSM just got paid.
To soften them up like he did in that dragon fight. So, I understand the thought process, but it seemed like a very difficult vision to kind of execute on, and now potentially Haunter's going all out, but he's maybe just going to die.
Chunked himself pretty deep, but they knock down the turret. Nature's Grasp and hostile takeover. Balulu goes into the back, but he's all alone. It's too little, it's too late. It's 2-4 gone for Immortals as TSM just killed 3 for nothing. They got the Baron, they got the minions, and they got themselves moving straight towards an IMT Nexus. Turret down and force the fight. Jinx starts that fight excited. Boogie goes in. He goes for the Twisted Advance, and Tactical's already down. Solo's tanking rockets with no follow-up from the rest of his team. Balulu is low and Insanity's assassinated him. Kenby wants to get away, and there's just no hope. Treats dies next, a double kill back over the Turtle. TSM crushed the fight. TSM's bringing Haunter back into the top lane, and TSM are ready to finish this game.
TSM destroying Immortals here today. 10K up. Not even 30 minutes in, they are going to be marching on the Nexus.
Captain Flowers, I'm standing by with Insanity. First question, what's your problem, man?
What do you mean, what's my problem?
You have a beef with me. You're always in Twitch chat flaming me on like Hotline League and stuff. What's that about?
I'm just a big fan, man.
Okay. I'm a big fan of your Graves mid. Talk me through it. What made you want to pick it? What is it good at? And then a little bit about this game in particular.
Just coach's idea. I've just been playing whatever he says, so I don't know. I don't have much more to say.
That was Revan's idea, was the Graves mid?
Yeah, he told me to play Graves mid, so I play Graves mid.
Did you scrim with it at all first, or is this a on stage first time?
No, it was first time.
Actually?
No, I'm joking. Okay. Played a lot of it.
Okay. So tell me, like, what makes it good though, and like why people in solo queue might be like, oh, I want to do that.
You just kind of push with it, and then you just do damage.
Okay. A little bit about this game. You had some really nice plays. You got very fed and kind of ran away with the game. What's it like atmosphere-wise with TSM? I saw Haunter cackling after one of the fights mid. Like, how are you guys as a team right now?
I think the vibes are definitely good. I mean, even this game, just everybody was having a good time, even when it was like kind of chaotic. It was just like really funny to see how, like, I guess not nervous, but out of our mind we were in the game, making a lot of random mistakes, but still winning. So it was just funny. I don't know. We were having a good time.
Glad to hear you guys are having a good time. Last question. Anything you want to say to all the haters out there who maybe put TSM low in the power rankings and you look like you're doing a lot better at 2-2?
I mean, honestly, I enjoy it personally, but you know, maybe that's just me. I like when people go against me because I like to prove people wrong.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much for the interview. Looking forward to see what you do the rest of the week. If you're wondering why I'm dressed like this, make sure to stick around after the break for EG versus 100 Thieves.
It's 1v1.
They're diving mid with Sion ult.
Yeah, there we go. Revenge going in.
Oh, he just got
tries
ult.
to go for the outplay here. The charm lands. Decimating smash onto 2. It's first blood back over to JoJo. But there comes the shuffle. Quid buying a little bit more time. Someday goes all out. Revenge goes down. Armeo escapes the last turret shot. EG's got himself a 2-1 lead. Armeo's about to drop. Someday needs one more Q, but he ain't gonna find it just yet. A little bit of footwork might close the gap to give him the last in Tofo strike. He's still going.
Nice.
Nicely done. The cooldowns at the same time.
Man, that is heartbreaking of trying to stack and have this objective where you can maybe pull them to you.
Yeah, I think that definitely does.
Ooh. Armeo, nicely done there. Using the Heartbreaker to get back away, and now Quid is under pressure. They need a little bit more damage to finish him, and Armeo's got it. Now he can reset, and Closer's gonna die too. Over the wall goes Armeo, but Ayla's Ignite already has the kill. 2-0 EG in the scrap.
You've got to kind of flash over the skinnier parts of that triangle.
Yeah.
JoJo getting ulted back into Closer. 100 Thieves want to make the play, but EG's got more men there, and they got him there sooner. Closer's the target now as JoJo dashes back away. Armeo with a stab in the back takes down Closer.
This game is doomed.
It's another 2-0, boys. It's 4,000 gold ahead.
I feel like everyone
Be on the same page and gonna have a lot of issues, especially when you start losing games.
They've already killed double. If they start the fight off, blowing up the enemy AD carry, they follow it up with the mid laner. Both kills go to Armeo. The Viego, 6-0-3, 100% kill participation. One for the Baron, they already got it down below 5K. And just as you guys said, it's Ayla and JoJo on the flank, ready to go in. Ayla with a flash engage. Bucio's the target. He's already down, and Armeo's legendary. Revenge leads the way towards the enemy carry. Goodbye, Double Lift, the Heartbreaker, the Playmaker. And JoJo's the one taking the kill credit as Closer and Someday head to the hills.
he's falling behind in health. He's losing the push. Losing it always.
A huge zero ultimate.
A massive shuffle onto Sion. 100 Thieves are going in, but the problem is it's already on the tank, and now, can they find it? Nice shutdown back over onto Ayla. Maybe it's the fight after all. Armeo gets one back, possesses Quid. Defensive Heartbreaker back into the fight. Unforgiven joins up, but 100 Thieves They engage on the enemy tank, and for the first time this game, they come out on top in a skirmish.
When you're too cautious, you give your opponents too many opportunities, right, to make plays and to find their own windows.
Well,
here we go.
They don't want to give him no opportunities now. JoJo leads the engage, and Quid is already in the dirt. Doublelift might have Trinity and Shiv, but they'll bury him next to his mid laner. Double kill to JoJo. Could make it a triple. Armeo going legendary on that one as Evil Geniuses continues the charge. It's the blabber strategy. Just throw 5 dudes at him and send it down mid. Some days all out, but Unforgiven puts him down too. Closer's trying to deal with anything at all, maybe cut the wave, but instead it's Ayla and Revenge ready to cut that health bar down to nothing. 100 Thieves are aced for free. It's EG in the base, 27 minutes in, 19-3.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. And I do have to double check how close you are as a team. Armeo, did you know it was Revenge's birthday today?
Yeah, I just knew instinctively. I didn't even have to check Twitter to see that it was his birthday.
Yeah, how did it feel to get one on your birthday?
It's pretty cool. I never have played an LCS game or even an official match on my birthday. So I don't know, I didn't really think about it, but I was like, yeah, it would suck to lose today.
Armeo, this is also the first time anyone in the LCS has played against Quid on stage. There's definitely been a few like welcome to NA moments for even M&S's first game against Golden Guardians. Did very poorly. Did that change the way you approach this game at all, or how did you feel playing against him for the first time?
I mean, I have nameplates off, so I didn't really even, I didn't think about it at all. I mean, we have JoJo, so it doesn't really matter who the enemy mid is.
Ooh, that's pretty true.
I didn't even notice. He just said level 1, he's gapping him already, so so I was like, okay, that's cool.
I also have to ask you, because you were coaching for C9 last split, so you weren't even playing competitively for upwards of 6 months. How did you stay ready to play on the LCS stage? Because you've had a very good start to Summer Split.
I played a good amount of solo queue when I was coaching. I would just play as much as I can while still doing my job. Sometimes maybe Mithy was upset with me, but you know, I was just keeping the practice. I don't think I was fully ready. I did not expect to play LCS in this split. I probably would have bootcamped in Korea for like a month if I had known. But I still played NA solo queue and just tried to keep my form. And obviously I was watching scrims and yeah.
Yeah, and Revenge, tomorrow you guys play FlyQuest, a team that is 0-4, but it's also Ayla's first game back against his former team. Knowing that, does it give that match any added importance?
I mean, we always meme like every time, like even today we were memeing like, you know, it's Unforgiven's old team. We have to like try harder, but I mean, it is kind of funny to us that FlyQuest is 0-4 because we thought that they would be one of the top teams. So I don't know, we just want to make them go 0-6 because that would just be really funny.
All right, well, happy birthday once again. Congrats on the win. Let's send it back to the LCS Lounge.
Crystal Arrow along with the Maokai ultimate, many a stun, but the Kindred ultimate as a result keeps River in it. Slamming into the back, River flashes away, and first blood is drawn by Jensen. Ori goes into the back line, tries to get the kill onto Rich, but has to go golden. It's a shutdown onto Stixxay, but the entirety of the bot lane for Dignitas has been killed. Double kill for River, and Golden Guardians want to lock their sights on the remaining members of Dignitas. Golden Guardians with the slicing Maelstrom follow from Summit means there's no more Conjures, but no more Summit either. FBI right there in the crosshairs of Jan, who wants to make him a pawn in his own game. The damage is good from FBI from the backline. Jan falling on into it, but FBI and Ignar now have been sandwiched between multiple members of Team Liquid. They reverse the damage. They pull another kill.
Drops the fear tether. Sven and Berserker engaging from below, and there comes the Pop Blossom. And it's first blood over to C9 and Ibanez. Blabber still in the 1v1 against Spica. Here in the Drake pit, his Prince is chased away by Berserker. Blabber gets the kill in the 1v1 of Berserker. Picks up another. FlyQuest are dropping to the ground. And Sven's burying them.
Try for fight, okay? Yeah, play for fight, guys. Play for fight. I'm being who here. Who this guy's here? Yeah, ready? I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Play slow. Look at you, look at you, look at you.
Vamos! Solo leads the charge. Turtle with the gale force away. Kenby with a flash forward. The bailout comes through, but it will not save them. Decimating smash on the 2 as Kenby barely keeps himself up, and Solo's looking to tank everybody with a double kill back over to Insanity now. Another decimating smash. Solo is out of mana. Kenby's still looking to take the blue buff. He runs back into a face full of buckshot. Immortals just got cleaned up. Jinx starts that fight excited. Boogie goes in. He goes for the twisted advance, and Tactical's already down. Solo's tanking rockets with no follow-up from the rest of his team. Balulu is low and Insanity's assassinated him. Kenby wants to get away, and there's just no hope. Treats dies next, a double kill back over the Turtle. TSM crushed the fight. TSM's bringing Haunter back into the top lane, and TSM are ready to finish this game. Revenge going in. Oh, he just tries to go for the outplay here. The charm lands. Decimating smash on the 2. It's first blood back over to JoJo. But there comes the shuffle. Quid buying a little bit more time. Someday goes all out. Revenge goes down. They don't want to give him no opportunities now. JoJo leads the engage, and Quid is already in the dirt. Devilish might have Trinity and Shiv, but they'll bury him next to his mid laner. Double kill to JoJo. Could make it a triple. Armeo going legendary on that one as Evil Geniuses continues the charge. It's the Blabber strategy. Just throw 5 dudes at him and send it down mid. Okay.
Just witness Pastry Time get murdered by Raz?
Yeah, Raz may or may not be committing federal crimes on the Analyst Lounge, but here at the capture desk, we're having a good time.
Welcome to LCS, the American justice system, still waiting to collect Raz, but
That'll take about a few
charges
years.
are pending.
You're still here.
Pastry's Australian though, so like, is it?
Well, that makes it international crime, which just takes longer. Anyway, we're
If
back
they come for me, I'm going back over the border.
back to Canada. That was Wednesday. This is Thursday. Here's the standings and the schedule for today. Now on one fancy graphic where you can see all of it. Cloud9, Team Liquid at the top, and
As
FlyQuest
expected.
still at the bottom.
As expected, 100% as we all predicted at the start of the year.
Yep.
New Vulcan joining FlyQuest was going to tank that team.
I love this graphic still. So what it doesn't give you is it doesn't give you the schedule in order, but it does give you the schedule for the remaining week, which is still...
Yeah, it's 4 teams. Obviously, C9 versus 100 Thieves is not the first game of the day today.
EG with FlyQuest TL to close out the week is going to be a really big make or break for them, because easily they could go 0-2 in that and then 3-3 and their start is no longer feeling as impressive. But if they actually beat FlyQuest today, get the Ayla victory lap over Vulcan, and then somehow take down TL, they'd be tied for second or first.
They even have the motivation. TL Academy, former players, not believed in by the org. They brought up Jan and Harry, but they did not keep around the other members of that victorious Team Liquid Academy squad. So you know Ayla and Armeo want payback.
Yeah, there will be 4 2021 TL Academy players in that game tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Pretty good team. I don't know why we didn't see it.
It's a good team. I said they're LCS ready.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, because I cannot remember who sent this tweet, but I saw this tweet where it was just like, yeah, the TLA players are now 7-1 essentially. Like,
It was
just
probably Spawn.
Yeah, maybe.
A lot of people on Reddit are saying the same thing.
There it is. A lot of
No one
people.
talks up his players quite like Spawn does. I
Yeah, that's
appreciate
true.
that.
Yeah, so we were also realizing we started at 2 o'clock yesterday, and then the final Nexus fell at like 6:25. And we were like, that's fast. So Mark wanted to check.
Yeah, we've all felt like it's been a fast split. Turns out it is actually the fastest split of LCS history thus far. There have been plenty of splits that slow down as like people get used to the meta and these kinds of things happen. So maybe it won't stay the fastest, but it's over 2 minutes basically the fastest. It's just around 2 minutes compared to 2021 summer. And then the next question is this just an NA thing? Because we asked Fudge this and he's like, I think it's an NA thing. I think we're running it down. But if you actually look at the other major regions' current game times, we are actually the slowest.
Oh!
LEC,
Yes.
LPL, and LCK are all actually faster than us. Not substantially. It's not by like orders of magnitude.
Yeah.
It's like between 30 seconds and like a couple seconds faster.
They're all really close.
But they're all really close, which just speaks to this is actually more of a meta thing, it seems like right now, if it's happening globally and not just in North America. Something about the current game state makes it so that like once a lead starts happening, it just explodes.
It's funny because LEC did have 1 week, so low sample size, but LPL has had like about more than 150 games so far.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it's not like random just started the split for LPL.
Yes.
That's the thing that surprises me because usually when you look at like average game times, if you're ever preparing for international tournaments, which is the only time I actually usually compare average game times, it's always the LPL teams are like usually have sometimes a pretty significant gap over any teams from any other region. So it is interesting to me to see how many games they've played and the fact that they're not the fastest.
So what do you guys think it is? Because I think that's the question.
Yeah.
If anyone has like any like, I think because X in the game right now makes it that teams just continue to snowball so aggressively.
Okay, can we pull up that last graphic again? That had the 4 major regions in the spring.
That'd be fun. That'd be fun.
Because it also has the other splits that were fast.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a
So
theory, but you go.
summer is the 4 fastest, 30, 11. They're literally all within 37 seconds.
I think this is just this year for what it's worth as well. I don't think this is like...
This would be just this year.
Yeah.
And then spring was about 2 to 3 minutes faster. Okay, I got
ready.
a theory.
I'm ready.
There have been a lot of game accelerating things added to the game, especially when you go to the even earlier graphic you saw in like 2014, the games were like 38 minutes long.
Yeah.
Right? So obviously turret plating is big, but I'd say this patch has actually unleashed teleport would be one. The fact that it unleashed between spring and summer, that's like the only big meta difference we have.
Yeah.
Static Shiv isn't being built in every game, so it's not necessarily that. Okay, I'm going to say one thing for sure is unleashed teleport, but there's got to be more.
I have one.
Okay, give me one.
I think it's the meta being very similar around team fighting. If you have two...
Is that different than from spring to summer?
Well, I think obviously it's been the same, I think, for a few splits now. But because it's so based off of you need to play heavy front to back, like no matter what. So a lot of the times, even if you're having a split push element like a Gwen, we've been seeing some Gwen, you need to be able to play the same style, it feels like, of front to back playing towards your bot lane. And if you're losing, then you're just losing hard. That's what it feels like to me. Like there's been a few games we've seen in the LCS with a split pusher involved where you can play it like a different style that's not contested. That's a small thing, but you're right. That's been their last split.
Yeah,
that's
what's
been their
the
last
difference
year.
between spring and summer? Is what I
So
want.
the difference between spring and summer is hard specifically. I do feel like control mages being bad generally has lead to less wave clear.
Yeah.
So like once you get a lead and you're like pushed up, the only thing the enemy team can do is fight. It's like hard to scale. Like it's hard if you have the scaling advantage right now to not just get blown out. Because I don't know how you stall games. The other team just keeps stacking dragons. They step in front of you. You can't just wave clear in front of a turret. The Baron's going to become too strong. So it feels like you can't stall, but that was also true in spring. So why tune this faster?
That's actually what I was thinking, because I was remembering that one specific 100 Thieves game where they picked all 3 losing lanes and just got absolutely obliterated. But like, I was thinking, I feel like you cannot, and we saw this with Immortals the other day, is like you cannot get away with not having pushing lanes. Like pushing lanes is just such a huge priority. But in terms of what's different between spring and summer, I feel like that was also true in spring. So that's not really a good answer.
I like the wave clear answer a lot because it feels like even our flexes for mid, including last split,
Cassante.
Like Cassante a lot of the times, if you're falling behind, you kind of don't have that much damage, but also you don't have wave clear whatsoever. Static Shiv is going to make it different, but even yesterday, our Static Shiv games were fast. So that's a tough one again.
I'm being maybe overly simplistic of like, okay, it could only be things that change between spring and summer, unless we think there was a global realization that the game needed to be played differently that everyone bought into, which I don't think like ever happens.
The fact that it's global makes it have to be game systems.
It's items.
Yeah.
It has to be the item changes.
There was large changes to basically they did another item overhaul.
Yeah.
Right? The mythics for AD carry changed. The curves for those changed. Generally, when you change things, you do make them a little bit stronger. That's why power creep is a term in gaming that generally is fought against. But maybe there's some item power creep going on as well, where items are just more efficient. Therefore, they're more powerful. Therefore, you can end the game faster.
Yep.
That's my most educated guess.
I'm buying it.
Yeah.
I'm buying what you're selling.
Big fan
Good
of that.
point, Mark. This was
What a discussion,
Let's
huh?
go.
With our powers combined, we came up with a hypothetical answer.
What does Freak think about this?
Someone clip it and ship it to the balance team and let them.
But this is like, to me, this is very substantial.
Yeah. Yeah. The fact that every region is around 30
to 3 minutes faster
than last split.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right, what do you want to talk about, Russ? That was Mark's point.
Oh, nice setup for me, by the way.
What a segue.
I thought for sure yours was going to be more boring than mine, and I'm wrong. So let's talk Maokai.
You picked Maokai?
You got entertainment value, guys. Let's talk
is
Maokai. What makes Maokai an amazing champion?
I'm going to go to bed, dude. You let me know when you're done. I'm just going to take a nap on the ground here.
If you want to have fun, don't pick Maokai. But if you want to win, that might be the ticket.
Okay.
I think it has like a 55% win rate in the LPL right now with a substantial amount of games being played. But anyways, a lot of the times you can get it past the early lane, in which you get to struggle a little bit of times. We've seen Spica struggle a little bit with it in the first week because you get invaded. But if you get past that, it's incredible at being able to mark targets. So in this game specifically, as you can see as I blow up the minimap, as we get this going, there is a threat coming. It's the Rel. It's who he's Rel. You'll probably see. I don't even need to blow that up. He tries to wrap around this. Now, they do have a ward as I pause this, but saplings. Obviously, he used the sapling to even get to this area. He used the sapling to get here, but thankfully they already have a control ward. So there's a lot here that makes this positive. Now here's where Maokai comes in. So disengage pretty clear, but also just, if you just missed it, we'll play this one back. It's the ulti, Maokai ulti.
In the river.
Yeah, it's Maokai ulti. Now, it's sad that Licorice and Stixay are in Africa and would not be able to help him in any way, shape, or form, but it does such a great job in disengaging and also just isolating the Rel and the Akali to fight on their own for a while, and it makes it easier for Dignitas to be able to win this fight. So they eventually do.
Yep.
So that's great at being able to mark targets in a flank, or if you need to be able to take space back. So IMT does a great job here of being able to, hey, we're behind, let's just try and flip for this. And we have great vision around Baron, so now if they walk at us, that's going to be disadvantageous for them and their composition, right? So what do we do? Now, I'm not going to play the whole team fight for you. I'm just going to play the idea that TSM has. Boogie does a great job of being able to throw a sapling here. They have an idea that Treats is here at a flank, so it's like, okay, Nautilus is not there. But honestly, if Nautilus was playing front to back to begin with, at the disadvantage with Insanity being down, like, you still are in a pretty bad spot as TSM. So they use, as I play this one back just a little bit more, they use Maokai ulti to push forward, to push IMT back. No matter what, even if it's Nautilus being at the front, they can focus him down, while Balulu and Tactical are not being able to hit. So one thing that I've noticed, Hanser rides it, kind of hugging the wall so he doesn't have to deal with Kenvi and Solo. Let's clear the screen, play it out. And so now, suddenly, he's face-to-face with Balulu, and he's face-to-face with Tactical. He's tanking the few. He flashes away, so he's buying a lot of time. Meanwhile, Treats is getting destroyed. Would have happened anyways if he was with the team. It's just tough to deal with Maokai in team fights, both as he's engaging and as he's disengaging and isolating the flank. So, great champion. Really entertaining, Mark. Don't make me hit you.
No, actually, that was a good breakdown. I went to the ground like at the very beginning, and then I just committed to
That is a good idea.
It's like I can't get up now.
But I for sure was like, all right, he's got the boring point of doom. He has stats in a full screen. And then it turned into probably the most interesting part about this is like, guys, it's Maokai time.
So how does Maokai make games faster, Raz?
He doesn't. That's what's great about him.
There's also Vi been banned in almost every game. In that game you just showed, the Sejuani was first picked.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would you just always want Maokai instead of Sejuani at this point? Or no?
This one was a weird Sejuani pick because he doesn't really work with any of his side lanes.
Yeah.
So technically you can with a melee Scion, but you're not playing towards the Scion. So I think Sejuani is a great champion, and I would prioritize her if I feel like I have a melee top lane, like a Renekton that I'm working with. That's where, if you look to the LCK, the priorities there is because they have a lot of great synergy with the Sejuani. I didn't like it here, but I understand it.
I do think it's still also a cool meta where like people are playing Kha'Zix, people are playing Kindred. There's these other carry champions that you can slot in if it works for your team. But you can also just go back to Maokai, which I think a lot of people have started to overlook because you've been playing him since spring. And pro players get that itch where they're like, I want to do something new. And you're just like, yeah, give me the Kindred. It must be better.
And he's oddly like, he has flexibility. If you need AP in your comp, Demonic Embrace. If you feel like you already have that, just go straight tank, right? So I think he's a great champion. I think it's definitely tough to pilot in the first 8 minutes of the game if an enemy team's just going to start running down your lanes. But it's definitely a strong one. I know Vi's being permanently banned almost in every region, but a great Vi answer.
Yeah, Closer lost with it, though, the one game.
That's
so
true.
Maybe let it through. Emily, you wanted to make some points about Insanity, though. He's been popping off.
I want to make points about how cool it is to have a push in your mid lane.
There
but
it is.
also about Insanity, because he did this really well the other day. So, right, Raz, do you have the thing?
Oh my God, I've lost it.
He's sabotaging.
I lost it.
Oh, you just put it back.
I've lost it.
Threw it into another time zone?
Yeah. All right. Before we get into this, I do want to set up the fact that previously on here, Insanity has pretty much had push this entire time, and Boogie was actually able to pull off an invade going in here around like 5:16. So they've already been using Insanity's mid pressure really well from the Graves. But then as we start up here, Boogie is actually able almost entirely off of the fact that they have push in bot and push in mid, able to get this early Drake. They start rotating for it almost at exactly 6 minutes. And here, this is actually pretty important as well. Chime is going to interrupt this back. And what happens is that this wave then, they have to stay, and Turtle is going to get a much better push on this wave. Meanwhile, Insanity is gonna rotate back up to mid, and Boogie is gonna be able to get this Scuttle Crab on the bot side as well. So basically, Insanity's mid pressure translates into an early an invade for Boogie, a early dragon for TSM, almost as early as they can take it. And then right here, they're also able already, because they were able to get the push in mid, Insanity's able to rotate in, they were able to get the push in bot from Turtle from that back I already mentioned, and this allows Chime to rotate up, Boogie's already there, and they're able to get first blood off of this as well. So just generally, I think it was really interesting to see the Graves pick come through, but also a very, very elementary look at, hey, having a push in mid constantly is pretty great.
It's helping out that Maokai, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whoa, I didn't even realize the Maokai was actually the key.
It's the same
Emily's
game.
totally wrong. The Graves didn't matter. It's the Maokai, Raz.
Yeah, looking back at that game as well, TSM did kind of have push in 2 to 3 lanes, which is probably one of the reasons it was a good game for them.
Well, and bringing it back together, right, because they were able to work off mid pressure, translate that into more bot pressure, that actually sets the Maokai in a good situation, right? Because it means that some of those early invades that you could do against the Maokai that you mentioned aren't going to be available just because you have more map pressure.
All righty, Jet, what do you got for us?
Already cooking.
Yeah, I don't know.
So Quid was welcomed to the LCS yesterday.
Yeah.
Welcome to NA.
Yeah, welcome to NA. As you'll see, he is a mid laner, and there is a party. There's a big party in mid lane.
We got
Wait,
fans.
where's the confetti?
It's gone. Yeah, I can't draw confetti myself. But so basically, I'm just going to show how rough the game was for him. Now, keep in mind, this is only possible because his flash had been previously burned, because JoJo was outlaning him, because Armeo had really good synergy. But then this is the next layer of punishing him. They just bring the Scion mid on a roam, they get a 3v2 under the turret, and they're able to turn this into a 2-for-1. And that was the first death.
Oh.
We're going to be watching the second death. Again, it's a play that he thinks would be generally good. Armeo makes a good play by avoiding it right there, but specifically, his team was not ready to contest this Rift Herald. So even though it may look like there's a 2v2, if you look at the minimap, that's the opponent bot lane. This is your bot lane. You can't fight at Rift Herald. He tried to go in, it looked good for a split second, but then it turns into a disaster. He dies yet again, and the team falls fairly far behind. Then the third gank, having already been killed twice, having JoJo at 1-0, and having Armeo ahead, they just, again, are slightly outnumbered, slightly far behind. And the overall theme amongst all three of these plays is he's just getting outnumbered and slightly outlaned, but it compounds to be very bad. And this is why I call it a welcome to NA game, because even though it may look like he had a miserable opening, here's another very well-respected mid laner's first game in the LCS. His name is M&S. And
welcome
his first
to NA.
game in the LCS, he also got welcome to NA. Notice any patterns here. Look, he was outnumbered. The other jungler ganked him first while he was trying to return from helping out his team. That was the first death. Look at this. He doesn't even die here, but you can just see the party gets brought to him. River burned his flash. He sticks around. River drops the Rift Herald. They kill his jungler. They drop the Rift Herald. They bring even more people mid. They don't let him to the wave. And then it's like, you know what? I'm really far behind. I'm going to try and make a play. I get solo killed. So it's just, I think, some similarities between M&S and Quid's first game where they're coming in without much practice with their team. The other team specifically targets them, and his own team is not there to support him. I'm not saying that that game is completely excused. They were both bad games for Quid and M&S, but it is absolutely a welcome to NA pattern.
Another thing that we can add to that is we're banning control mages. Game 1, control mages.
Bucio's first is here. Not good.
Not good.
Connected all the dots.
Anyway, here's the schedule today. Let's check it out, what we have on store. Energy TSM, Immortals, Golden Guardians, 100 Thieves versus Cloud9, Quid versus M&S.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Bounce back.
Dig TL, and then the banger at the end, Ayla versus Vulcan, Evil Geniuses versus FlyQuest. Let's hear about that right now.
I think FlyQuest last split had a very, very strong start to the season. At some point, they kind of started having signs of weaknesses. A lot of people, me included, associated those weaknesses mainly to the support position. With me coming in, I think everyone felt like this is the perfect pickup to round out the roster and have a very strong team able to take the trophy.
Grand entrance onto multiple members for Golden Guardians. They're super low, but they don't have the damage to back it up. Surely this is the Golden Guardians' victory.
FlyQuest sitting all alone at the bottom in 10th with the fatty 0-3. It's pretty crazy.
Bot side, Unforgiven and Ayla moving forward to get the kill onto Stixxay. Evil Geniuses, a strong statement, bounding into summer with a surprising new look.
Ayla won the trade. Who's laughing now? It's Ayla.
Not surprised to see FlyQuest struggling. When I was on FlyQuest, they had a lot of problems. I think when I come in, I wasn't the solution. There's underlying problems throughout the whole split, and as teams got better, it kind of surfaced. And I just don't think Vulcan is the type of player to come back and fix those problems.
It's just like that, and Speak is down for first blood. Prince dies to double him, and the breath of life from Bucio gives him the second win, and it's just a cat.
It's not easy with the schedule, so it's not easy to like fix all your problems, but I'm expecting them to be better.
I don't really feel pressure from expectations anymore. It's more like, yeah, hell yeah, I'm up to the challenge. People's expectations will be much lower now, and it'll be fun to prove people wrong who probably write us off after 1 week.
Coming out of that, obviously, like the Vulcan versus Ayla matchup is hype specifically, but also it was really interesting for Ayla to be like, the team already had underlying problems that were not exposed because they were doing really well.
Yeah.
When I came in, we still had those problems and they were difficult to deal with. And then you saw it like surface as like teams got better. And I think it ties into some stuff that you covered yesterday with like their Rift Herald setups and stuff like that, where like they could get away with it in their prior games sometimes. Because not always, actually. Their Rift Heralds were a pain point then too. But like because the rest of the team was winning. Like they were either winning in lanes or they were making some good individual plays around the map. But now that that has started to fall apart, it is really interesting to see if Vulcan can help turn it around or like what those problems were that were kind of always there with the rest of the team.
And I just love the fact that they swapped teams, and this is the turn of events that nobody expected.
Yeah.
And then maybe FlyQuest just dunks on them. We don't know. We're going to have to see in Game 5. But we have 4 minutes until the first game, and yesterday was our first day on patch 13.12. So it's time for Jazz Stats.
What is this
Rafa
song?
with a jingle?
It's improved since last time, Chat.
It's pretty long. But I'm here for it.
Is that Rafa or am I?
That is Rafa. That is Rafa.
He wrote and performed it.
But he had like a
whatever. Question 1 was actually asked yesterday. Let's take a listen.
You're stealing my thing.
All right, over under on how many static shivs are we gonna see tomorrow?
Oh my
Last
god.
question.
How many static shivs were built today, Raz?
I don't know, man. I'm going 20. No,
No.
30.
What?
30.
What?
I'll say 30.
What?
Dude, what? I don't know. I'm throwing a number.
There's 5 games played.
Yeah.
That was my half-court shot. No.
30.
That was my half-court shot.
45.
No. I'm doing 8.
I said 12. I'm going to stick with 12. I feel good about 12.
So the actual question is how many were built yesterday?
Okay.
Yesterday?
So
8.
yeah, he says 8.
Well, the answer's on screen now. I say 8.
Yeah.
Oh!
No, I said 12.
Yeah.
He 100% went back, rewatched the broadcast.
I did it. I swear I did it.
The fact that you guessed 30.
Do I get this right? Because I was the one who asked Raz the question.
Yeah,
so
Emily gets Emily gets it. What? So question number 2 is, in 15 games of LEC, how many static shivs were built?
Ooh.
So there were 8 yesterday in NA in 5 games. How many did the LEC build in 15 games? Remember, they were on patch 11.
I'm going 8.
Raz going 8?
In 15?
Yes.
One every other game?
15 games.
Yeah. I'm going 27.
I'm going to go 17.
Let's roll it. What's the answer?
What? In 15 games?
It felt like more, right?
I saw the game.
Watched. Yeah, I was going to say, I
That's
watched
why Europe
LEC.
sucks in the meta.
NA
The closest
it.
numbers.
I'm terrible.
It
I'm the
also
closest.
got buffed.
I get a number point,
Oh,
right?
I thought they were on 13, 12 too.
Yeah, it was close enough.
No, they're on 13.
Well, see, there you go. I just don't watch.
Okay.
I didn't know they were on 13.
This
11.
one's actually-
That's a cheat. They were on
This
a
was
different
actually
patch.
about Energy TSM. 15.8 control words per game. This player leads the league in control words per game by 3. Which player is it?
Well, it's a support. So the
That's
question
a
is,
good guess.
Is it Chime or is it?
Chime or?
Dumping
It's not
words.
Ignar, so it's Chime.
Yeah, Chime.
Who's dumping words?
Can't be Ignar.
I'm going treats.
It's Ignar. Why can it not be
Wait,
Ignar? He's a
really?
Korean support. He played the longest games.
He did, actually.
15.8 control words per game. He's just
Oh, wait,
littering
yes.
those.
Well, I
across
guess
the
he always
rim.
looks for flanks, so he's spamming. Because
Yeah, he's
in my head, he's just always looking for flanks and
Yeah.
not buying wards. But I guess you have to have
Yeah.
wards to flank like that.
Yeah, you do.
In my head, I was not remembering that they had, I want to say the longest game that we've had,
Yes,
right?
Oh, the
With
comeback was
NRG.
against them.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
Probably bought
that
25 in that
probably
game.
like skewed his control ward numbers heavily.
Okay,
So I
let's
win,
pull up
right?
predictions. Energy versus TSM. You don't win unless you get it right. So predictions are up on the stage. I'm the only one picking Energy.
Wait, we match for everything else. I guess.
Boring. Well,
that
look at the
makes
90s.
sense.
There's 3 90s in the middle of the day.
The 96 by TL. There's no way they win that game 96 times out of 100.
Well, so last time Dig had giant mismatch, they won that game. Remember? It was the one where it was like 99%, and then they won, or something like that. So, yeah, Dig's going to win game 4. We're all wrong.
We've all lost faith, including the fans.
You never
of
know what's going to happen in the
FlyQuest.
LCS. Stay
Everyone's
tuned
lost.
until game 5. That's the banger of the day. But the biggest controversy on the desk was who's winning between TSM and Energy. Casters, take it away.
Watch your step.
Oh my God! They let us show that on broadcast.
That's the kind of intro I like to see, though. Talk it, Energy.
Yeah, see, you gotta respect when the trash is talked prior to the game.
Right,
That's
right.
what you love to see. Because now, if they get beat down, TSM can meme the crap out of that.
Yeah, they just wipe their shoe on the floor. No big deal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another day here at the LCS. I'm Captain Flowers. That's Azale. And we're going to be bringing you the first 3 games here today, starting off with TSM versus Energy. The devs talked about it. This is the only game of the day they're even disagreeing on. So let's see. TSM has been coming out a lot stronger than people have been expecting.
Yep.
Insanity's been having a solid showing here in the mid lane so far. Yesterday broke out the Lethality Graves, the first Graves mid ever played in the LCS. Had a great game. So let's see if Energy can stop them in their tracks. The bans are going fast. Malphite, Lucian, Zaya, Nico, LeBlanc,
is up.
Sejuani,
And not
all
first
banned
picks?
away, and Vi locked in first.
I feel like you're trading for Melio then, no? Like, it's been such a strong pick that we have been seeing. It's not going to get locked in just yet. It's interesting to see the Malphite ban because Hansir had been playing so much Malphite. In week 1, I think he's played back-to-back-to-back Malphite. So didn't want to give that over to him. It is going to be the Jinx. I am really surprised, though, that they're that concerned about the Jinx and the Cassante instead of the Melio, especially like as a pairing with Jinx. Melio is really, really good. Maybe they do not have that same read that I do, but I feel like this champion is S tier, is absolutely at the top of the table. And if Energy grabs it, it feels like a really strong start to a blue side draft where you're getting 2 picks potentially that you shouldn't really be getting either of them. Like Vi, Aphelios, Melio as your first 3 would be pretty nasty.
Well, let's see what they want to go with. Maybe there's some secret scrim meta where Melio's just been getting dumpstered. I'm not sure, but also a little bit surprised to see him left this far.
Melio, you know, so far across all leagues is 94% presence and has a 57% win rate. And that's all leagues all over the world. So like in pro play, it is just kind of dominating, right? It is doing really, really well. It has been getting a tremendous amount of bans. It's not going to get picked up, though. Yeah, neither team seems to care about it at all. So either the supports just don't like playing it, or they have a read, as you're saying, that there's something that has kind of changed that they can actually look to really answer it. But we'll see.
Yeah, Energy wanted the guarantee on the Vi-Ahri combo. Instead, we know how strong that this mid-jungle duo can be, so they wanted to assure themselves that would be in their wheelhouse. But over on the side of TSM, they're even going to pick the Maokai up, making sure that they can grab their jungler before that pool could get pinched any further in the second round of the bans. Gnar, the ban from TSM, wanting to keep that one away from Dokla.
And it is worth mentioning we are in 13-12 in the LCS, so Melio has taken some nerfs, but they weren't the hugest ones. Did get some armor nerfs, so he's a little bit more squishy, and his passive did get a nerf as well. So it is not as much damage being added. Kind of specifically trying to target, I think, a lot of the Melio Lucian pairings. Trying to separate Lucian just from having these specific supports. And maybe it is the read of Energy that the Lucian ban was a Melio ban. Maybe they felt like that is the only pairing that really could go with it.
Right.
Either way, Lulu going to be targeted now. Some supports may be getting some bans. TF going to be taken off the table. Really interesting because we haven't really been seeing any of that. But I have seen some Static Shift TF pop up in some of the games that I've been playing. It feels like it's a pick that could work with it. And Insanity is definitely confident to be flexible. Brought out the Graves first time in the LCS history for mid lane Graves to come out. So definitely could be looking for some more tricky picks.
Yeah, I think it's all about Insanity. That's why you're willing to ban this away, because you're going up against a guy who's not as cautious about breaking the meta as other players might be. But Rakan locked in to be the support there next to the Jinx. This is locked in with Melio still not being banned in the second half. Gnar, Lulu, Twisted Fate, and Jace all banned away. Back over to Energy. Thinking about this Renekton here in the top lane, expecting it to go up against Cassante. Remember that can flex back and forth between mid and top. But there's the Melio, finally, the 5th pick for the blue side, the 9th pick overall in the draft. Melio finally goes over.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy, when you think it's falling this far. But again, it is 13-12 that the LCS is on, so that is definitely having some impact on that. But so far, in this split, it has been 100% presence, has been getting, picked and banned every single game in the LCS. So to see it actually almost fall all the way through draft was surprising to me.
So Insanity's going to be playing the Graves again this game, back in the mid lane. I was actually, when I was in makeup earlier today before the show started, TSM came in right after me, and Insanity was talking about, I said, hey man, awesome job yesterday on the Graves. He was like, yeah, messed up the build a little bit, could have got a lot more damage. I was like, oh, what changes would you have made? And he said, I could have Eclipse over the Ghostblade. If I wanted to go Ghostblade, I should have just done that and then gone Black Cleaver second. So I'll be interested to see if he changes that build around for this game specifically.
It could have also been a compositional thing what he's playing against too, right?
Right, yeah. That's what I'm curious is, does that apply in general? Is that going to be something that was just for yesterday's game and today is different? Because he definitely seems to be thinking about it, min-maxing, looking for those optimizations any way that he can find.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I recall correctly, he did go Ghostblade into Collector. So, you know, that was kind of the 1-2 combo that he went for. The Ghostblade move speed was actually looking really nice at a couple times throughout the game. You know, the out of combat move speed plus the active does really let you get up and down on the river very, very quickly. So back-to-back games here. Never played in the LCS before yesterday, and now back-to-back mid lane Graves picks here for Insanity. Emilio, as we touched on, did in fact get picked by Ignar. It's actually 6-3 so far in the LCS, so Emilio has been doing very, very well when it is getting through bans.
And I mean, when you look at TSM's composition, you've got a Rakan engage that can be followed up by a Maokai follow-up there with the Nature's Grasp. So Emilio can get a lot of value out of the Breath of Life, like popping these big AoE CCs. And I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Ignar and seeing how successful he can be at that. Because Breath of Life has a long cooldown. If you're forced to use it on something lesser, if you're forced to use it at the wrong time, well, he's going to lose a lot of that teamfight value.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also a really nice pairing, I think, with Aphelios. You know, Aphelios, especially in the early levels, with the sniper gun, you know, you have that cozy campfire, you have that increased range when you already have that really long range with that sniper, can be really nice, you know, in the early levels of that 2v2. You can see some action down around that bot side. TSM was sending 3 down to potentially stop any sort of a brush check or kill off a side lane ward that could be dropped there. And Haunts are just camping in that tri-brush. They're trying to make sure that they have eyes on everywhere that Energy could actually be looking for these invades. And now it should have full information of where that ward was placed.
Yeah, and Haunter got the one in Tofo strike down on the Croc, but then wanted to back away so that he does not get hit with the immediate Renekton ability combo. But the Intofo Strike doesn't actually do anything meaningful since Renekton's natural health regeneration just gets rid of it anyway. So only that ward on the Krugs is the result of those two just barely bumping into each other topside early. Yesterday when we were casting the first mid lane Graves game in the LCS, you talked about how, hey, when we had seen Graves in the past, in top lane in particular, he's got powerful push. He can take control of the lane early. The AoE aspect of his auto attacks unique to his champion. And then when Palafox is in the wrong spot there up against the turrets, you can get that faster bounce back on the Q. Insanity's in a good spot.
Yeah, you have to be really careful about getting hit by the detonation of that Q. That second half hurts so much if you do get tagged by it. So gonna have to be careful about that as Palafox. Monster getting pushed back pretty heavily. You know, was not that close to actually getting level 2 there. You know, it was like a good full minion ahead for Dokla. So Dokla gets a really nice trade off of that. Is going to be able to push Haunter back and try to get Prio up on top side. We'll see what Contracts can do with this because both junglers have been completely tracked. Both junglers, you know, have information of where the other one is. Maokai, you know, skipped his red initially. He went Raptors all the way up to Krugs, then went to his red. Now he's clearing back down. You know, those AoE camps are definitely more Maokai's bread and butter on these jungle clears, and he wants to get them respawning really, really quickly so he can recycle them. So that is going to be the plan there. Energy has full push on bot side. Kind of as expected, Rakan really weak early laner. If you can't look for all-ins, and especially without that Xayah pairing, you just really aren't that strong in the 2v2. So pretty expected. I think the Energy has the push there. But TSM, you know, getting that shove through mid is going to allow Maokai to potentially find some plays around there, or at the very least have Prowl towards these scuttles. And we'll see if that mid lane Prowl can mean something, as Energy is very far up here. There is no cleanse. I think FBI is probably dead.
Okay, he tries to pop the Ghost, but the follow-up there with a grand entrance after the Twisted Advance means the Turtle should be getting the money for this one. There it is, first blood on the Jinx. Easy execution for TSM.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, that feels like a sloppy death just because you know that Maokai is clearing top to bot, right? They had him warded out on 2 camps. You know that he's coming down to that bottom side quadrant. Where else can he be? You are the only ones who really are vulnerable at that point. And you're very far up without cleanse. If you have cleanse, I think you can look for some sort of an outplay there. But without cleanse, the Maokai route guarantees the knockup from Chime, guarantees the chompers from Turtle. And if you're getting back-to-back-to-back CC'd, you're just not going to live. So a bit of a careless death, I think, from the Energy bot lane. But TSM out to a nice early advantage here.
Yeah, Insanity got caught a little bit there checking to see and into the fog, and it was Contracts ready and waiting for him. So Contracts moving up, looking to steal away that chicken camp as Chime shows up in mid lane just to make sure Insanity is safe here. Ignar also taking a spot in mid, guaranteeing that the wave crashes into the turret. Boogie, again, similar to yesterday, is going to be really the only AP threat on the TSM composition. Cassante, Jinx, Graves means that armor, especially early on with some of those plated steel caps for the Bruiser champions, is going to give you a lot of value with two very auto-attack heavy champions in the Jinx and the Graves. Fortunately, for the side of TSM, there's no pure tank over on NRG's roster, right? There's no Sion, there's no Sejuani, so it's not going to be that massive amount of armor stacking. But if Dokla gets ahead of the curve of the game, if he's able to get himself a big armor tank item as well as some steel caps, it could be difficult to put meaningful damage into him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just kind of upgrades those efficiencies, right? You're going to be feeling good about any build with armor. One thing that is nice for TSM, though, is they have quite a bit of CC as well, you know, between Chime, the Chompers, between Boogie's lockdown, so the stun as well from Haunter. So at the very least, you know, if they are all building tabbies, well, then they're going to get punished for not having mercs. So there is something to be gained there. But yeah, you're not really that threatened ever as a frontliner by the AP damage from the Maokai. It's more just kind of poke and prod, and it's one of those little things that, you know, is nice to have, but not going to really meaningfully change what your opponents are building here.
And with the Giant's Belt in inventory plus the red jungle item, you can always tell they're going to be going for that Demonic Embrace. The extra burns on burns on burns as Haunter goes all out, hitting level 6 before Dokla does. Wanted to try to maximize that opportunity, but Dokla does a good job disengaging from it, making sure that he doesn't give up too much health. And you can see TSM ready to start up the first Drake of the game. It's a Chem Drake first. So none of those early Oceans that can give you that incredible laning power. Boogie ready to go in with a Hex Flash. They forced the Flash back out of Contracts as he tries to escape. Vault Breaker back over the wall. Ignite dropped on him means he did not want to stay around any longer for that one. TSM forcing out the enemy jungler, chunking him down to half, getting rid of the Flash. Means this should be a free Drake early on. Very fast first objective.
Yeah, really well done here by TSM, being able to actually force that out. They get the Flash, they get the Dragon here. Going to be feeling good about it, and things going well for TSM again, back-to-back days.
Yeah, that early game looking all right for him. The gold's still even between the two squads. You can see a little bit of a farm lead for Contracts in the jungle, but that's to be expected when Boogie takes the time to stop clearing camps and instead focus on that team-wide objective. Back up in top lane, Dokla now level 7. It's Haunter level 6, so Dokla back in charge of the level lead, but I'm expecting that to equalize here after Haunter cleans up these last couple of minions. Back down in bottom, again, you mentioned it earlier how FBI's first death just felt a little sloppy, a little bit unnecessary, a little bit disrespectful. So for NRG, hopefully they can avoid anything else like that. Of course, once Chime hits level 6, Boogie will be getting close to level 6 as well. And that's when it really becomes dangerous because then those huge engage mechanisms are ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with FBI having no flash, right? You have to be pretty scared here. Chime could very well hit 6 prior to FBI actually having that flash back. And then he really is going to be a great target. Or even moving around the map, potentially catching Contracts, who just had his flash force at that last dragon. So, TSM looking pretty good. You can see the combat power in mid lane going to be really in the favor of Insanity, as it's a tier 2 boost rush for Palafox. Went for the CDR boots, has a mana crystal on top. But having that early serrated Dirk is going to give a lot of power to Graves. We have to say Palafox doing well in the 1v1 thus far, keeping it slightly in his favor as far as the farm goes.
Yeah, 67 versus 64. Nothing to write home about, but hey, at least it's a positive number. Honestly, the gold's so close between the two teams. NRG getting enough to make up for that first blood just from a little bit of these farm leads here. The jungle, the top lane, the slight edge in mid like you're talking about. Where do you expect to really see our next fight take place? You can see Contracts starting up the Herald right now, but
right
Chime
now, to be honest with you,
is already here too, yeah.
Turtle is moving, so I do think they want to try to potentially contest this, but I think Turtle may just be too late. This is already gone, and you shouldn't take a 4v5, even though you can throw out that ultimate from Jinx cross map. This is going to be gone, and okay, they're going to look for it anyway.
Boogie wants it. They throw out the Nature's Grasp, and they're ready to follow it up here with a quickness. Chime is low, and he's about to drop first, but Insanity's kiting back away from Contracts. Palafox here with a chase. Chime escapes with 100 HP. Haunter goes all out. The follow-up's there on
Turtle's
FBI,
here.
and Haunter takes him down. Turtle's ready to get excited, and TSM's already found 2. Dokla wants Haunter, but he'll take Insanity out first. Haunter stays alive just barely. The health bars of the top in support of TSM are just holding on by a thread, but they get a 3-1 fight.
How did TSM win this, man? It's a 4v5 that they're engaging into. Look how far away Turtle is on the minimap. Turtle is over here, by the way, when they actually are starting out this fight, so he's not even remotely close. But Haunter finds a good angle coming in from the top.
You can see over on that right side of your screen as well, Contract's engaging back in onto Insanity, but Palafox not able to actually finish him off. Insanity flashes over the wall, so a lot of the resources were spent to try to take out Insanity. This Ahri Vi combo was not really used to great effect there from Energy. They couldn't find the follow-up charm, they couldn't find the follow-up damage to burst someone down, and that really is the point of drafting that mid-jungle duo there for Energy. So, once that happens, Contracts gets pushed out. Haunter had done a really good job buying time on the other side of the fight. FBI is trying to chase through Haunter to finish off a kill. He's not even able to do that. So everything kind of goes bad. And Turtle, who had the luxury of pushing out bot and is now 20 CS ahead of because of that, also waltzes into the fight and picks up a couple free kills.
Yeah, you look at it, and I was in the same place you were, thinking, okay, Turtle's making this long journey up here. It's going to be way too late, but TSM just keeps him locked down long enough.
Yeah.
They kite out the fight long enough. They play around those incredibly low health bars long enough that it doesn't feel like one of the plays that should have worked.
No, it definitely shouldn't. And I think if you fight that 10 times, Energy's going to win the vast majority of them, right? If they're a little bit more clean on the engage and they zero out some of these targets, they had very split calls, and clearly the Vi Ahri was not really working that well together. They should have been able to get an instant kill or two, and then that could go really, really bad for TSM. But TSM do a good job in the fight, and let's be honest, capitalize on some of the big mistakes from Energy in it to now establish themselves a nice gold lead here. It is the Herald going over to Energy, but it is 1.3k gold lead and the Dragon here on TSM's side. And Turtle is going to be very far ahead. With the farm he got, with the kills he got, he's now 1,200 gold ahead of FBI.
Yeah. And in top lane as well, remember, you'll want to see your Renekton winning lane early on. You'll want to see him having control. Meanwhile, in mid, Chime swooping in to try to keep Insanity alive, as it was Energy looking to make the first move. But now Boogie swooping in with a Nature's Grasp. I believe everybody on Energy should be able to get away from this one. So Mega Death Rocket flying in. Wanted to see if they could find Contracts. Not going to hit him there.
Not the best angle on the ulti from Boogie, but are able to keep Insanity alive. So another Vi Ahri ultimate spent. Not able to get the kill. They were trying to preempt the Dragon. And I think this means they're not going to bother trying to challenge at that Dragon. They're trying to look for a pick on mid, try to kill Insanity, then use that to get Prio for the Dragon, move down there, try to get a freebie, tie that up. But at the end of the day, TSM do survive. They push back their opponents. This is going to be the second Dragon going their way, and the TP spent to go bot to answer the push there from Jinx because they didn't want to give up those free plates to Wild Turtle, who's already very far ahead of the curve. But meanwhile, top lane, Haunter got to push out that. He's going to base. Most of that minion wave is being denied as well. So TSM is just winning out across the map.
And the thing that I was going to say before we had the skirmish in mid is Cassante was the first champion on the map with a fully completed item. So the ability for the Renekton to bully him is going to be greatly diminished at that point. You can see the Gorge Drinker now completed for Dokla. There's the Eclipse on Insanity. That's that build adjustment that I was talking about that he mentioned backstage before the show. So with the Eclipse built first, remember he's going to have that extra skirmishing capability with the proc from the shield and the extra damage, as well as having the scaling power of the percent penetration as you complete each additional item. Rift Herald summoned up in the top lane, gets that first plate, but the second one just a sliver away.
Yeah, has some decent move speed on it as well. With the move speed attached to that mythic passive, plus the move speed proc on that damage proc from the item itself. We get the shield when you proc the damage, you also get 15% move speed. Yeah. So it can be really nice because Graves is already relatively high mobility. With the quick draw, with the ultimate to reposition as well, can be quite powerful. You really want to be able to get backline access when you are going for these lethality builds. It's so much about getting that full combo out on the backline, softening them up, for your Cassante, for your Maokai as well, to just try to finish people off. And Insanity had a great performance yesterday, especially in some of the fights that were really scrappy. Yeah. In those messier fights where Jinx is always going to be the main target, right? You kind of have to win. To win a fight, you have to kill Jinx, right? And especially when you're playing Vi Ahri. But that means Insanity can be left open sometimes. And if you are trying to fight through the Graves, he really can make you pay, as he did yesterday.
Well, Energy are going to have to make sure that they do the fights a little bit better than they did back at the Rift Herald, right? I need to see more coordination, specifically the Vi and Ahri that you're talking about. You draft this combo for a reason. It is a known 2v2 type of element and that has the same similar presence in larger fights where Vi guarantees the engage, point and click. Ahri can then find the charm. If she's going for the Everfrost build, it's just layers upon layers upon layers of CC. there's plenty of good targets on the side of TSM. You have 3 viable targets to burst down, and honestly 4 until Boogie gets any sort of tankiness.
Yeah.
So I need to see more coordination from Energy. I need to see everybody going in on the same target and achieving this burst so that they can try to win one of these fights if they get another 5v4.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they have to be really on point in these next fights because it is TSM, I think, establishing a pretty nice lead. That being said, there is really good scaling, from the bot lane on the Energy side, so you can maybe pray for the Felios Milio carry later on. I don't think that the front line is nearly as good, though, and that can be problematic as TSM looking for a fight here.
Yep, Chime's ready to swoop in to try to help Boogie. They want to turn it around on contract. Super Mega Death, Rocket, and Wild Turtle's ready to pop off. Dokla has to disengage with the Dominus, and TSM already found one. Energy just delivering him a freebie.
Yeah, and that's going to be Herald here once again. Energy was feeling pretty confident to walk up, but Boogie's in the area. Chime is there to follow up. Turtle comes over, finishes him off with the ulti. That gives him the reset and the move speed to follow into that fight. And Turtle's kind of just getting served up these free kills, it feels like, and is getting so far ahead of the pace of the game now that it's going to be really hard for FBI to have much of an impact, I think, on the game. And they're going to get this Herald off of this for free as well. So it's not just the kill, it is the objective there to follow it up. Now let's see how much Turtle has in inventory. Yeah, he had a good 1,500 in pocket, so goes back, buys up a BF, likely working towards the Gale Force. That is what we're almost always seeing these days. Yeah. Of course, I talked about some of the other builds that you can go for yesterday. There are other viable mythics, but Gale Force is just so popular. It makes a lot of sense. Oh my god, he's gone.
Palafox is... Oh, nicely done. He gets away. Not quite enough damage to burst him down there from TSM. Insanity does have the ultimate. The collateral damage is off cooldown. Maybe he just thought it wasn't quite enough damage to burst him, didn't want to lose the cooldown, hoping to make another play with it here soon instead.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be able to zero him out with that ulti, but as you say, I just didn't think he had the read to actually get the kill.
Palafox gets away. He will wipe the sweat off his forehead with that one. That was way too close for comfort. And Energy can't afford to be giving away any more of these freebies off of a random side lane play. They're starting to slip away from the game being as competitive as they'd like it to be. About a 2,000 gold lead at 16 minutes is something that you got to be mindful of. The game's not lost yet, but things are trending TSM, and it's not looking to change anytime soon. 30 seconds to go till the third Drake of the game spawns. TSM's already got the first 2.
Absolutely, and Energy really do want to try to make a splash in this league. This is the first time they're back in the league for a really long time. They've been out of the league ever since relegation a long time ago, and I think the expectations were fairly high for this squad. People looked at CLG and they said, all right, you got 4th in spring. Most people agreed that it was going to be an upgrade for the bot lane, so people were thinking that they would at least be around the same area that they were in spring, but thus far it has been a bit of a rough start. 1-3 throughout those first 4 games, and if this one goes the way it's going, TSM about to push them down to 1-5 and move above 500 themselves for a team that I think a lot of people had a lot lower in the rankings than they have been thus far. I was expecting TSM to not look as good, but I also will say, I think Insanity has been a big part of their success.
Agreed.
And that is a big thing that I think, has kind of changed from a lot of people's initial perceptions of this squad, is they were kind of judging it based on the expectation Ruby would be with the team.
Well, Chime had to use the grand entrance to get back over the wall so that Energy couldn't collapse on him. TSM going after this third Drake. They want to force it down before Energy's able to contest. Contract's thinking about a Vault Breaker, but the Drake's already low. Nature's Grasp has been fired off, and now Chime's ready to lock down the enemy top laner. Dokla's going to die before he can do much of anything. Super Mega Death Rocket goes in, and the Croc goes down. Finally, Energy gets one back, making it a 1-for-1, but Turtle's ready to pop off. He's on a rampage, and Ignar gets away. Still a 2-for-1 trade, plus the Drake over to TSM. Boogie, though, nice charm from Palafox to take him out and make it an even trade. 2-for-2.
Yeah, good job by Palafox getting one back, but again, it's just more and more in the favor here of TSM. If you give up a Mountain Soul as a Vi-Ari, pick-based comp, it is not going to be looking good. You need to be getting those burst kills. They were able to knock down Insanity pretty quickly at the start of this one, and Palafox may have just found another, and he did.
Nice.
Nicely done. Palafox getting a couple kills as that one ends. You can see Wild Turtle now moving to 7th most LCS all time on the assist list. Over 3,000 assists in his LCS career. It's been around for a long time. We can watch this one more time. The charm does land on Boogie, obviously no follow-up there, and then Boogie just used the ultimate to actually secure the dragon himself. Insanity, though, going very far forward to get this damage down, and then in comes that Vi ulti, in goes Palafox. They're able to finish him off, so nice job there. The problem being, Turtle is completely ignored on the side, and if the Jinx is free-firing, you're just not winning the fight. It's kind of just how it works. So you really have got to find those windows to get into the back of him. And then Haunter here just way too far up in lane.
Yeah. Too much greed coming from Haunter. Thought he might be able to go down there, push out one more wave, but with Palafox still around, still having plenty of HP. Also worth noting that in that fight, you mentioned how Insanity went in really far to get his damage. His character died in the animation with his gun out to fire the collateral damage. It did not go off. The icon was still lit up and ready to cast as his body hits the ground.
Yep.
So some missed out damage there from the side of TSM that might have been able to pick something else up off of the back. But that gold lead that they had up to almost 2,500 did shrink back down to about 1,500 thanks to Palafox picking up those couple of kills on the back end.
And now it's basically all on Palafox because he's the only one that has any sort of an advantage, right? Like he is 1,700 gold ahead of Insanity off the back of that fight. He is very big, completed the Shadow Flame, but his AD is 2,000 gold behind. You know, his jungler is down like 100, 200 gold. His top laner is a little bit behind, right? So everywhere else is in the favor of TSM. So it's really going to be this kind of battle of Palafox versus Turtle on who can carry more. So Palafox has got to be able to find this Jinx and really pressure him in the fights.
And with the second item fully completed on Haunter's Cassante with the Thorn Mail on top of the Iceborne, on top of the plated steel caps, there's one AP champion on Energy.
And
so
he's not going for you.
Yeah, not only is Palafox the only guy who's got the ability and the money to really carry these fights, if he dies early on, Haunter just has impunity to do whatever he wants.
Well, and I think that the beauty of these kind of builds is when there's solo AP threat on the enemy team, you just stack health and armor and you ignore them. Assuming it's not like a Zir, Cassio, or whatever, a tank killer, which is not in this case. If it's a burst AP champion, you just walk directly towards the enemy AD in the entire fight. And you make sure that the Aphelios can only ever hit you. And it becomes very, very difficult then for them to ever really have enough damage to actually threaten your backline, right? And you kind of create this fight where you have, you know, FBI and Ignar trying to deal with you as Haunter, and you have this like 4v3 almost on the other side. And I think that is really, really tough to deal with because Palafox and Contracts have to dive, and Haunter doesn't necessarily have to peel. I mean, that may be his role in these fights, but I also think if he's keeping FBI out and the rest of the squad is just peeling for Turtle, I don't really see how it's going to be a one fight for Energy.
Especially with Turtle being 4-0-2 on his Jinx, 6 out of 7 kill participation, has the 2 fully completed items with that Gale Force like you were talking about, then going for the Zeal next. Just, this is so difficult to deal with from Energy's perspective, but the problem is we're just barely over a minute now until what'll be the 4th Drake of the game and the Mountain Soul potentially for the side of TSM. Energy knows they have to answer.
Yeah, I think Mountain Soul is pretty much lights out, barring some crazy set of circumstances. So Energy has got to get there. They've got to get there early, try to get some vision set up in the area, and really make sure that they are properly prepared for this fight, that they can find the correct angles, because Contracts and Palafox can't fight front to back. They've got to be able to come from multiple angles, which really kind of requires that vision to be there early so that you can find some sort of way to approach the fight to get straight to Turtle, to get straight to Insanity, because you're not going to be able to fight through the Cassante and the Maokai and the Rakan. It's just not really going to happen.
I like the pickup of the stopwatch here from Contracts because once he goes in, he's deader than a doornail. There's just no way out unless you do have that full invulnerability aggro drop. He's got a Divine Sunder and a Caulfield's Warhammer across the roll. You can see Boogie actually having the completed Radiant Virtue second, so significant bump in tankiness for the other jump.
Yeah, and Insanity was pushing out top. He does have the TP if he needs it. Dragon spawning now. But again, it's TSM there first. It's TSM with the vision. They've spotted Dokla, so Haunter is just marking Dokla right now. Energy looks like they may be trying to go for Haunter here, but they are being spotted. Boogie's just going to go.
Boogie wants to engage, but now they want to turn it back around in the tree. Contracts popping that stopwatch I was talking about as Boogie gets back away, and now the Nature's Grasp is unleashed. A teleport came out from Palafox, and all it was an early gift in the team fight. The carry on Energy just gives his life away. The soul is gone, and TSM is happy about how that one went.
Palafox is going to want that TP back. Man, that was rough. Just right into the waiting arms there of TSM. I think his read must have been that the team is pushing forward and they're going to be beyond where I am TPing in. But when you arrive in the middle of the squad there, you're going to get locked down. It's point and click CC. And he was the real chance here for Energy. We talked about it earlier. He's the guy with the gold, so he had to make it happen, wasn't able to do it. And now it's going to be the Soul. It's going to be the Baron very likely here. Contracts trying to sneak around. We'll see if they can spot it. He does have vision on this Baron, but Insanity is hunting for him and has spotted him now. So just send Chime over the wall, chase him out, finish the Baron. But Ignar and Dokla are arriving. This is going to get a bit awkward.
Energy wants to fight it. Baron secured by the side of TSM. Dokla here on the front line, soaking the damage for now. Turtle's excited. 1 down, 2 down. Are they going to find the third? Ignar with a flash away as Insanity, stays on the chase here, looking for contracts. Chime and the rest of TSM cut him off. It doesn't look like it quite yet. Palafox goes in now. Energy wants to fight again, but they're still only in a 3v4. I'm not really sure what's going on here as Palafox cannot even kill Turtle. Energy is in full desperation mode, and TSM's just farming money off it. Ignar tries to get out. Insanity's going to run him all the way back to the tier 2 turret. This game's done.
Yeah, this game is all over but the crying. Palafox tried to make a hero play there, but he knew that Chime was in the brush. He knows the other people around there. He saw them walk into the pixel, so trying to go for that big shutdown on Turtle. Wanted to get that 1K bounty. Maybe it was a little bit less prior because he just got a kill, but wanted to get that fat bounty off him, try to make something happen. Unfortunately, you're fighting through the Maokai. He's going to get peeled up. He's going to get locked down by Chime as well. And Turtle just gets even more fed. 3 items completed now on this Jinx. They have the Mountain Soul, they have the Baron, they have really everything they need. We'll see how much they can get done with this. Did get a little bit awkward with Insanity and Chime chasing out the top. You thought, hey, maybe FBI can get something done. He has the Infernum up. Maybe you can AoE them in the pit, but he gets rooted up, he gets stunned, he gets pulled back. Like, FBI is just straight into the bounce house, and Turtle is free firing in the back of the pit there. And we can watch this one more time. You know, they're going in, but it was the bottom of your screen that was that more interesting point, because Palafox saw that Chime walked in the pixel brush, saw the Maokai, tried to ult past him. Yes, you get him very, very low. They maybe could have killed him, but even if you kill him there, it's still not really worth it because you're giving 2 over for just the 1. And Palafox now trying to find another pick here on a Turtle. Great sidestep from Turtle.
Great counterattack from Chime. The Super Mega Death Rocket's not even needed because Insanity guns down Palafox. The enemy carry's gone. FBI trades one back, but then immediately falls himself. And TSM is going to chase them all the way to hell. Dokla's the only man left. He wants the burst on Turtle, but can he find it? Not quite yet. Chime with a stasis to survive. Turtle lives with under 100 HP, and I think TSM just won the game.
Yeah, they did it. Insult to injury. Dokla can't finish anybody off there. Those blinking health bars will stay alive, and TSM will get another win this week. Back-to-back games with the mid lane Graves, with the Jinx, and with Turtle popping off.
Energy will drop to 1-4. TSM will rise to 3-2. A 26.5-minute game. They played it well and they played it fast. TSM 70-5. Take the win.
Really nicely done here from TSM. Again, running this similar style composition to what they did yesterday, if not the exact same composition. You know, very, very similar here to what they brought out yesterday, and really making it work. Having the double marksman, these multiple threats here. You know, if they go on Insanity, Turtle is free. If they go on Turtle, then Insanity is free, and they're kind of just, you know, this push and pull is very, very difficult to deal with. The other 3 members are all beefy frontliners with a lot of CC, a lot of ability to actually peel and keep these guys safe. And once they got ahead, it got so hard for Energy to really make things happen. But Energy was just not on point today. They were not coordinated with their engages, couldn't really make much from this Vi-Ahri combo. You know, FBI giving up that early death. Him and Ignar were pushed up really far when they knew the full early jungle path from Maokai. They knew he was clearing down towards bot. Just too many mistakes from Energy, unfortunately.
Yeah, TSM played well, but I really got to levy criticisms on Energy, just giving them the ball for free so many times. Yeah. You're bringing up the Aphelios there for the first blood in the bottom lane. The big thing I'm drawn to in this game is the Herald fight, the 5v4. We're watching Turtle running all the way across Summoner's Rift like Forrest Gump, trying to just go on a tour to the United States, and it's just not gonna matter because he still gets there in time. Energy can't find the burst. And then that's what gets us to the point where we have this happening, where TSM can just run over him.
Yep, absolutely. Turtle, really nice sidestep on the charm there. Had the read on what Palafox was trying to get done. I mean, the game was pretty much over by this point, so they're just trying to make those desperate plays here. And this is just so frustrating. Not that it would have changed the game.
Right.
But Dokla, 1 auto, 1 Q, 1 anything from killing Turtle, 1 hit from killing Chime.
And that is a frustrating way to end a frustrating game for NRG. And what has been, a rough start to the split here. They came out pretty hot. It felt like in spring, we're looking a lot better. What was that CLG roster? Obviously, they did change the bot lane. But the expectations, I think, were pretty high for this squad. But it has been TSM who has been outperforming and has really been a pleasant surprise. I think a lot of these guys are stepping up. Yeah. And I've got to say, with Ruby now having arrived, should they even be swapping him in? I feel like Insanity has been it's such a difference maker for this team. I personally feel like you got to keep it rolling because what Ruby showed in the LEC was not impressive. And I think Insanity has shown that he is LCS level and he really deserves this spot.
I'm on the Insanity hype train. Congratulations to TSM for rising up to 3-2 there in the standings. For now, we're going to toss to break. It's Golden Guardians going up against Immortals next. And I am going to judge the Lounge's takes. Don't go anywhere.
Dude, yesterday I played solo queue with Boogie and they pinged me.
Really?
Yeah.
You're a liar.
I was Jax.
He pinged me all the time.
I was Jax.
I don't even know.
Chime escapes with 100 HP. Haunter goes all out. The follow-up's there on
Turtle's
FBI.
here.
And Haunter takes him down. Turtle's ready to get excited. And TSM's already found two. Dunkla wants Haunter, but he'll take Insanity out first. Haunter stays alive just barely. Contract's thinking about a Vault Breaker, but the Drake's already low. Nature's Grasp has been fired off, and now Chime's ready to lock down the enemy top laner. Dunkle's gonna die before he can do much of anything. Super Mega Death Rocket goes in, and the Croc goes down. Finally, Energy gets one back, making it a 1-1, but Turtle's ready to pop off. He's on a rampage.
What's up, everyone? We got a 1v1 with Solo and Balulu. What champion are you guys playing?
We're going Vel'Koz. Vel'Koz, mirror matchup, and then Sion. Or wait, my mouse is not. Oh, okay. Like if I lose,
I'm tweaking
Like
right
honestly,
now.
if I lose, I'm just gonna say setup because I'm very dependent on my setup.
Okay, we're already hearing excuses. Anything from you, Solo?
I'm gonna kill him with one. Oh, I don't know how to use my. Oh wow, I hit you. I mean,
Damn, I'm good at this champion.
I mean, I'll just retire already, man. Yeah, no
Have you seen
pots
this
right
trick?
now. What trick? Show me. Oh yeah, walk up. Yeah, come closer. I can show you. Oh! Wait, is this guy like secretly playing this champ?
He's Faker.
I just thought about it. It's all about mind games, so if I'm actually even in CS, even though I'm stomping lane, how unfair. Yeah, that's Vel'Koz, baby. Wait, what do I max second? I mean, that's, you know, I'm max.
That's up to you.
That's up to you. Oh boy. Wow. One trick, by the way. No, honestly, like I'm just making a fool out of myself. Can we just cut this game? Oh, wait, what?
Oh my God!
Wait, I forgot you have that.
That's one.
I can't celebrate. I'm ashamed. That took 5 minutes to unlock it. I'm starting to feel myself right now, if you haven't noticed. I'm noticing, actually. Not gonna lie, I kind of up with items here. Wait, so if the sudden death, if I die, he wins?
Yeah, in sudden death. There's just one death now.
That is kind of... I don't like that
cringe.
Then we gotta do something like that then. And then just speed up the game here. And then flash over that. Oh! Okay.
Bro. Take a look at the minimap.
My heart is pounding.
Jump scare.
Producer, does he have ult?
I mean, yeah. Let me just. Oh, it's a.
No!
The minion!
Yay! I'm gonna blame the setup. I don't have anything to say. I can't play on this. I just blame the age gap right here.
There it is.
Too much experience.
Last season, I remember we played against TSM, and I had like 3k gold on first
He had the
strike.
God Vel'Koz game.
And now he just like got the most insane revenge on me right now. I mean, he did win the game as well, so.
All right, let's just go boots, bombies, double pot.
You guys are so boring. Someone go Zeal. Just
What?
Yeah, actually, let's
Zeal
go that.
orange?
Hold on. We can go. What's like a good fighting item?
Hearthbound axe.
Yeah, sure.
What do we max?
W.
W?
That was very charitable. Balulu wasn't willing to tell you the max last game.
Didn't I? Oh, actually, I didn't. Damn.
Oh, you're dead.
Ooh.
Do they have FF mechanic on this one, or?
There is one mechanics.
How do we come back to this one? Can I like run to his PC and like push him over and try to kill him?
Alt F4 is the count.
No one has done it before. You could be the first.
Hey, you do more damage. Oh, you have one more item.
We did the same damage. I think my W scales with.
I don't know, you felt like you did more damage.
Maybe I just breathed on you longer.
Oh, you breathe on me longer? What?
Oh, no, I definitely did more damage there. Oh, I'm trolling.
Oh, boy.
Ooh, the comeback.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
He's 6.
No!
Oh, no.
It's okay, I actually trolled, but it's all right.
And with that, you are the winner.
Let's go!
Boom!
First 30-year-old doing 1v1.
First 30-year-old doing 1v1, and the best Vel'Koz player on the team.
The best Vel'Koz.
I lost all my titles right now. I'll just play Annie every game. I don't care.
Welcome back. The start of the summer split hasn't gone quite the way anyone expected, so we prepared some takes, some hot takes, some takes, and Flowers is here to judge how they measure up. So my take needs a bit of an introduction. Go back! Go back! It's gonna be a flaming hot take. Go back! I need to introduce the take. It's gotta be the power rankings. So the power rankings had Golden Guardians all in 3rd place and Immortals all the way in 8th to 10th. But now, my flaming hot take, I've seen enough after 4 games, is that Immortals is going to end the first round robin with better standings than Golden Guardians.
Thank you, Jat, for your I'm going to bet against a team that has been at the bottom of the standings since they've joined the LCS and consider that a hot take.
Yeah.
That's yours?
Yeah, next.
All right, here's mine. I'm going to get right into it. Team Liquid is going to Worlds. That's my take. They're 4-0 right now. They have insane early games. They had insane early games last spring. They were just obviously terrible at team fighting, but they've gotten a lot better at it. They have been smashing kids just as much as they have before. They've gotten even better, actually, with their early games. They have Reignover at the head now. He's looking great. The rookies are stepping up. They have 2 world champions on the roster. Actually, this is 100% going to happen.
Thank you, Mark, for your incredible. We had a team in spring that would have been good if only they weren't terribly bad at one thing, and now they're not terribly bad at that thing, and now somehow they're good, even though we defined exactly how they would be good, and that's what they're doing. Take.
So it's a good one, I think.
Yeah, it's a good take. I think all of these are pretty complimentary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. This is not a hot take at all. I am the queen of lukewarm takes. So here's mine. It's actually a pretty cool take. Everyone is bad. And by that, I feel like no teams are at their best. I think doing their best is a little harsh, actually. I would not say that. I would say that no team is at their best yet, so, right? So, like, even C9, who I think are unequivocally the best team in the league right now, I don't think they're playing particularly cleanly outside of maybe one game, I would say. So that's my take.
Thank you, Emily, for your obviously no one's at their best because they're not playing Skarner, and that's North America's secret weapon, and they all should have been doing it a couple of weeks ago, and we need to start doing it right now, so I support what you're saying. Take.
I didn't expect the Skarner part. I expected the we're at the beginning of summer part. Yeah, I thought that would be.
Oh,
but obviously, you're the Skarner guy.
All right, Flowers, we have history, okay?
Okay.
And I give you a lot of hot takes.
Favoritism.
We give you a lot of hot takes all the time. This is a pretty burning take. Last split, M&S was one of the best. He was the best. We also had Gory, first team All-Pro. I have Jojo Pyun as the #1 mid right now. He is the best mid laner in the LCS. That's a pretty damn hot take, especially after last split, right? Right?
Raz, thank you for a guy who was previously considered the best mid laner in the league and was the rookie of the split for the league and then was shit in spring and is now no longer that level and is back to the level that he was when he was the best. So that makes him the best again. Take.
Get the hell out of here! Who even brought you on this guy? Get the hell out of here!
All right,
you just said every take was bad.
Flowers going to cast. Thank you very much. We got Golden Guardians and Immortals on the stage. Currently, Golden Guardians 2-2. Immortals had a tough loss yesterday versus TSM. About to get in Champ Select.
Ja, your take was scalding hot.
I had a really hot take. He didn't give it enough credit.
He did.
Flowers is on the anti-Golden Guardians train.
Wow, like I was really surprised at that.
Yeah, Immortals over Golden Guardians is a hell of a take.
That's a disgusting take. That's not a flaming hot take. I'm in the trash bin take.
Immortals, okay. Immortals
They are going to hunt you down now.
Immortals-
Golden Guardians are going to have a field day with you.
Immortals
in
is a
content.
different team.
Different is correct.
Are they?
Not better.
Treats.
Yeah.
Different.
Hui, better.
Solo.
Lulu, different than last year.
Gory.
Solo, different than last year as well. I'm just saying, they are a much more complete team this split.
You used facts, and then somehow
But then that
the false equivalency existed.
that doesn't include the Golden Guardians part.
So the Golden Guardians have the same record currently.
Wow.
I do not believe this
Wait.
take.
You
predict Immortals to
actually
win this
don't
game?
believe in this take.
In your predictions this
Today,
morning.
I
He
did not.
Yeah, he
But they're
absolutely
still going
did
to
not.
end better.
This is the classic predict both outcomes. One at the top of the day in your predictions and one here in your hot takes.
I'm possibly going to be right on both because Immortals will still have 4 games after this in which they can pass Golden Guardians. And if I'm wrong on this, then I'm just more likely to be right on Immortals. So,
Okay. All right.
yeah, Tactical Treats back together again. I really liked what I've seen from them. I really didn't like their game against TSM yesterday. At the time, I thought their draft was going to be good when they had the Scion Sejuani and the huge amount of health bars against mostly physical damage. But the Insanity Graves just had so much push, and he has such impact in that game. It surprised me, and I feel like TSM outdrafted them. And as we saw, TSM just won again today. They're playing a lot better than people expect. So that loss is more excusable to me based on what TSM did today.
Yeah, I mean, I think Immortals is better than maybe we gave them credit for at the start of the split, but that I still can't get over the Golden Guardians.
Yeah.
I still think Golden Guardians is a legitimately good team. I think Licorice has looked very good, picked up kind of where he left off at the very end of last split.
Yeah.
And while they dropped a couple games at the beginning, they had a hard strength of schedule in week 1. They also seemed to be a little off their game. They themselves were kind of like laughing about that they need to focus up more. And I think over the rest of the split, you're going to see that Golden Guardians will return to that form. And I think, I still feel good about them in second, third, fourth-ish, combined with like maybe Team Liquid as one of the teams joining them.
Yeah, and as we get into draft, I actually really liked Golden Guardians' read from yesterday. Like, I loved seeing the static Shiv Varus come out because I think he's really, really strong. So I think they had a really good idea going into this patch of what they wanted to play. And also, obviously, Kuhi, a Rel enthusiast, is already making the most out of that champ on the new patch, which is really cool as well. Also, not a shock to see both Nico and LeBlanc are moved to there.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see whenever there's a new patch where there's a shakeup within the meta, Golden Guardians feels like the first team, even when they were performing poorly like last year, that hops on that. They're an extremely creative team. Sometimes that works against them, of course, in the first week, but they have been going a lot more scaling. So I really want to see, of course, you're right, Mark, with how well Licorice has been playing. I think that has been a huge boom for them. As long as they continue to do that, then and have a better read on the meta, then they will just be a successful team. Want to see what their response is to the Annie here, though.
I mean, Immortals slamming the Annie. I feel like Baloo plays a lot of Annie. Huge fan of it.
Yeah, I mean, he even joked in the 1v1 when he lost Vel'Koz that he's just going to play Annie every game.
Yeah.
So
I don't know why.
The team definitely loves Annie. And Kenvi loves Sejuani, so that makes the takeaway make a little bit more sense by Golden Guardians.
It's a takeaway, but it also, I think River is really happy playing Sedge because it allows him to affect his lanes depending on what lanes they want to pick. And obviously, as I mentioned previously, they brought out the Varus yesterday. Not a huge shock to see Stixxay back on
that's
that.
going to be Static Shiv, Nashers.
You don't know that. Some people still go Pen.
Tactical went Duskblade yesterday, but I really do feel like, especially now that they have enough physical damage with the Jace mid, Static Shiv, Nashers.
Two Pen champions.
Omnivamp item.
Both Duskblades.
You're wrong. It's not what they're doing.
I hope I'm wrong. I did not like the poke one. I think it makes more sense so far what we've seen out of Immortals. There's not like a super beefy jungler combined with a super beefy top yet. I think that's where I do think there is some build flexibility for the Varus in the meta, even though Shiv is very strong. If you're going to need to melt through health bars and you can't just poke through them or something, that's where I really do like the Shiv. But if they're really squishy, you can still go Pen.
I'm really interested in the Sejuani from the side of Golden Guardians because, like, it feels like Golden Guardians, once again, they're on red side. They're probably going to be giving top lane counter pick there to Licorice. And with the Yone game that he played pretty recently, that is going to be really difficult for Solo to deal with because, generally speaking, he's going to be on a weak side duty. And if you're dealing with Sejuani, Renekton, or Sejuani, Yone, something like that, you're just going to get picked on the entire game.
I'll preface this by saying I absolutely think that River's going to be playing the Sejuani, but of all teams to try the top Sedge flex, I do think Golden Guardians would be first in line.
All right, that's an NA Jace, baby. Let's be honest. Licorice is going to take that top. You think that's Jace mid for Gory 100%. You're talking about Sejuani going top. Licorice has been a chat all split.
Golden Guardians does love the flexing.
Speaking of Licorice being a Chad, I appreciate that he earned the Yone ban, right? For his Hullbreaker Yone shenanigans previously.
Solo doesn't seem like the Gragas type to me, but they did mention that the Yone was specifically into the Gragas.
I feel like they might just also be scared of the pairing with Sejuani with Sedge jungle. Yone would have a lot of games set up pretty easily. And like you said, a lot of times Yone can do well into tank matchups in general, and that's a lot of what Solo likes to play, even if it's not specifically Gragas. But no, we get boring old.
Oh, it's Ornn time, baby.
Yeah.
Give me Ornn. TF can't be picked, but give me Ornn.
I do wonder what Solo will go here. IMT is just going to continue to slam more engage. So you're right about Ornn. It's being hovered, but they have Annie, they have Wukong, and you need to deal with the poke in some way. So that's a nice way to also just tag on to engage.
Support. I mean, they could flex the Annie down support technically if they wanted to, but I don't think you do.
I'm envisioning. I was about to say Nautilus. Rakan works just as well. And for IMT, I think a lot of action has to happen through bot lane, and so Treats throughout his entire, when I say entire career, I'm also including TSM his career within Academy as well. He has been an engaged support. That's something that it feels like he and Ken should be working towards, trying to find bot lane openings.
Yeah,
I would love this.
How much does he like Rel?
Yeah,
that's what
he loves Rel.
Well, I mean, I was talking to Jan on stage, and I was like, talk to me about the Samira Rel, and he like, and obviously I was thinking he talked more about the Samira side as an AD carry player, but he was like, nah, Rel's busted. Like, anytime you can get Rel, like, that's really strong. So yeah, I think not surprised to see who he just slammed that with a lot of different champions.
Yeah, and I mean, it was part of their run through playoffs, right? It's like Huhi has a very good engage sense, so the rest of the team is bought in. Rel is super strong on her own, and yeah.
Man, I like Golden Guardians. I just think the static Shiv will work so well with AP Varus here. It allows them to go like, basically Sejuani and 2 AD solo laners is actually so like powerful, but it usually screws you because the other team stacks armor, but then they're gonna have this like AP Varus who can do like 50% of your max health against solo if he doesn't build MR. So I don't know, I just love Golden Guardians draft. We're gonna have to send it to the casters though to get us in the game.
Thank you very much, everybody. Welcome back. It's time to hit the rift for game number 2. It's Immortals versus Golden Guardians. I'm happy to see the Rel and Rakan. I always think League of Legends is a lot more fun to watch when you have engaged supports versus enchanter supports. So I'm hoping we get a nice 1 kill per minute game here.
Yeah, absolutely. Would be really exciting to get that. It is a really powerful champion these days also. In solo queue, on 13-12 was 55% win rate. Like, this was S tier of S tiers as far as those engaged supports do go. So Rel, was already a champion that who he was playing. I think it's even more powerful now than when we saw him playing it last time. It is Hail of Blades on the Varus. I'm expecting it to be that kind of AP Varus style. Go towards Shiv, go towards Nashers. That kind of AP on-hit style can be really, really powerful, especially because they did draft double physical damage solo laners. Works really well with the damage profile of composition, and they have a tremendous amount of CC and lockdown. And if you've played against AP Varus, if you get locked in place, if he hits that Q after you get tagged by the ulti, like, you are just toast. If you're a squishy, you're instantly dead. It is really terrifying when there is so much setup for the Varus ultimate, because Rel can set it up, Sejuani can set it up. You have point and click stun from the Renekton as well. There's all of these tools to really enable that Varus and to make sure that you are landing these skill shots, which is what it's all about. So going to be an interesting one. Some explosive engage, of course, on the other side as well. You've got Warren, Wukong, Annie, and Rakan. So this is going to be a real messy one. I do think. And when these kind of drafts, if one team starts winning, they often start winning really, really hard, because there's not like a massive fallback plan, I think, for either side. It really is, about those initial engages.
Well, I mean, you look at everybody on Immortals' team. Annie wants to engage and go in. Wukong, engage and go in. Ornn, engage and go in. Rakan, engage and go in. Aphelios, throw a big ball of light at them and then stand 500 meters away with your sniper rifle or whatever you have at the moment and support them. So I feel like it's just throw the kitchen sink at them for IMT. And that's the other side of the coin here for Stixxay. Yes, if you catch somebody out, you're going to be feeling like the cannon. If you get caught out, well, you're dead.
Yeah, you are getting hit by the cannon. So that is going to be what both these teams are dealing with, absolutely. Gory, I think, has been one of the best mid lane Jaces in the league since he has joined. Really has been such a pleasant surprise and one of the best imports I think we've had in this league in quite some time. Jat having that hot take that, Mortals would finish above Golden Guardians. And Golden Guardians are not off to the best of starts, but would love to win here and move themselves both above Immortals, but also, more importantly for them, above that 50-50 mark. Because I still think they've never once actually finished above 50-50 in the regular season, right? Because again,
it's always been 99.
Towards that end of last season, things kind of fell off, and this is really rough. Treats having to flash there. You get the early level 2. It's just not a mistake you ever want to see, at this level.
Right.
You have to count the minions. You have to play with respect to that. Potentially thinking he could get like a Targon's proc or something to hit 2 there. We didn't see what the the engage kind of happened from, but we did see the fallout of that, and it is the ignite traded for the flash plus an HP advantage gained by Stixxay and Huhi. And it's just really tough laning against Varus as is. He is one of those really strong early laners, so you have to play with respect to that.
Yeah, Golden Guardians happy with the way that bottom lane is going here nice and early. It means that once they can crash this wave in and then have it bounce back, hey, maybe you have a setup for a good follow-up played in from a gank or a roam. You can see all 3 lanes right now as there's push for Golden Guardians in all 3 of those lanes. Makes it pretty easy for the Sejuani to do whatever he wants in the jungle. You can see him hanging around the top side. as he wants to shadow Licorice, getting this wave shoved up. Just make sure that Kenby isn't coming up here trying to punish the Croc for the early control over the top side. Now, do they actually want to go for the dive here? River's going to start it off with the Arctic Assault. Buffering through it with Licorice's stun. Solo tried to flash away back underneath the turret. Had to be a flash from Licorice. They used the flash for both him and River to get Solo. They get it, but it's still a 1-for-1.
Yeah, but it is first blood for them, you know, and they do deny some of those minions. So at the end of the day, I'm going to call Worth on it. That could have been a little bit cleaner, but he couldn't actually get the auto after that permafrost, you know, had been applied from River, so he couldn't actually get that proc of damage, which is quite a bit of it. And I don't think he got the aftershock damage either. You know, so maybe there's a way they could have played it out a little bit differently where, you know, he's kind of in dealing a bit more damage before tanking that tower to try to finish it off. But, you know, he pulled aggro, and then River's kind of just standing right at the edge of the turret so he can take maximum shots. But it just took Licorice a little bit too long, obviously, without having that buy to be able to get a kill. Oh, they're looking for a repeat here, and this is devastating. If you die again after having TP'd back, oh, this is tough.
Yeah, there it is. The flail connects. Nope, Solo gets away back underneath the turret. Yes, he takes a chunk of damage, but he's doing all right. He's level 5, Licorice only level 4. So Solo will maintain his position here in the lane. Because River had to walk through the turret to make the gank happen when there were no minions, it means that he can't try to come back again. Gory with a nice accelerated shock blast there from out of vision to chunk Balulu down very low. And now the Annie's got to be respectful.
Yeah, and he kind of just put it between multiple minions there. Now Kenby coming up top to cover. It's always risky, you know, if you try to actually get that demolish proc, Ornn can sometimes just stun you on the tower and then AoE the wave, and then all of a sudden you are looking like a fool. So have to play with respect to that. It's always so tempting though to walk up and get the demolish proc. It's such a dopamine rush when you get that proc and you get a plate. So you can fall prey to it.
Those little rocks going dink, donk, dink,
You gotta keep them going. You can't let the little rocks stop. It's not an option.
Those things are very, they can betray you. It's the Lee Sin Q for everyone. It's just counting down sometimes to your own demise. But he doesn't fall prey to it this time. Licorice playing with respect towards that Ornn. Golden
Wiser
Guardians
man than me.
I mean, hey, most times
I
I'm
die
gonna
for
take
those every time.
The little rocks dinking and donking down. Golden Guardians going after the first Drake of the game now too. Very early first Drake, and it's an Ocean. Man, you want to talk about how annoying Varus and Jace and these types of champions can be in lane. It's even worse when they have this extra early power, and it doesn't look like anybody from IMT is going to be ready to deal with them. So there it is. Golden Guardians before 6 minutes into the game. Ocean Drake.
Yep, absolutely. Going to be feeling really good about that. Utilizing that prowl they have from the Varus. Gory having to be a little bit respectful here. We'll have to back it up, but Huhi now is covering him. And Gory can clean out this pink ward, move back in towards mid. We'll see Bolu how he's going to want to play with his ultis. He is playing Airy. He's not actually playing First Strike, which is what we see so often with the Annie. So usually with First Strike, they're just dropping tippers on cooldown, right? Just to actually be able to farm gold, you know, get that push out. Will Bolulu play that a little bit differently, or will he still use the tippers for lane prio? Is kind of the big question for me.
Well, Licorice and Solo just continue trading back and forth up here in the top side. Solo hitting that level 7 first makes it difficult for Licorice to be able to trade into him as long as Solo maintains control over that wave, and he's the one killing those minions first, staying slightly ahead of the EXP curve. It reduces the opponent's opportunities to make those trades, decide when he wants to try to chunk them, and utilize that Renekton's early power. So Solo's doing just fine up here. That's kind of Solo's brand at this point. I'll play the tank, I'll sit top, nothing bad is going to happen. The ship does not sink from damage suffered in the top lane when Solo's playing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he is really, really reliable at this level. The very few players in the league have been able to really bully him and really take advantage of him. So you know what you're going to get. It is interesting how much River is going top, you know, really trying to keep the Ornn behind. We'll see if they can make it happen here.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to get him. There it is. Glacial Prison. River collects the kill, and he and Licorice are happy to make this one happen. There it is, the demolished proc. There's nothing to respect. The rocks can dink-donk all the way down, and you're just going to get that free money, that plate money. Golden Guardians up 1,500 gold now, thanks to the kills they've found in the top lane, as well as the farm leads that they've found.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what that does really kind of turn itself into, because this kill did go to River. Not that that's bad by any means. He's still tied on farm with Kenby, has made more action happen up on that top side. Renekton gets a little bit of an advantage as well. And we'll just see, you know, if those guys can really make a difference, because it's not as though you're getting your big carries ahead. So we just want to see what they can actually turn that into. Even if Solo gets down a bit on gold, he's always going to have a lot of value in these team fights.
Can be starting up the Herald. There is a control ward from Golden Guardians in this pit, so they know that Immortals are going after it. And you can see Stixay's walking up through the river, so I believe the Golden Guardians are not willing to let this one go.
There's no ult on Renekton or Sejuani though, so I think this is really risky to actually try to force, but they are moving up, as you say, to try to do just that.
That eyeball is open.
isn't here, so this is going to be rough now for Immortals.
Golden Guardians, they will lose the patience on the Herald, so a slight reset. Gets about 1/3 of the total HP back. Kenvy's still thinking about approaching, but he just eats a shock blast to the face. He's only half HP now, so Golden Guardians ends up being able to just walk in and take this away from Immortals. 2 out of 2 neutral objectives for the Guardians so far.
Yeah, nicely done. They just have that move coming up from the Varus, so it's going to be the extra man there. One plate is lost, bot to tactical, but Stixay didn't full commit to the Herald. He basically walked halfway up, moved to mid, and then as soon as he saw it was going to be their Herald, he ran right back down to bot. So I think he only lost like 1 melee minion. Yes, they do lose the plate, but he's not really losing much of anything as far as experience or those minions do go. And they're going to get a plate back mid here themselves. So really, all things considered, it's a trade of plates, and they come away with the local gold from the Herald, plus the ability to crash that in and get even more gold. So Golden Guardians really far ahead off of these early minutes now. 2K up with Herald still to crash. That feels great.
Yeah, 2K from just a single kill advantage over your opponents. Like, that means you're building these leads from everything else. The plates, the farm. Topside is 84 to 66 in the CS department. Even in the jungle, River, despite the fact that he's the one of the 2 junglers that's contributed to making anything happen, is still ahead of Kenvy.
Yep, yeah, it is pretty tough. You know, Kenvy hasn't really been able to find much of anything. Now at level 6, he is going to be trying to look for one of those plays. We'll see if he can find something to turn this game on its head a little bit. You know, it does feel like that first round of ultimates that Immortals do pop, they're going to have to get high value from.
Yes, sir.
They are very ultimate-based comp. You know, you talked about it, all the forms of engage, Ornn ulti, Annie ulti, Wukong, Rakan, everything going to be spent likely at once. Potentially at this next Dragon fight, we'll see if that's where they kind of want to draw the line in the sand, because it does feel like, as of now, they are slowly bleeding out in this game.
Huhi making the rotation over to mid. He can use the Targons to guarantee that he pops that cannon minion nice and early. If they get this wave shoved up, it means that they'll have extra control to rotate into the river first. But Immortals are the ones who are going to take up that first spot here in the river, clearing out some of the vision, getting ready for the second Drake. It is a Hex Drake. Talked about it before. I love just even the baseline of this Drake being valuable there. Demolish proc goes over to Licorice. Nearly has the third plate down here in the top lane, but Solo clearing the wave away quick enough that Licorice cannot secure it in its entirety. Both of our top laners do have Unleashed teleports ready to go. Mid laners doing the same in case any of these guys need to back before a Drake fight would open up. They can join immediately.
Yeah, and Licorice actually pulling the wave a little bit there, but I would rather just see him potentially shove, you know, and try to draw someone up top, because if you make Solo stay top, Solo's so he won't be able to TP without basing first. So if you hard shove, he now has to choose between TPing up towards top and actually answering that wave, or TPing down towards bot. So either way, he will lose out on something. A plate has already been claimed there by Licorice on top side. This is going to be a TP out towards mid, but Golden Guardian's not going to be contested here. River should be able to secure this. Now they're going to TP in.
He's got the Magnet Storm. They followed up the Glacial Prison. They wanted to go after Treats, but he disengages. Kenvy's stuck here in the front, and he's already down. The Ornn Horn sounds off, and it hits 2. But where's the follow-up? Treats now dies. They try to find an Inferno multi. Finally, a little bit of damage back under the Golden Guardians line with Solo here in the middle, and Gory and Huhi looking to disengage. Stixay and Licorice are down. Kenvy and Treats are down. A 3v3 remains, and Balulu's looking to lead the way with Gory now going to get popped. And Immortals will win the fight 3-2.
Tactical as he has time and time again this split for this team. Really getting work done in that team fight. The Infernum ulti was massive across the board. I really want to see team fight damage from that one. I do think Bolulu and Tactical are going to have really high numbers, because it did look like Bolulu tagged a lot of people with the Tibbers, but the Infernum was just splashing across all of Golden Guardians there. We can watch it one more time. The initial part of the fight looking really good. There is the lockdown coming through here from who you can see the Rel stun into that Sejuani ulti. The Varus ult not unfortunately connecting, I think, or potentially it was buffered. It was okay. It hit Kenby there. But either way, they are able to get that burst down on Kenby. But look at that, the Infernum across multiple members. Then the Tippers gets dropped onto. They're just locking him down, bursting him down. Solo moving forward though, but is able to flash back out to survive. River trying to finish someone off, and then Gory. This was a pretty bold play, honestly, from Gory, knowing the Tactical is still going to be around. I don't think he kills him, even if Bolulu doesn't flash it, to be honest with you. Bolulu still had a little bit of that shield up, would have been close, but either way, is going to spend that flash, will survive. And teamfight damage, yeah, no surprise.
Hot dog.
It is Aphelios topping the table there by a lot. Tactical, it's been Aphelios for him kind of time and time again.
Yeah.
And when you think back to most of the big moments for Immortals this split, it is him taking over.
Well, Kenvi now has to be concerned because Golden Guardians looking to stop him from taking his own red. Huhi and River are leading the way. Balulu nearly killed back in mid lane. Kenvi has to use the ulti to try to continue the disengage, but Stixay puts an arrow in his back. Golden Guardians gonna find the kill there, but now they gotta be careful. Stixay's down below 100 HP. Gory's made his rotation over. A double kill back to Stixay. Tactical, nicely done there. Trying to use the Calibrum to tag another target. Utilize these Chakrams, find a little bit more of that DPS. There it is, the long-range shot.
Uh-oh.
Not quite going to get the Moonlight Vigil. Huhi's still hanging around.
Damn, Tactical put that really well. Didn't even have to spend his flash. He was getting max damage there in a losing fight. Getting one back, almost getting two back. Really well done by him. You know, did have that first completed item. Static Shiv done on the other side for his opponent. And Licorice trying to run down solo. We'll see if he can do it. I think he's maybe a little bit short. Yep.
Yeah, not quite enough damage. The cooldowns were all spent at that point. You can't chase him underneath the turret. Honestly, if you're on Immortals side, if you're an Immortals fan, it's a tactical game. It's all going to be up to him.
Absolutely, it really is at this point. Kenvi having a bit of a roughie here, you know, getting burst out here once again on this play. You can see the Everfrost stacked up. They lock him down. In comes Stixay. And Stixay flashing in, auto Q, instantly bursted out. But Tactical has just been hitting Q after Q with the sniper form, which is stacking up those Chakrams, and that's why I was calling it out. You know, when you get those stacked up, you can really start to get going crazy in these fights. He's just been procking after proc after proc, knocks down Gory, almost able to even get River here as well as he puts the turret over the wall, gets all of that damage down on him. If River didn't get out of there, potentially that ulti might have been enough. Would have been close either way. Well played by the 280 carries. It is going to be a bit of a battle between these two guys. As expected, Shiv going to be going into that AP variant here next for Stixay. Licorice can just walk this one out, but it is going to be him pushed out of lane at the very least.
Exactly. Balulu just looking to take the control over top side, force Licorice away so you can try to put some pressure up here on this turret. Gory putting pressure on the bottom tier 1 instead. Golden Guardians with that are going to claim the first turret of the game, build that gold lead up to 4,500, and you're getting rid of one of those bastions of safety on the bottom half of the map with the Drake being less than a minute away. It means if that fight happens and it goes bad for Immortals, one less place you might be able to retreat to.
And there are already 2 dragons to 0, right? So they can be continually working towards that soul here. Definitely don't want the Tibbers to die. It is worth actually a lot of gold, so you want to make sure you're staying far enough away that it'll snap back to you if you're going to walk it back in for a little bit of poke. Now the engage.
Nice engage. They want to go after Stixay, but does Tactical have the damage to burst him out? There's Kenvi swooping in. He's going to grab the shutdown. Immortals, they utilize both summoner spells from Treats and his ultimate and the Kenvi ulti, but they get their target. Stixay's dead for 20 seconds, and the Drake is live in 15.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a tough one to fight for Golden Guardians now. They are still kind of hovering around the area, but for now, it is a push on top side there from Licorice. You can see he is walking down that top lane, and Balulu coming over to answer. We have a Herald drop mid, so going to be looking to try to push out these lanes on the side of Immortals, then move in towards the Dragon, but they have to start it quickly because Stixay is respawning. They don't want him time to get back. Will the Herald get the charge? Yes. So they at the very least get that, and now they just need to try to burst down this Dragon and then get out, because if Stixay arrives, they are going to have, you know, some trouble potentially in these fights.
And remember, there's no ulti on Rakan, Aphelios, or Wukong. So even though they got the kill on Stixay, they don't want to fight until those are back up and ready to utilize again. Tactical and Treats, nice sidestep there, getting away from accelerated shock blast. As Immortals continues to exfiltrate, but Treats has been caught. Licorice taking the kill. Not what Immortals wanted there. You got to be careful, man. You know Golden Guardians is prowling around looking for something.
I mean, he literally just sidestepped the shock blast. He knew for a certainty that that's where the guy was. You knew that they're on that side of the map, but if the Jace is there, very likely there's going to be others. Yes, you are on the Rakan, so I think he's thinking, oh, I can be human ward, I'll walk up. But Lulu may look over the wall there. He's 3 stacks on the passive and the flash, so if Stixay goes forward, he could die. But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of overconfidence, right? You know, I think in his mind, he's going to walk up, he's going to see someone, and then he's going to W over the wall to safety. But who he's engaged was really nicely done. He led with the Q, so he stunned him into the crash down. There wasn't really a window for him to get out, and then during all that, River stacks up the passive.
Oh no, Tactical instantly drops and Treats right next to him. That was clean from Golden Guardians, just catching Immortals there when they were not expecting it.
Yeah, that was a beautiful engage there. Hui has been on point, honestly. Golden Guardians looking good on these engages, and you can see the amount of bursts that can come out when these guys are connecting with all their spells. When the Varus hits full combo, you just go boom. Like, you are just absolutely erased in some of these fights. And that was the flash off of Tactical as well, which is going to make it really hard potentially in these next fights, right? Because right now he has no cleanse. That'll probably be back up before he fights again. But even with that, if you're getting flashed on by River, by Licorice, by multiple people, not having that flash, you're not going to have any way to reposition because he doesn't have the Gale Force done, and there's no sort of defensive support to keep him safe. It's going to be hard for him to fight, honestly, for the next 5 minutes.
It's going to be hard for Immortals to fight for the rest of this game. It feels like 6,500 gold, man. Like, that is not a negligible lead 19 minutes into the game. These guys are slamming their face into a brick wall right about now. You would hope the Tactical could be the wrecking ball, but everybody on Golden Guardians just so far ahead now.
Well, and this is kind of the problem, right? We've seen this a few times. You know, Blue Lulu does like the Leandry's build. There's nothing wrong with it by any means. But when you go Leandry's, when you go these kind of defensive boots, you are having less of a threat of like 100-0 on a squishy. Yeah. And Annie doesn't really function well fighting front to back either. So, you know, in a couple of these games, we've seen Bolulu in this similar position where people are just going to ignore him and run a Tactical. And if Tactical is not free firing, they just don't have enough damage left in the team, right? Your jungler is not in a great spot. Like, he's behind, your mid lane is behind, and is going for more of this kind of lower burst build. So it's really all on Tactical, which makes the job pretty easy, I think, for Golden Guardians to just throw everything at him.
Gory getting caught out now. Bolulu, he might not have a max damage build, but he's got more than enough to kill a Jace that's caught out of position like that. Gory definitely shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, Gory pushing up a little bit too far. Great TP there. Will catch him by Solo. Doesn't look like it's going to be anything more than that, though, because they need to respond to Licorice on this bottom side. He is pushing up on that tier 2. The farm will be collected by Tactical, so we'll be able to keep that tier 2 alive. But a lot of chip damage put on it. And Licorice potentially could try to take this red away. I think he's going to feel that maybe a bit too greedy, but we'll see if they can get double red. It's always nice to be able to deny that.
Yeah. Well,
with the Blast Cone there, he feels safe. Even if someone comes, he should be able to just dash the Blast Cone and get out. So I think he's chilling.
There we go. Red secured. Bolulu's going to show up just in time to see the orb sitting there. That
they're looking for Tactical.
For his team.
He's going to flank Tactical potentially here.
Yeah, who he just went over the wall.
Spotted, though.
Licorice spotted out, so this shouldn't turn into a whole lot more. I would expect Immortals to disengage from this.
Yeah, you don't want to be walking up with Renekton behind you. That is terrifying. And as soon as that Vision Plant was hit by Bolulu and spotted out the Renekton, Immortals are going to back it up. You're not going to be risking getting flanked here by Licorice. That could be game ending. If you die right now in mid, they would take Baron, and that is the end of your hopes in this game. So it's going to be up to Tactical. Second item is completed. He has the Gale Force now, and the Flash is coming off of cooldown here in about a minute and a half or so. But Golden Guardians are just trying to push the pace. They want them to come, and they want to try to punish this missing Flash. There is a good ward here, potentially 4 TP available as well. You can see this pink ward on the minimap, as well as a ward over there. So a lot of wards to TP to. Yeah. This one's early, but they can just go on Licorice. That was...
Licorice is ready to try to enter the fight. Can be popping the ulti here nice and early. The Baron's down to 3K, but now they're ready to fight. Treats is killed as soon as he tries to go in. Who he drops the Magnet Storm on 2. Can has to pop that stasis to stay alive as Licorice looks for Tactical, but he won't find enough damage just yet. Solo with a re-engage right back on the river, and Tactical has the damage. Golden Guardians are in trouble, and the Oran Horn sounds off. Flash from Licorice and Stixay both to try to keep themselves away as Solo continues pushing forward. Bolulu right beside him. They want Stixay. You take out the Varus, there's not a whole lot of damage left. Licorice still prowling around looking here. Tactical goes forward, using that Gale Force. Keep in mind, he's got the lockdown there.
Oh!
But Stixay beautifully fired back, takes Solo out. Gory and Huhi coming around from behind. Golden Guardians punish Immortals and wipe them off the map.
What a scrappy fight. It looked like that was going to be Immortals' fight to win there. Tactical had played it out really well. And Stixay, it looked like it had taken, what, 70% of his health from the Baron before it even kicked off. So he couldn't really stay involved. But the turnaround there, Stixay getting a kill onto Solo before he goes down. And then Gory and Huhi arrive and take out everyone. They're onto the Baron here. This is going to be a slow kill, but there's no one from Immortals to try to contest. So it should go down here. I mean, Treats can try to poke and
prod. What are you talking about, man? Rakan's right there. He's going to hit him with the Gleaming Quill. Whoop!
Throw it over the walls.
It's going to do like 80 whole damage.
Yeah. I mean, may as well. You know the game is pretty doomed, so may as well at that point.
9,000 gold and Baron. 22 minutes in.
That is real rough. It's going to be secured. And they are feeling really good about their chances now. But again, that was such a scrappy fight. And Tactical played it out very, very well. They created space for him. Golden Guardians looked like they were going to be losing that fight, but are able to come out on top in the end. And Gory getting in on top of that AD, that missing flash did end up really punishing them. Now trying to take this dragon here. There is flashback for Tactical, so they're just going to try to make something happen.
Chains of Corruption
Gory's
hits
behind him.
Solo.
Gory's
He's
behind
immediately
him.
dead. The tank is already gone, and Gory's coming around from the flank. Magnet Storm locks down everybody as Licorice flies over the wall with the Dominus, and Immortals are crushed. Triple kill to Stixay's Varus. GG.
Yeah, that should probably do it. That AP Varus just bursting through him, absolutely shredding through. That max health damage here, with the Blighted Quiver active is so much damage. When you have that passive stacked up with AP that is amped up, the percentage max health damage, and that allows you to really shred through tanks. You wouldn't think of like this AP on hit Varus as being a tank killer. It is. It absolutely will destroy you. And there's not really much MR at all to speak of on the Ornn, so they make him pay. Really good positioning in that fight from Golden Guardians. Gory made it so Tactical can never actually commit to the fight. And you look at the Ornn up here, just watch how fast he actually does go down. There's the stun. Again, all the setup there for this Varus. He just gets shredded, like he insta-died. That was kind of crazy. And then behind, Gory is coming in, Licorice is coming in. Tactical could never join the fight, right? Like, how does Tactical play out this fight with two soul laners behind him and your front lane instantly dead? You just can't actually do anything about it. So great positioning from Golden Guardians and really showcasing the power of this AP Varus build. And from this spot, I think Crown of the Shattered Queen makes a lot of sense. What is one of the only ways you could lose? Well, maybe your Varus gets one shot. Crown kind of says no to that as well, and there's not great ways to poke it off for this composition. He has no flash, but he has the safety of that Mythic completed now. So Golden Guardians 13K ahead, 25 minutes in. They are on the march.
Sometimes your win condition is just shoring up the only possible loss condition.
Yep.
And now Immortals are stuck in such an unplayable position here in the game as Golden Guardians knock down that first tier 3 turret in the top side. They're going to look for tier 3 in mid next. Licorice has control over that wave. Solo's ready to summon up the Ornhorn here. They're going after Stixay. They do a lot of damage, and they manage to take him out, but they're already going to lose their jungler in return. Shut down over to Tactical. He's got to do a lot more work. Licorice pops the Dominus, continues running forward. Now they're going to turn their focus over onto Balulu as Tactical falls back towards the fountain. He'll be the last man standing. A quadra kill over to Gory. Tactical gets out. Penta kill for Gory of the Golden Guardians. The ace will be the end of the game.
What a way to close it out. Gory comes up huge. They do take down Stixay, but it is the Jace in the mid lane that makes him pay. 5 kills, all in his pockets. Another win will go their way.
Golden Guardians with a 15,000 gold lead at 26 minutes, 23-10. They'll take the dub and take down Immortals.
And they crushed Immortals here today. Another fast one. It has been a split of fast games. The analysts were talking about it, how this has been the trend around the world. When you get ahead really big. And Golden Guardians showed us exactly how to snowball a game, taking those early objectives, setting up really well for the fights, showcasing the power of this AP Varus. And honestly, the engages from Huhi were great. River put on early pressure on the set 20 and also set up for his team really well in the 5v5s. This is just a really well-played game from Golden Guardians.
Yeah, it's easy to look at the big damage dealers. Gory getting the pentakill at the end. Stixay having some massive just health shredding damage. But I really want to applaud River specifically. I think there was a massive jungle gap this game. Kenvi felt invisible. I feel like the Wukong was not able to impact the game practically ever. Meanwhile, River, he's outpacing him in the farm early while also impacting the top lane multiple times, getting his Renekton rolling. He's looking to always find those engages in all the team fights. Really good stuff from the Golden Guardian squad as a whole that just lets them run into the enemy base like this.
And I mean, this is Crown diff, right? Like, he should already be dead. But the Crown is just now expiring. Yes, Stixay is going to die, but they've already killed off Kenvi. He got his full combo off, and it took that long to knock him down. And again, I really do think Tactical is having a great split. He's been playing out these fights about as well as you possibly could, but it's just not going to be enough. The team is so far down. They're flashing in on him, and that final shock blast is just enough to finish him off there for the Penta. A great game from Gory, a great game from Golden Guardians. And I think for Immortals, kind of the one glimmer of hope in that game was that fight around Baron, where 6A was really low, and it looked like Tactical was maybe going to be able to take over. But Hui had stuck around for so long at like 5%, 10% HP, actually regen some up, and he rejoins with Gory. They come from behind, they wipe out Immortals, they take the Baron, and that was really the end of the game to me.
It was an awesome show from the Golden Guardians to get their 3rd win of the split. Viva la LCS! LCS in Espanol is the official Spanish language stream of the LCS. This new viewing experience is live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels right now. Scan the QR code or go to lolesports.com to learn more. And now, we're going to join Raz and Hui on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
What's up, everyone? We got Hui right next to me on a victorious win here today. How are you doing?
Good.
First question, actually. I haven't gotten a chance to talk to you since MSI. A lot has happened. What is a lesson you guys had going over to MSI back in London, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the MSI experience was really helpful for us. I think all of us kind of leveled up a bit. But it's just a shame that in the beginning, it wasn't really showing. I was really confident, but that wasn't like getting showed on stage. But I think we're just having a slow start.
Yeah, actually, to kind of piggyback off of that, Golden Guardians, but also you're a creative player. Golden Guardians seems to be more of a creative team that tries a lot of like picks. Like, you said it was a slow start. Do you feel like it's because of like a misread on the meta? Like, how do you feel contributes to that?
I think it has a lot, actually. I think we're a kind of a weak team when it comes to adapting to the new meta. Because compared to MSI patch, this patch is like we're playing like completely different champions at every role and different matchups. So that's the main reason why I think we're struggling a bit.
Okay, I mean, so far this week, you guys have been smashing it. I mean, Static Shiv has been a big thing. We've been seeing a lot of shakeups with new champions coming through. You've been playing Rel 2 games in a row, and I know working with you, you tend to come into the room with like creative picks thrown out there. How's it been with you this week, kind of showing up for this week? You picked out Rel. Anything you want to talk about?
I mean, I think the change just makes her even stronger. So before I will have like only specific occasion that I will pick her, but nowadays I feel like I can just pretty much pick her anytime I want and kind of win lane and have a big impact in the later of the game too. So yeah, I mean, I think the new patches enables a lot of new supports.
Okay, and my last question to you, you're going to be going up against TSM tomorrow. I know you have friends there on that squad. Chime, Hanser, any message to them? They've been doing pretty well. You guys are going to have to go up against them.
Yeah, I mean, pretty surprised that they're doing well. But yeah. But yeah, Hanser, I'll be up there soon. Yeah.
All right, top gank, 3 minutes, I guess, right?
Yeah.
When the minions come out?
You've seen me like moving around early in the game. I'll be top.
Sounds good to me. And you know what? I can't wait for it. Speaking of new changes in the patch, there's a big product coming out there named Static Shiv. I hear Captain Flowers has something for me after this one.
Are you sad about the state of your lane? The League of Legends got you feeling more like League of Losers? Well, do I have the solution for you? Hi, Clayton Rains here with the latest and greatest in Riot Games technology, the Static Shiv. Redesigned and reloaded for summer 2023, this classic item is back and better than ever. Need to clear the wave? No problem. Static Shiv bounces from minion to minion, making wave management a breeze. What about lane trading? Say goodbye to minions blocking your poke. When you've got the Static Shiv, just attack anything nearby and watch your helpless lane opponent ride the lightning. Team fighting? Once you've got your Static Shiv online, you'll be bursting down opponents and enjoying the complimentary question mark pings from your team in no time flat. Static Shiv does it all! And don't think we forgot about you, ARAM. Static Shiv makes the Howling Abyss into Howling Bliss. One game with this bad boy and you'll be saying, holy Shiv! League of Legends has never seen an item like this before. But don't take my word for it. Let's hear from some real-life Static Shiv customers.
Wow, I built Static Shiv and I've never gotten easier LP. Thanks, Static Shiv.
My wife wouldn't talk to me before I bought Static Shiv. But now we duo every night. Thanks, Static Shiv.
The Shiv is truly changing the game, but to make this deal even sweeter, we're offering a special bonus gift exclusive to LCS viewers that you can't find anywhere else. Call in the next 20 minutes to receive Night Harvester, a 3,200 gold value, absolutely free. Night Harvester pairs beautifully with the Shiv, activating its unique effect on every champion Shiv bounces to. Now that's value. So what are you waiting for? Pick up your phone and order your Static Shiv today. Call 555-RITO-PLIZ to order your Static Shiv from Riot Games. That's 555-RITO-PLS. Or send payment by check or money order for 3,000 gold to 420 Doran Way, Summoners Rift, Ohio, 42069. For fastest delivery, use your MasterCard and call 555-RITO-PLIZ. That's 555-RITO-PLIZ. Call now.
I remember one Champions Queue game, he just went for like a flash hook from Fog. I would say like 90% of pro players there would be like, there's no way like flash hooking somebody with flash up is gonna be a good play. It worked. They didn't react and we win the game. New players, like younger players, have a new play, like a new way of thinking about the game. I just thought we would complement each other really well.
Busio is now coming out on the LCS stage.
I was definitely nervous for my first game against Cloud9. It's just a very overwhelming, very hectic, a lot of new things going on.
Azir.
Busio was a mid laner before switching to support. And he's going with the Azir.
The one like red flag I thought was like, oh man, this guy likes to play like random shit. So he just likes to play completely, you know, like first game at LCS, he was playing Azir support. It wasn't random. It was actually a practice counter, but it was like off meta.
I locked in Azir support. Our assistant coach at the time, Nuke Duck, really wanted me to practice it because he knew I was a mid laner, so he would think I wouldn't have to practice it that hard to get it at a sufficient level. The reason it didn't execute how I would have wanted it to and how it's supposed to work is because I didn't really know how to like press the HP advantages or hold tempo in the lane, so it was a massive fail.
Come on, actually styling on them. Another one. C9 gets the first win of LCS 2023.
There was like a couple weeks where I think we lost 7 in a row over the course of those weeks, and by the end of that I'm like, what are we doing wrong? This is an absolute disaster. I'm putting in the effort, but we're losing every single game.
There's just a Nexus scanning for 100 Thieves. Looking to snap this back. Their 5-game loss streak here with a victory.
Debut split went okay, just okay. We were both like very uncomfortable and we just had a horrendous ending. I think we like went into playoffs and didn't win a BO5 maybe? Something like that. We were just so disgusting.
They let everything come their way as Golden Guardians upset 100 Thieves and advance to the playoffs.
Alan has like a pretty great mentality when it comes to pressure or expectations. It doesn't seem to faze him much at all. Like I've never seen him like really crumble or feel like he was mentally defeated or overwhelmed.
I know in my first split, if I set the expectation too high, I'm just gonna feel more pressured, and like honestly, I'm a person that does get pressured when I'm asking too much of myself or if the expectation is too high. So I'm just kind of like doing all I can on a day-to-day. Even if you're a good player, you still make mistakes, you still have bad games, you still don't do everything perfectly. But what's important is that you messed up, but improve on it next time. And if you don't, keep trying, keep trying. There's nothing more you can really do.
The mindset matters so much more, like the will to keep going, the how you get better, how you can like change your bad habits, how you can keep your good habits. He's just trying to learn, and he's trying to have a reason, have an answer, have like a strategy to everything, that it just keeps doing what he's been doing. Beginning of spring split to the end, he improved so much. This split, I would like to get to the point where we will like unquestionably win lane every single game.
Well, when I came into spring split, I was not a complete player at all. Like I had some things on my character scale, I guess, that were like 10s, but then I had others that were like 0, completely underdeveloped. For me, going into summer, it's just like slowly filling these gaps, and then the things I'm very strong at will start to show.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's time for game number 3 of the day. Captain Flowers and Azael still here, and we've got Huhi for the first time on the caster desk here for LCS, joining us for 100 Thieves versus C9. Congratulations on that last game, man. You guys whooped some ass.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, we played better than first week, so I'm really happy.
We just got to watch that piece on Busio. How's it been for you, like playing against him? Obviously, what do you think about Busio as a player? Do you see development since he's coming?
Yeah,
to the league?
I mean, he's also a support player who came from mid lane.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of similarities.
Yeah.
I was just saying, where's the ASOL support, Huhi?
Yeah, so I think he's been developing a lot of those skills, but I think for him, the main thing is like he has to kind of be more confident on himself. Yeah.
Do you think that's one of the most difficult things, transitioning, from mid to support? Because there's so much reliance, especially when you are playing a champion like Rel, that it's like you have to be the guy that makes the choice of when to fight. And if you're wrong, you probably lose your team the game.
I mean, for sure, but also I think it's just not only about the role swap. It's just like for a new player, that's the hardest part, where the player feels less confident when they're gonna go make a play.
Yeah,
but it's like a stage game. So especially playing under like a big name like Double-Lift, that's like on the extra pressure, because he wants to look good in front of him and have a good reputation like that. So I think that's the part that he has to overcome.
So with us getting into the draft here, we got Kindred, Vi, LeBlanc, Renekton, all banned away. How do you feel about the current state of the drafting metagame? Like, what do you think are the absolute must bans? We've obviously got some stuff in there like the Nico. We've seen a lot of bans towards LeBlanc. We're seeing a lot of bans still towards Vi.
Yeah, I think this meta is pretty interesting because there's actually so many OP picks. So you just have to find a trade that you're okay with.
Okay.
So there's some teams that gives up like Kindred or Nico, like LeBlanc even. you know, Cassante, stuff like that.
Well, Nico just got through. This would be
second time.
Yeah, second time. The first time throughout the whole split that we've got to see her was yesterday. Cloud9 piloted that. They had a pretty stompy victory, and this time around, they're willing to let it through against 100 Thieves.
It's actually so funny too, because the players afterwards were kind of just like memeing on their opponents for letting it through, and like, why would they let us have this? It's so overpowered. Of course we won. So now they let it through. So I want to see, you know, a real game plan to go up against this. You know, it felt like when we saw it yesterday, it was against an Azir, and the plan was kind of attack mid with the Azir, but that failed early, and things really fell apart. I'm going to be interested to see, do you think this is like a mid Jace potentially that's going up against a Nico?
I think it's likely, 100% almost, that it's going to be mid Jace. Yeah, especially with Maokai, it's just a really strong 2v2 pairing.
Cassante as well now, so they do have the potential to double flex, you know, based on the matchup, I guess, for top lane. But you know, it does feel like you need to have something that can kind of pressure the Nico and really be able to kind of put her behind early. Because if this champion gets out of lane in a good spot, like I know the ultimate interaction is being changed later, but when you're transformed, the fact that you can't see the ultimate interaction feels like it makes it so hard to play around.
Yeah, I mean her thing is also like she's really strong in lane. That's why it's like so hard to deal with her, because not only she's like dominating in lane, but also in team fight. If she's ahead, she will just one-shot the whole team basically.
Well, we've got the Melio banned out, the Nocturne banned out. Roles are not synced up in this first half of the draft. It's mid and bottom lane duo for 100 Thieves. Meanwhile, both solo lanes and jungle for C9. I'm half expecting just another jungle ban here. Continue to try to target Closer, who has not looked super great so far in these first few games. Malphite banned away instead. The Viego was the other jungle ban in the first half of things, so still has the Lee Sin and the Wukong available that we've often seen him play before.
The Malphite feels like it's almost tipping their hand that it's potentially just a top Jace, right? Or that they're going to go full AD, like one or the other. But like Jace is, you know, in matchup that you don't want to play into the Malphite, so it could potentially be the Cassante mid and having that Jace up top, or it's just a compositional thing.
Yeah, Aphelios, last ban of the draft here for 100 Thieves. C9, what's it gonna be, my friends? We got to see support. We got to see AD carry. I'm expecting the AD carry first.
What would you want to be playing here in this situation? It's Syra Khan, Nico for mid. You know, if you're C9, what are you looking at?
Maybe he'll pick something like Varus, Jinx, with like a range support. Even Zeri can be good.
Are you a fan of the Zeri AP builds?
I think the AD build is still better. He might still go like the Shiv build, but yeah, I've seen a lot of AP Zeri build too, but like giving Maokai solo AP is actually quite strong too.
All right, Zeri locked in for C9. We've got the nerfs that at least went through, getting rid of that Trinity Force, Bruiser build, 3,500 HP monster, but the champion has been a thorn in the side of many players for a long time. Sion picked up for 100 Thieves, going for that big meatball in the top lane, wanting some front line here. They've already got plenty of damage with Nico and Xayah, and now how do they want to round things out for Closer in the jungle?
Yeah, he doesn't have actually like that many picks left. Wukong, yeah, was the only one that was left.
Yeah, Wukong I think works really, really well, you know, with the Rakan, with the Nico, you know, a lot of dive, a lot of potential engage here. Like, what kind of support do you think that Cloud9 should be looking for? You know, now that we see the full composition, it's a lot of dive the 100 Thieves have been drafting.
I mean, I thought Sven will always go for like a range support, like a Lulu, Renata, Soraka, like basically every support he's hovering.
I like Renata so much against dive comps, you know, as far as those range supports go. Yuumi was pretty heavily nerfed on 13-12, so it's actually interesting to see this come out. I know, like, at least for solo queue, it's almost gone away like entirely on this patch.
Yeah.
It has been taking some pretty heavy hits.
Yeah, I mean, lots of respect to Sven, because I will hate to play with Yuumi again, especially after like she's like convincingly like nerfed. So, I mean, he's playing for wins, and I respect that.
Right, yeah. Isaac, what are the, I see you've got the patch notes up there. The damage to Yuumi was pretty heavy-handed, right?
Yeah, pretty significant. I mean, the best friend bonus got nerfed. The attack speed on the E got nerfed. The shield base value got nerfed. The healing on the R also got nerfed. Like, they nerfed a lot. And I know this champion went down like 6% win rate or something in solo queue. So most of the people I had talked to thought this was like really dead. And you had a big smile on your face when it comes in. So to me, it's like, are you thinking the same thing I'm thinking, that this was just going to be gone?
I mean, I was hoping so. Like, I've never seen a Yuumi.
You're like, coach needs to tune out really quick before he gets any ideas.
I'm just scared that C9 will win this game, and then they'll look dominant, and then
so who? The Yuumi was looking pretty good.
Yeah. Basically.
Oh no. So who?
So you're a 100 Thieves fan.
Who do you think won the draft here then?
I think the first half, Cloud9 clearly won, in my opinion. They picked like the strong top side and they have a clear game plan.
Okay.
And
even with the Nico going over.
Yeah, just because I think 100 Thieves picked the Zyra, which is like an okay duo, but I just think if they drafted something different on 4-5 on Cloud9, like not Yuumi, they will have like had like winning lane everywhere.
Okay.
It's going to be really interesting to see how Quid performs, because yesterday he had a really rough game, but to be fair, he was also pressured very hard by EG. And we've seen a lot of people first game into the LCS, have that rough game. Obviously, there's going to be stage nerves, and then when you're focused as well, things are going to be tough. But it was interesting because we were kind of joking around in that cast that it was, Doublelift playing Ashe, 4 Quids a year. And when the game goes bad and Doublelift is on a team, it's almost always going to be back to Doublelift on a big carry. He's kind of that team fight win condition. And being on the Xayah, he at least does have a lot more agency. So I think there is a little bit less pressure potentially on Quid as a result.
Yeah, for sure. And also it helps that he's playing like a lane dominant champion like Nico, and he can make a lots of plays. So with a good wave clear and everything. So yeah, I'm pretty excited how he will play as well.
Do you think though that, you talked about this powerful duo with the Maokai, with the Jace, are we expecting a lot of focus here around mid lane, trying to attack the Nico, or is it more of like a stabilizing pick, you think?
It might be I think it's just kind of hard to punish Nico, because if they're trying to 2v2, like 100 Thieves can also fight back. So it will depend on how they're playing the laning phase, but usually Nico will chunk the Jace because Nico's Q is just really hard to dodge and does so much damage. So we'll see.
Well, I'm just going to be on the lookout for how Quid enters these fights later on with the power of that disguise. If he can get multi-man pop blossoms. That's what we saw yesterday from M&S. It felt like every time the Nico went into the fight and went for that big AoE hit with the ulti, he got 3-4-man ults every single time.
Well, that's one of the strongest things about the interactions with it is you press R, then you can flash, then you can rocket belt, so you can create so much distance after having done it. So it's very hard to react to. And as soon as you're in that knock-up, like you're stunned up, and the follow-up's going to be there.
Yeah, it's also, there's a fight. It's just a W, but...
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah. But the Nico's part is like in team fight, when she becomes a different champion, it's just so hard to keep track on Nico. So even like a best player, like best AD carry in the world, I think will have a hard time reacting to it. So I think that's why she's so strong.
One of the things that Sven was talking about as well is the fact that when she transforms, even if you see her on the minimap, it's just a little dot. Yes. It's like a little box instead of the champion face. So it's really difficult to even notice that.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, not a whole lot of early action here as Closer's clearing out that red buff. This is honestly the guy that I've got my eyes on the most on 100 Thieves for wanting him to be able to step up and get more done than he has in the past few games. I think that when 100 Thieves has looked their best in the past, Closer's been the vehicle for a lot of their playmaking, for a lot of their big moments that they win the game off of, and he's been having a rough first few games here in summer.
Definitely when Closer was my teammates, we were really confident whenever he was an engaged champion. But like you're mentioning, when he does fall behind, he was struggling a bit. But yeah, I'm pretty sure with Quid being back on the team, as long as they can keep growing their synergy, they will have like a consistent early game, then he can come back to his form.
Yeah, and you can see Quid obviously has the early push here. M&S, even going pretty defensive with the buy. Did start with D-Shield. He talked about all the poke he can get done with that Q is going to make things difficult. It's interesting to see Blabber, though, because he is first strike, which, makes me think it's going to be AP. But almost always with the AP Maokai, you do see Red Smite, for the actual little bit of extra damage there. So, wonder if it's going to be, somewhat of a different build. But Berserker, cleanse already forced.
Nicely done there from the 100 Thieves duo in the 2v2. Sven just trying to trade back and forth with him a little bit, use that health bar as a resource. But that's what I want to see out of Doublelift and Busio. You're on the Xayah Rakan. If you're going to draft it nice and early like that, go for that bottom lane duo. Flex the muscles in lane a little bit. Take advantage of the nerfs that hit both Zeri and Yuumi.
Yeah, it's also for Doublelift, he started call. So for his perspective, he should be really happy, because if I'm Zeri and Yuumi, I'll be like, oh, enemy started call and also winning lane, It's really bad. So like, I don't know if Zeri is going to buy call after she bases, but yeah, I think ball lane is going great for 100 Thieves.
And this is about what we were expecting with the nerf Yuumi and everything, right? This is what you were talking about, how if you pick something other than Yuumi, you can have more lane presence. And right now, their lane presence is standing underneath the turret.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I thought if they went for not Yuumi and something like Soraka or Heimerdinger, they will have ball lane control, mid lane push, and maybe top lane push too. And usually Blabber shines when it's like those kind of lane states. So, yeah.
How do you feel about Renata into these kind of picks? Because I always feel like it's so strong into teams that have to hard engage. Like, dealing with the ultimate is so difficult when you're playing like Rakan and Nico and Wukong and all these champions that want to dive, but you have to deal with that.
Oh, Renata is like one of the good counters as well. I think Sven plays Renata too. So yeah, those are the champions that I was looking for. But I'm just sad that he went for the cap.
Aren't we all? Tank battle topside's going all right. Honestly, remember that C9 is one of those teams that we talk about Cassante being a flex a lot. Most times you end up seeing him go top, but he has the ability to go mid. C9 is a team that, at least in spring, played him more mid than top. I believe they were our only team who did it like that.
You guys did as well, didn't you?
Yes, but we decided that mid Cassante doesn't look as strong anymore. So
Okay.
I think that's why when I saw their draft, Jace was going to go mid and Cassante was going to go top. So I was looking for like more so like a counter pick from Someday too, but he just picked the Zion, thinking that Jace can also go top.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just kind of feels like the meta these days for top lane is that like most of the top laners feel like, hey, top lane is just going to be about trading waves, pushing back and forth, and playing for the 5v5, right? Like there's not usually a lot of focus up there. Last game was a little bit different because you guys brought out the Renekton, River was focusing top, like, but that's pretty atypical.
Yeah, for sure. Licorice was a bit sad that he was behind, so we made sure he was happy.
Morale boost, huh?
You have to give him a fun game every once in a while, and then back to Sion, dude.
We already made him blind Renekton, so.
Whoa. Closer seeing that Blabber's coming down, needs to disengage there as Busio hops back to double lift. Both teams sending junglers down here into the bottom lane, which goes along with exactly what we're expecting with two tanks in top side. You just sort of let them do their thing. We had Fudge on here yesterday, and he told us that forever until the day that he dies, he'll preach the top lane doesn't matter. Just forget this lane, focus the other side of the map.
And it was this exact matchup he was talking about, right? Where it was like, you didn't feel that anyone could really create any sort of advantage. So it will be interesting. Blabber has actually gotten 3 points Q, so he is going towards demonic embrace, but only 1 point in the saplings. And he's playing first strike, so a little bit of an interesting build. I feel like generally you normally see at least a couple points in E when people are going towards AP Maokai.
Fudge. Ooh, going all out. Brings Someday away from his turret. Sion wanted to stay there. Fudge trying to chase after that flashing Someday. He does end up getting that summoner spell out of the enemy top laner, so maybe there's an opportunity to get something up here now, but I like the fact that Fudge went for that, recognizing the angle with the ulti.
It was really nicely done. He also got the ult off Someday, because Someday was really worried about the flash follow, right? If he has the flash follow in, it hits that last Q. He definitely could have gone down there, so use that ulti just really quickly to try to get that little bit of space after his flash, so nice bit of pressure.
Yeah, and mid lane is already kind of, Quid is already up in CS, like expected. He's bullying pretty well. And I'm just hoping that on his first ulti, if he gets a kill, he will get out of control is how I see it.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because normally a lot of people talk about Jace, like obviously it has good scaling now, but as an early power pick, right? Like something that on one item can be quite strong. But you look at the items in inventory here for MNS, he has like 0 combat power, right? It's D-Shield, Null Magic Mantle, and a tier that he's stacking up. So Jace is not really going to have, I think, a lot of strength in these skirmishes if anything breaks out.
Yeah, but I think C9 is a special case, at least in LCS, where even though if they're winning early, they will just be dominating, and even though they're losing early, they just somehow win a team fight in mid-game, or like early mid-game, and they'll just be winning. And it just doesn't feel.
If they're winning early, they win, and if they're losing early, they also win.
Yeah.
What do you think it is? Is it just like, is there an individual player that really stands out to you as the difference maker for that?
I think they, like, literally all of their players are just salt, and I think that's why. They will just make a less mistake, because League of Legends is about who makes more mistakes, and they just forces enemies mistakes and then just capitalize on that, and then themselves don't make too much mistakes.
Well, 100 Thieves swapped their bottom lane to the top side so that they could guarantee control over the Rift Herald. Now Fudge stands here in the 1 versus 3 potential. Level 6 online for both Doublelift and Busio. Closer as well. Blabber coming up here to make sure that Fudge just doesn't get dove for free. Now that they see the Maokai, I think 100 Thieves would have to back away from this one. But Doublelift is going to continue shoving that wave up. Yes, there's not a dive potential, but still plenty of opportunity for Doublelift to keep the pressure on the turret itself. Look for more of those plates. With Fudge stuck underneath the turret, Blabber's going to try to secure his own red, but Closer and Busio want to contest for this.
Yeah, and we'll see. Is River just going to head straight back towards bot, or are they going to try to swap the match? He did base, and looks like he's just running right back towards bot, so they're happy with these lanes. Obviously not feeling like Fudge can be pressured that heavily, and thinking that they can potentially get even more, but somebody is going to push out this full wave, so they're not going to have a wave to push with at the very least for now, and it does feel like the swap went fairly well for 100 Thieves.
And we got the first full item of the game, boys. It's Static Shiv on Zeri. Oh boy.
So you were talking about some of the different builds that you've been seeing. You were saying you think AD is still stronger for Zeri. So are you wanting like a Static Shiv into AD type variant, or?
Yeah, I think static shift into like something like I've seen Kraken Slayer building. So because having a solo AP on Maokai is good, but also enemy has like a really strong tank like Sion, so I can see going AP as well. But yeah, we'll have
3 minutes until the Drake spawns again. So no neutral objectives to contest right now. Not really any reason to fight unless you just think that you can outplay him and build yourself an advantage from that. Speaking of advantages, I mean, 100 Thieves is a few hundred gold up just from the farm leads that they've got on the 2 carry roles there. Biggest advantage for C9 in the lanes. You can see the Cassante versus Sion matchup nearly plus 15 for the side of Fudge's Cassante, as Busio and Doublelift are getting this wave shoved up into Berserker and Sven yet again. The Zeri and the Yuumi just stuck underneath this turret pretty much permanently. Still waiting to see if we can get one of these big Nico plays sometime soon.
Yeah, I think for 100 Thieves right now, they just want to force something because they have Herald, they have Kraken Slayer, and Zeri has static, but it doesn't do much in team fights. So they want to force a fight and get a lead right now.
Well, looks like mid's going to be the place they force. They'll only get the 1 turret plate there.
So you're expecting 100 Thieves to show up for the next Dragon then and try to be setting up 5v5s, trying to look for those sorts of plays?
I mean, I'm kind of disappointed how they use Herald because I think they should have used the mid prio with the Herald to go dive bottom or something because they're just so much stronger in boss side right now. But yeah, I don't know if the Herald was running out, or I doubt it. But yeah, I was hoping more like taking control in the river because they're playing Rakan into Yuumi, because Yuumi cannot really match Rakan that well, and kind of controlling boss side and diving bot, but they just use Herald mid,
So, hold on. Quid's getting jumped on now. Blabber shows up here in the mid lane. C9 looking to grab this kill, and there it is. It's hammer time. M&S. First blood, just 12 minutes into the game. C9's on the board.
Yeah, very slow early game, but they do find that first kill, and it goes to M&S, taking advantage of Quid. You know, Busio was trying to come over to cover, but was not there in time. And now that actually is going to put C9 in the lead. Just a minute or two ago, it was actually a 1K lead, 400 Thieves, but a pretty big swing.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, I do prefer having Jace on my team compared to this Nico, because now Nico basically lost her lead, her flash, and Jace is just going to be really strong after the first item, and she's also building MR, so Nico will pretty much never be able to beat Jace inside lane. So yeah, it's really good for C9 right now.
Yumu's Ghostblade, first completed item on M&S, also going to give him the power to roam around more effectively, impact these lanes.
Yeah.
Speaking of roaming around right now, so if you're playing this from 100 Thieves point of view, if you're piloting the Rakan, what would you specifically be looking to do at this point in the game? You know, we got 1 minute left until turret plates fall. What sort of things would you be looking to set up or do?
I think mainly I will try to abuse the fact that I'm playing Rakan and enemy support is playing Yuumi. So basically Yuumi has to be under Zeri the whole time. So buying pings and taking river control and just basically never showing in lane so that enemy thinks that Rakan can be in lane or in somewhere else. Okay. And basically, based on that, you can either decide to roam or not based on if Doublelift can clear the wave or not.
C9 has control over that river right now with the second Drake just about to spawn. C9 did get the first one with the Mountain, the second one Infernal. A couple of valuable ones, both of them. Berserker on top of a ward right now that he's not aware of, I don't believe. 100 Thieves bringing plenty of guys down here to try to contest for this and clear out some of that C9 vision so that they don't have to give this one away for free. Busio tanks some damage to the face there with the zap.
Yeah, I feel like if they fight this dragon, this is where the point that C9 Berserker, Zeri will just randomly get 2 or 3 kills and pop off and the game will be over.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that doesn't happen because 100 Thieves has a really good comp with all the items, but yeah.
Nature's Grasp fired off. They got Fudge here in the front of everybody. They're looking to dogpile Cassante, but Sven's grabbed the kill on Busio, and C9 are firing right back. A little bit more damage coming out of Decimating Smash, but it won't get there. Huhi the Prophet just called it. A double kill for Yuumi of all people. Berserker picks up another one, and C9 just painted the river red with 100 Thieves.
Yeah, you called it, Huhi. This is about the time Berserker's gonna get some kills. They found that angle, and you should have seen Huhi's face as soon as Berserker goes over the wall. You just knew the fight was over already. It is going to be that AP variant, though. Has the Hextech alternator, so is going to be going for that full AP Zeri. And we can see this one more time. The Maokai ultimate comes through. Closer just did not get much at all with this ulti. It's into a W buffered Fudge. All of their initial damage is being thrown in onto the Cassante. Berserker is completely untouched. Quid is just getting shredded. and they couldn't get to the C9 carries. It just felt like 100 Thieves thought they were going to get way more from that engage than they really did, but it's risky going on Cassante.
Yeah, this is why, like, versus C9, especially like player like Berserker, it's really important to have like a threat into him. Because they just basically use every ulti to Cassante, like Rakan ulti, Wukong ulti, Nico ulti. So Zeri is just free to do everything she wants.
I always have to scratch my head a little bit when not only is it a tanky champion, he's a tanky champion that has an I don't take damage button. And that's the guy they're going to engage on. 100 Thieves will not be happy about the way that fight played out. What was a super close game, what was 0 kills until almost 12 minutes in, now just 3 minutes later is plus 2,000 gold, 5 kills to 1 for C9, and they're starting up the next neutral objective.
Yeah, they are so good at snowballing these games. So the job becomes, it feels like almost impossible now for 100 Thieves. I always feel like when you're playing from behind against Maokai as well, you know, a lot of times you want to talk about, we can look for a flank as Wukong or Rakan, but there's Maokai saplings in every brush. It becomes really, really difficult to actually find those flanks where you aren't spotted. They have pretty explosive engage, they have good scaling, they can play through sides, so the options start becoming really, really limited now for 100 Thieves.
I mean, what even do you guys think would be the play here?
Pray for double lift.
Is it just a double lift Prage
I think
angle?
it is.
Yeah, so basically, I think at this point, 100 Thieves just has to realize when they will be stronger, which will be like maybe hitting 2 items, power spike, or when they have a flash advantage and picking someone. But right now, if they just have a straight up like a 5v5 fight or like an even number fight, they will always lose everywhere. So they just have to be really smart about when to pick the fight.
So it is Night Harvester completed now for Berserker, so utilizing that kind of 2-item combo that a lot of people really are liking to abuse. The Shiv procs the Night Harvester, so you can start to really get, it's not like single target damage, but you can kind of like almost AoE in a team fight. It gets pretty goofy.
It's not exactly the most balanced combination of items. Clearly, Berserker watched the infomercial about static Shiv before this game began. But yeah, that's an incredibly powerful combination, especially if you have these situations squaring off around an objective or something where everybody's normally just doing the dance back and forth, trading a couple of random shots here. All of a sudden, that one shot landing from Berserker, taking a massive chunk out of everybody. M&S going to grab the first turret of the game here in the side lane. Huhi, you talked a little bit earlier. As soon as they got that first blood on Nico in mid, Jace is now set up to be a side lane threat that Quid's going to have a hard time answering.
Yes, basically, I think Jace can pull like 1 or 2 people. Quid can never really match 1v1, and Jace will always be able to push like this and come group up, poke, and get all the objectives they want. This is why like Jace Maokai is really like oppressive when they're ahead, because Maokai will just throw ulti and then Jace will just throw 1 EQ, and then you basically cannot fight after. Yeah,
the chunk is guaranteed. You're setting up that skill shot, putting themselves in a great spot, and they didn't even need to use the Herald there. We'll see where they want to drop it. So there doesn't look to be very much time on that. If my screen is right, it looks like is that about to time out?
It's very close.
Herald has looked so buggy recently on Spectator, where it shows 2 Heralds overlapping. So I can't even tell if that's accurate, because yeah, it just
ticked up.
It just timed out, and now it's back.
No,
so.
it didn't just time out. It ticked up to a second charge. There's a tiny 2 behind.
Yeah, it's the Spectator client is so bugged with Rift Herald on this patch. You can't even tell when it's going to expire. So I'm not actually sure how long it has. But either way, they didn't even need to use it on the tier 1. If it's going to have another minute on it, my guess is he just drops it before they actually go to this next Dragon fight. Ocean Soul would be really nice, especially when you do have some tanky members on the team. Going to make things almost impossible for 100 Thieves. So, you know, if you're talking about, you know, if you hit 2 items, so it's basically just trying to hit 2 items before your opponents hit 3 and pray for a good team fight.
Yes, but I don't think 100 Thieves should take this fight, because I think they will almost always lose.
Oh no.
Oh no. Well, you definitely don't take the fight now. Yeah. Oh no, Quid. 100 Thieves, you guys got to get the hell out of town, and you got to get out fast. Bramble Smash going to slow down Busio, force another disengage. 100 Thieves, just leave. 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 Do not look back.
Look at bot, though. You know, Jace has already pushed up all the way there. C9 are going to take over the entire bot side jungle now. You know, they are really going to be farming 3 quadrants of the map. So Bad is kind of just going to go to worst. You start falling behind further and further and further as your jungler lose access to his camps. And C9's income is just going to ramp up. They're going to get a free tier 2 as well with the Herald. So even more of a gold lead now. They're already 4K, make it 5. C9 are really getting everything.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. C9 just doesn't really make too much mistake and will force any mistake. Like their Quid was making a mistake and they just capitalize on it. Instead of doing Dragon, they just realized that, well, we can just get free bot tower first and then go to Dragon. So they're just really smart team.
Do bot tower, farm the Krugs, then go to Dragon. They're going to get that anyway. how do you feel about the current meta? Because it's interesting, right? Because almost every game in LCS this split has been a stomp, right? There's been so many fast games, and they were looking at game time around the world, and LCS is not even faster than some of the other leagues. So it just seems like right now the meta is so snowbally and so stompy. What is it that you think is actually causing this change from last split?
Well, I am not too sure because I thought because of the static shift, everyone building static shift, the game will go longer.
Yeah, with wave clear, right?
Yeah, like no one can really push the wave and stuff like that. But I think Oda's team just knows how to play aggressive nowadays. When they realize that they can actually just force the fight, they will just force it like C9 is doing right now, or how we did it as well. And I think that's why the games are going faster too.
Well, 100 Thieves is just hoping for one of those uncharacteristic mistakes from C9 right now. I mean, 5,000 gold, 3 Drakes to none at 21 minutes into the game. It's one of those situations where it feels like you're no longer in control of your own destiny if you're on 100 Thieves. It's just, it's trouble.
Yeah, basically you just have to, I think what 100 Thieves has to do is like predicting where C9 is gonna go and basically hiding there the whole time and then just hoping that enemy has to make a mistake, because you just have to be in the right place to even punish that mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. And Blabber here is behind him. Someday is here, but there's all of C9. They're going to go for the dive.
Yeah, Sion's normally pretty tanky. He tried to use the ulti there to grab a little bit of CC. He clears out the wave enough. Now C9 does have to be a bit careful. Yeah, Quid's coming around from the side, but Blabber's ready to lock him down. The Nico's got to be careful as the Yuumi ulti finds everybody. Quid's going to get the ulti off, but he dies already to Berserker. Fudge leads the charge, and Tofo strikes, brings him right back. And it's Berserker knocking him down. A double kill back over to the Zeri, and he ain't done yet. Chases the rest of 100 Thieves away. And now C9 saying, all right, Baron, that's the play.
Yeah, it's Baron o'clock. Nice engage there from Blabber. Did not buy for a second that it wasn't Quid. I think he had the idea. They saw the Nico clone, I believe, coming around. He W'd into the lane, so he just immediately flashes on him. They burst him down, and Quid is down like 2k plus gold on the Jace. So even if you get a big ulti, at this point, you're not one-shotting anybody.
Yeah, basically, like, he was just hoping that no one saw the TP, but Blabber was just too smart. He threw a sapling, and then Zeri saw it. I think that's one of the Berserker's strengths, where he will read the map, even as an AD carry, because I saw it, and he was the first one who backed it up.
Yeah, so we can see this one more time. There's the TP coming in, and we can watch on the map the reaction. Yeah, you can see Zeri on the mini-map is moving back.
He'll move back.
Yep, and the sapling comes out, as you say. He's already pulling back, so he already knows, and they have that call back. And Quid just a little bit too close, tries to respond with that rocket belt, but not able to do it. And sure, the ulti does connect, but it's like, what, 20% of Berserker's health? You're not doing enough at this point.
And then when they kill Someday, there's just nobody that could possibly walk up to try to challenge that Baron anymore.
Yeah.
So C9 with Baron now, they're going to have that one for the next, what, 2 minutes? And conveniently enough, that's also just enough time to control all of Summoner's Rift until the soul spawns.
And this game is tough, right? Because, we're going to see a pick.
Nice engage coming out. Ibanez caught. 100 Thieves finally getting a shutdown. It's not enough to bring the whole game back, but it's at least relieving a little bit of that pressure.
Yeah, it is good. You still have to really worry about Berserker. If you spend too much on one target, you can still get ran over in that fight. And it's kind of similar to the game that you guys just played, where Gory got so strong, and it's like you can't ignore Stixay. You have to take out the AD, but if you go for one, the other's shredding you.
Yeah, that's why even though Jace is down, like, C9 is not scared of keep pushing, because they realize that they're just that much stronger, and they use a lots of resources on Jace. So if they fight off 4v5, they're just confident that they're gonna win anyway.
Yeah, without the ultis, there's nothing you can do on Zeri. And, I mean, it's Wukong ult, Nico ult, and Rakan ult all spent. So how would you ever get to Zeri at that point?
Wukong flash also forced out there as Closer was just a little bit too close. A little bit of a goofy ulti from Sven, doesn't accomplish a whole lot.
Oh my God!
Just nearly gets one tapped by Berserker.
That burst is not okay. He didn't even hit him with the W. That was just like, went over the wall and Q taught him. That's it.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of like the ulti damage as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has, by the way, just checking in, 3,200 damage to champions with Static Shiv, and about 1,500 so far from Night Harvester. His ulti right now does 600 magic damage, AoE.
Oh,
I wonder if it does more than the Nico's. That's what I want to know. Which is the better Nico? Oh, it's the exact same. 589 versus 586. So Nico beats him out. 3 more damage.
No, but Zeri has Night Harvester.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So you get to add the Night Harvester 200 damage on. Oh no, dude. He's got the Shadow Flame plus the Sork boots as well for the extra
There's a lot of flat pen. Yeah, there's like no MR on double lift at all. So.
Oh no, dude.
Kind of one tap.
Well, Berserker's almost got that ulti ready to go again. C9 still with total control over the map. 2 seconds until the Ocean Soul spawns. M&S just nearly killed double lift once more. This time it was an accelerated shock blast. So Xayah, dig in, buddy. This is going to be a tough one.
It's a rough game for double lift.
Yeah.
It's like he hasn't really done anything wrong, but hasn't really been able to have a big impact either. He's kind of just farming, and it felt like the game was really over before he's really been able to get involved.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the kind of game, if I'm the shot player on 100 Thieves, I'll basically say, guys, like, no worries, like, we basically lost the game, but like, let's just try to like make something happen at least.
Yeah.
And make something exciting. And then usually that gives like a team like a positive environment, and then even though they're like getting losing everywhere, they will have like a goal, and then from that goal, maybe some miracle can happen.
And I mean, that's probably a pretty big aspect of this, I would assume. Hold on, we don't even have time to talk about it. Double Lift's ulti keeps him alive for an extra second. Closer popping the clone. Over the wall comes M&S. Double Lift's down. Busio's down. C9 has lost their jungler, but the pace continues. Berserker setting off the bomb on these guys. Triple kill back over to M&S. Only some days still standing, but the day's today, and it's Cloud9's day for another dub. They're going to go up to 5-0, 26 minutes into this one. There wasn't a kill until 11:45, and at 26:30, C9's gonna knock down these Nexus turrets. They're gonna take down this Nexus. Berserker never died. Sven never died. Nerf him again and again and again and again and again, and Zeri and Yumi's always gonna come back. C9 keeps the win streak alive. 12-3, almost 13. They're gonna take down 100 Thieves.
Man, that burst from Zeri onto Quid was not looking fair there at the end. Showing them what a AP Burst champion can get done. Cloud9 looking really strong so far this split. They seem to me like they are the clear #1 team. Are you feeling the same way?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think Cloud9 is one of the powerhouse in the LCS. I was hoping that maybe we can be as well, but we are not yet.
Yeah, you're scaling.
Yeah,
you're
we're scaling. Hopefully.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Cloud9 for sure, like, they don't really have a weak player. I think every lane can play dominant, and once they have a lead, they will just crush the whole league. And even though they're behind, they will just magically win this game.
I mean, you called it so perfectly with that bottom side river fight. I mean, hey, if I'm 100 Thieves here, I don't think I want to fight, because Berserker's just going to go over the wall and get 3 kills and the game's over. And you just see Berserker standing on the edge of the cliff, ready to go in. And then the game just, for all intents and purposes, ends right there.
Yeah. I think sometimes the team just has to learn when it's right to not fight, because 100 Thieves there, if I was 100 Thieves, I don't think we can beat the 5v5 versus C9 there.
Yeah.
So they needed more time to scale up and then use that coin later on to come back in the game, but they just used it way too early.
And we're going to see this this initial engage, the final fight here coming through in a double lift. Pops the ulti, but he still gets rooted up by the Maokai ult, and M&S, as he gets pulled back, he gets too close to that wall, and M&S can just come over. And I want to see this Berserker one-shot one more time, because this actually looked pretty crazy. He cleanses the initial knockup, pulls back, and then just flash RQ auto dead instantly. Oh my god, it's like, which one is the AP Burst champion? Which one is the mid laner here, guys? Can you tell? Because I can't.
Well, I mean, I usually see Nico doing that to Zeri.
Yeah, that's revenge of the AD carries.
Yeah.
The Zeri went in, and the Nico went goodbye.
AD carry is weak, guys.
Yeah, weak roll. Anyway, a reminder for the fans at home, the MasterCard exclusive pre-sale for the LCS Championship tickets is live for just 24 hours. MasterCard holders can purchase single-day tickets to the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey. Use your MasterCard at checkout on Ticketmaster.com to claim yours now. And with the third game of the day all wrapped up, I'd like to give another thank you to Huhi. Thank you so much for joining us. First time, man. He had the perfect prediction. The man's got the gift. So now it's time for us to go on down to the stage and join up with Mark and Berserker for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers, standing by with your reigning MVP, Berserker, fresh off of another Zeri game, but this time, AP Zeri. Explain why, how?
I mean, to be honest, I didn't practice in Scrim like Jerry all the time, but I played it like yesterday in solo queue. I thought, oh, it's fucking broken, so you know. I'm gonna play no matter what today, so
Yeah.
I just fuck it and you know.
So obviously you played a ton of Zeri. The build with AP, do you have to play differently? Like your ult, you have to make sure you actually like go in, or does it play mostly the same?
Yeah, I mean, AD Jerry is like ult and just like keep auto attack, right?
Yes.
But AP Jerry is just mage, you know, just E front E ult and Q auto and just one shot everything, you know.
Right.
And static is so cringe, right? So.
Yeah. Very cringe, still body. You know what else is cringe? Yuumi. Sven is back on Yuumi. Why does he always go back to this champion?
I mean, we don't like plan to pick Yuumi, but you know, I didn't practice Jerry, right? So Sven is same. I don't know what should I pick. Just give me Yuumi. Fuck it, you know.
Okay, last question before you pick up any more fines. Who else do you think is the best team? It's obviously you guys at the top. Is Team Liquid your closest competition?
I mean, I don't know what happened to Fly, but yeah, I thought Fly was really good, but you know, but I still think Fly gonna coming like at least 3 or 4 place, you know, and Team Liquid obviously good, but they don't use like static ADC, you know, so yeah.
Okay, some shots at Jan. You're not impressed with Jan, I guess. Team Liquid's behind you on stage. That's going to do it for us. Dig versus Team Liquid is next. Thank you so much for the interview, Berserker. See you guys later.
They got Fudge here in the front of everybody. They're looking to dogpile Cassante, but Sven's grabbed the kill on Busio, and C9 are firing right back. A little bit more damage coming out of Decimating Smash, but it won't get there. Huhi the Prophet just called it. A double kill for Yuumi of all people. Double Its ulti keeps him alive for an extra second. Closer popping the clone. Over the wall comes M&S. Double It's down. Busio's down. C9 has lost their jungler, but the pace continues. Berserker setting off the bomb on these guys. Triple kill back over to M&S. Only someday still standing, but the day's today, and it's Cloud9's day for another dub.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Typical beginner's mistake. Yes, they all start from the outside. So, will we help him? What else? Here, try it with Red Bull. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to the MasterCard Player of the Week interview. I am very happy to be joined by Summit. So first of all, congratulations. 축하합니다.
Thank you.
So I guess the first question I wanted to ask is, this is a return to form for Team Liquid and also a return to form for you individually, because you won a lot of Player of the Weeks when you were here previously in North America. So I guess, what is going right for you? What has been the main difference going into summer as opposed to spring?
연습량을 좀 많이 늘렸고 그거에 대해 보상이 나오는 것 같습니다.
Since the last time we saw you, you were actually in LCS and then went to FPX in the LPL and then returned. Was there anything specifically that you feel like you learned while on FPX that you could bring here to NA, or like how did you improve as a player over that time?
LPL이 교전 집중력이 좋아가지고 싸움, 스킬샷 그런 거에 대해서 많이 연구를 하고 가져왔던 것 같아요.
What was your decision around returning to North America to play for this Team Liquid team specifically?
코 선수가 있었고 좀 작년부터 같이 하고 싶다는 생각을 했고 믿고 의지할 팀원이 있어서 온 것 같아요.
With obviously last split was very rough for the team overall. In addition to your increased practice, what do you think is working better this summer as opposed to spring? Because everything looks better, like especially your mid and late game is a lot better. So I guess what changed on the team?
있었던 일들은 티는 안 나지만 복합적으로 많은데 뭐 감독님이 바뀌기도 했고 연습 방향이 좀 바뀌기도 했는데 뱀픽 스타일도 되게 좋아졌고 연습 방향도 좋아져서 그런 부분이 다 합쳐져서 이런 결과가 나온 것 같아요.
And then for you specifically as a player, obviously you're known for being an incredible carry top lane player. When you were here and previously won MVP, it was a lot around that. But on this Team Liquid team, they've asked you to be a carry, but they've also asked you to play tanks and be more of a team member. So how do you think you've grown individually as a player?
일단 첫 번째로 탱커를 제가 원해서 한 건 아니지만 그래도 결과론적으로 해서 시야가 넓어지는 등 장점이 있었고 그런 부분들로 인해 되게 발전하고 그랬던 것 같습니다.
And then you still have a lot of fans here in North America. So having won week 1 summer player of the week, is there anything you'd like to say to them, either in Korean or in English?
I'm satisfied so far, but I want more win. Thank you for cheering to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
And that is it. That's Summit. Thank you for joining me. Bye. Hello, it's me again. We've talked a lot about how TL's team fighting has improved from last split. So I'm actually going to do a little Telestrator breakdown as to how that's happened. So previously, I feel like initially in this team fight setup, Yon actually died here when they were trying to push down here. So he is gone. But the most important thing going into this fight is that they actually already, move that out of the way. They actually already know that Closer is down here, and obviously he does not have TP as a jungler. Previously, I feel like if this had been a setup for TL before, you know, Summit would have already somehow, like he's backing back here, but he would have TP'd, I don't know, randomly over here. They somehow would have gone in before he was ready. But I think the thing that it comes down to in terms of what has actually improved with Team Liquid's team fighting is just their timing and knowledge of what they can do, right? So I already talked about how Closer cannot join up for this fight. Additionally, we already had Core joining up here. Summit has already TP'd in here, and he's going to be able to join. And then the most important thing is also that they're all going in together, right? So as soon as Summit recognizes that he can immediately jump onto Busio here, the rest of the team is already going in, and they're well coordinated. One of the problems with TL's team fighting previously was that, again, when one of them would go in, the rest would not follow, or they would not be in positions to follow. They would not have a setup like this, where they knew that a member could not join on the map. So even though Jan was not alive for this fight, it was still a 4v4, and they already knew that with Summit coming in because Closer could not respond. So it's just kind of, it's small things, but it's really important, and it's something that we saw TL really falter on in spring that they've seemed to have shored up now, and is part, along with their already strong early game that we saw, one of the reasons why they're doing so well thus far. So I'll see what you guys think. They're about to take to the Rift. I'll see you then.
What is up, y'all? Bienvenidos. We've got a special introduction from Team Liquid because it's Core JJ's birthday, and we got some birthday gifts for the man in the support role, and all the Team Liquid guys are giving him a warm birthday welcome as they head into the studio.
Love it. The biggest fans right there on his own team. Core JJ is also just such a good leader, you know, in-game and out-of-game for the Academy team too. Always helping promote those guys, always practicing so much with those guys. So nice to see the squad so closely knit.
I mean, everyone is helping him be propped up this season, but this is a great start for Team Liquid so far in the summer, because when we looked back at this roster and what the potential was going to be from spring, it didn't live up to those expectations. One change, kept the same whole roster, and it's a 5-0, or not quite a 5-0 start, 4-0.
Yeah,
I'm jumping ahead of the gun here.
If they want to keep pace with Cloud9, who are the team that, you know, Team Liquid are very clearly rivals with right now at the very top, both of them undefeated. Cloud9 just came off that stomp of a win where they still picked Yumi after it was nerfed. And so Team Liquid, yes, their next big goal is to complete the 5-0, keep that pace with Cloud9 at the very top of the table, so that when we see these two teams meet next week, it will truly be a clash of the #1 teams of the LCS at the top of the table. And we'll see about that undefeated status. Right. Dignitas here, they want to change that strategy.
Now, Dignitas, you know, one of the rosters that is looking to make a remarkable difference compared to their abysmal spring split. They've already gotten one win earlier on in the summer. I think we have to give a lot of credit to their new top laner, Rich, who a lot of people behind the scenes, I know we tried not to put a lot of investment into scrim bucks here, Kobe, but from what we've heard, Rich is a monster in these scrims, and it shows up in that one game.
All right, so in the picks and bans here, taking out the Azir that Jensen has had a huge preference for, and LeBlanc Static Shiv is certainly just OP right now. It's pretty funny. In the last few days even, the solo queue ban rate for Diamond and Up of LeBlanc went from 10% normally up to over 50% because of Static Shiv, because of all the publicity that it's getting and all of the competitive games that we've seen. So love to see that one banned away along with the Nico, the three premier mid laners here. And Team Liquid clearly targeting Jensen as the one that Dignitas usually try and invest in as their late game insurance policy.
Now, Kobe, we've seen a lot of Rel counterpick situations happen later on in the draft phase. I think this is the first time we've seen a Rel being picked the very first thing in the draft here for Dignitas.
Yeah, I mean, multiple supports talking about it. When they did the changes to try and help Rel be a jungler, they actually just made Rel a way better support, and it's so much easier to pick now. Who he was talking about, he could pick it whenever he wants as well. Dignitas feel the same here for Diamond. The engage potential on this champion is now through the roofs. Moving the stun over to the Q and just having the E as the extra speed up there really does give these big wombo combo possibility setups for the champion. That being said, Annie from the mid lane, just flash and go with the Tibbers, is equally as impressive of an AoE initiation Team Liquid answer with.
It's just consistent, right? You get a point-and-click stun if you want one target lockdown, or the AoE Tibbers lockdown, as you already pointed out. I'm going to make a quick prediction here. I know we have the Xayah here for Jan, and more than likely the Rakan will be the pair-up. If they can make it through the second part of the draft phase, Alistar has been one of the things that has made Rel's life awful in the past. Maybe Core JJ brings it out again today, but we're going to have to see if that comes true for Dignitas. Thinking about the Wukong, but it's going to be Sejuani for Santorin instead.
More initiation here. The 1-2 punch, Sejuani and Rel. So Dignitas have fully set front line. Just looking at, do we want to match marksman now? Pick up something to go with the Rel, or would you want to let it drop and grab one of the blind pick Jensen champions? It looks like they really value that Jensen priority with the 3 mid lane bans against him. Going to the old classic, the most played in competitive, Orianna.
Has anyone else picked Orianna this summer split? I don't think so.
Nah, it's been a very short summer split so far, so I'm gonna go with no as well. But you get more AoE with your AoE. So Dignitas definitely investing big in this team fight combination. And alas, the lovers duo will not be broken up.
No Alistar here for Team Liquid, but we're moving on to the second ban phase. You already pointed out multiple tools of initiation for Dignitas. You have great follow-up with the Shockwave now. They need to pick up a marksman for Tomo. He's been great on things like the Aphelios in the past before. That can pair greatly well, where all the lockdown is made for him, and then he just layers down the Infernum gun and the Moonlight Vigil for splash AoE damage.
Yeah, Aphelios definitely very highly prized right now, but also the Tristana and the Samira, always really good pairings with the Rel. We'll see what type of combo they do want to go with. Jungles will be the ban here versus Pioshik, who has been absolutely killing it in summer on Team Liquid. The Lee Sin was probably his single best game, but he has had a lot of much better games this split than previous seasons, so definitely deserved here with the focus after the second round.
Yeah, the overall, I guess you want to go to baseball terms, like hitting record is just like through the roof for Pioshik in summer versus what he had in spring. Another top lane blind pick ban from Team Liquid against Dignitas. This tells me that they're gonna want to be
Wukong, maybe?
Yeah, setting up Summit for that counter pick, and so that means Pioshik is gonna be forced to pick a jungler answer in response. Wukong would be a good ban from Dignitas. Malphite, interesting.
All right, they don't care too much more about the deep jungle pool here for Pioshik. As soon as you ban out the Kindred, that's enough. As far as
they don't care about anything else.
But the Lee Sin and Vi also following suit, so let's get the reveal. Gonna have to be a blind for Summit this time around. They themselves banned Renekton, which is one of the premier blinds at the moment. Summit, you heard in that little interview that he just did, that's practicing the tanks made him a much more versatile player and broadens his view of the game. They are laughing about it there, so definitely some Shyvana memes, maybe some Shyvana meme scrim data that they were laughing about with the hover over. She won't get locked in quite yet, so you can still have some hope.
I don't know if we'll be seeing Shyvana today unless the top lane matchup is good for Summit. The Aphelios, as we called it before, does get locked in for Tomo. And now Rich forced to blind pick a top lane into whatever Summit chooses. There's plenty of initiation, so Rich can go for something that is a little more carry-oriented, a little more split-push-oriented. In the past, he's always gone to Cassante when no other options are available, and it'll look like that's just going to be the pickup for Rich this time.
I hope that they're at least like practicing these hovers and stuff that are much more interesting. You know, little Shyvana in your life, little Shen in your life.
Yeah.
Spicing up in the draft here in LCS. Not gonna make it through just yet. Okay, some previews for next tomorrow or next week possibly. But in the end, I believe the Gnar should be the lock here for Summit. Much more stable here, and it is a classic Summit champion.
Yes, sir.
You will remember from the MVP split that he had upon arrival. And it was big Jace, big Gnar. We'll see if he can make it happen versus Rich's Cassante, because you mentioned the star power of Rich for Dignitas. That has been a player that people have quickly been drawn to since his very recent addition to the team. And Cassante is the champion that he has had the success with. It is those Cassante games that got him that focus.
And while the win records for these two teams are very contrasting, from what people say about these two top laners in scrims, once again, scrim bucks, you know, so take it with a grain of salt, that this is potentially a matchup between the two best top laners in the league, just based on how well they're laning, how well they carry themselves in team fighting. Summit, classic Gnar pick, whereas with Rich Cassante, it's one of the one few game that Dignitas was able to take away this split so far off of a monstrous team fighting performance on that pick. As we're going to head to the rift between these two, Team Liquid, can they carry this momentum? Can they finish the day 5-0, or will Dignitas play spoiler to another top team?
Well, they certainly have been smashing. The only difference from spring to summer now is they continued smashing the early game, but then they also kill the Nexus afterwards. They've really cleaned up their team fighting for the mid game and been able to rack up the wins here in summer. Team Liquid, can they keep the clean games coming?
Yeah, the nice thing for a dub for Team Liquid is that it would be another additional present for Core JJ's birthday. So
I already got the statue. What more could you need?
a 20-minute victory.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, looks like we have one sweeper for the start here with Core JJ himself. Birthday boy sweeper action ready. See if they try and use it early on.
Actually, pretty defensive rune setups here, or summoner spell setup for Team Liquid's bot lane. Heal for Core JJ, no exhaust, no ignite for the early all-in, whereas Tomo and Diamond are equipped to go for the early aggressive take, try to see if they can get that snowball rolling.
Yeah, Zyricon played defense in a lot of the early matchups, especially into Rel. See if Diamond and Tomo can make something happen. Rel has been front and center with a lot of the best support games that we have had so far in summer in the LCS. Definitely has a lot of kill power here, especially if you've got junglers pathing down. So Santorin going to start on the top side and go bottom, as should 90% of junglers on 100% of their games. Always look bottom to try and get your advantages there, especially if you've got a Rel down there to make it spicy. Meanwhile, Pyosik is actually going the opposite direction, up towards the forbidden top lane.
You know what? One of the changes that Team Liquid has made is actually playing more towards the Summit, because if you go back and watch a lot of the spring VODs, I mean, Summit has these huge laning leads, but Pyosik never got a really chance to accentuate it or snowball it. One of the few changes that Team Liquid has made, Summit has been not only just as monstrous in laning before, but Pyosik is there to just really hit the last nail in the coffin for some of these lane matchups.
Yeah, and he has hammered those nails all the way in a lot of the cases, really snowballing them effectively. A lot of very good ganks coming out from him, as we said, in summer. And should just be full clear for both junglers, opposite directions. Bottom side pushing in here for Dignitas off the early stages from Aphelios Rel. It's always so nice with this champ getting to start with the green-red combination. And Rel with that ignite that you mentioned, always with that threat. So they push it in. Meanwhile, top side, similar things here for Rich, though he does get a little bit low, and he knows opposite jungler pressure might make him play a little bit more defensively.
Yeah, he's already put a decent ward to cover the river entrance for Pyosik. So in order for Pyosik to make this gank work, if he wants to look for something, he would have to come through lane. But the lane is already somewhat pushed on Summit's side, so I don't think it's happening. I think Pyosik is just going to finish these Krugs, look for top crab, and then probably go for a reset. Maybe a mid-game or mid-game hunger here. See bot side action. A little bit of a knock-up here, just trading. That goes towards Team Liquid's way, as Diamond is the one that does not receive the bountiful end of that trade. It looks like they're just trying to get that shove in, trading HPs to make sure that the crash can happen and they're not stuck frozen under the tower.
All right, and Santorin gets a deep ward here, moving up on the Sejuani after the clear as well. Love that one behind mid lane. You saw that stats pop up on Jensen's Orianna. Uh-oh, as he might get ganked. Pyosik and Viz, can he get in range for the E? Not quite. Jensen just walks away. Huge avoidance on that gank. Look at the move.
That's a Jensen Orianna. Any other champion, he would have died right there.
I mean, the whole point is that this is his most played champion by far in competitive. It's not even close. It's 32 games more than the next closest, which is Azir. 92 games for Jensen all time, and a 73% win rate for the champion as well.
Oh my goodness.
So he hasn't played it a lot on Dig.
Yeah. Hey. Well, now they're giving him a chance to. And Diamond there, a little bit of a shout out, tanked a lot of the minion wave damage to maintain that freeze, so Tomo just gets to walk up and say, wow, this is nice. It's a hugely stacked wave, and I can at least catch a majority of it. And so far, it's been a quiet early game. No grudge matches. That might be the next game between FlyQuest and EG. Make sure y'all are sticking around for that one. That's going to be a banger.
Good versus evil. Tomo here, though, does have the marginal CS lead, picking up the extra 6 here in front of the tower, so is kind of nice for him when the 1v1 as the supports are on their roam timers. And both supports, roam timers do go mid, but it looks like with CoreJJ getting there first, he's going to get the deeper ward. Rich should be able to walk away, no problem. And really, the support chase is what I'm looking at here, because CoreJJ got in there first to get the deeper ward, but Diamond, see if he actually finds it.
He's not finding it right now.
Fight. He's gonna get it.
He's busy trading Lance with a Feather Quill at the moment. As Santorin committing the flash on a Harry, that's flash for flash. Next time he rolls around mid lane, that could be Harry going down.
Definitely always valuable to trade your flash as you're approaching towards level 6 as a Sejuani. Get the flash off the Annie. Job number 1 here for Santorin. Checklist complete. Job number 2, go get your level 6 and then come throw it at the Annie that has no flash. And also maybe work around the shield timing, because the speed up from the Annie shield can give enough speed to dodge, especially with tier 2 boots.
Yep.
So, can make you look a little bit silly. Maybe if they, communicate there with Jensen, burn the Annie shield first, makes it easier to land your ultimate. Otherwise, just Q drifting out of Fog of War and catching him by surprise is going to be the ticket for our first blood in this game.
While there hasn't been any kills, there's been a lot of action just in the bot lane of how Diamond is forcing Yon to not have the greatest of recall timers. He's been stopped like 2 or 3 times so far, and they've caught waves. Already it's been a better back timer for Tomo so far. I don't imagine that it's going to result in anything great anytime soon, but if they can get... Nah, CoreJJ should be fine. And Yon, once again, I mean, these guys don't get the back ever.
Yeah, Diamond chasing him out here. And should be the push out then advantage for Dignitas bottom lane. As Yon and CoreJJ stuck in river. Tomo going to be able to push that one up while Santorin smite fights with Pioshik. Here we go.
1200, 900. It's a 600 smite. Oh, Santorin's the one that wins out on top of it. And then all out from Rich forces Summit to be separated momentarily from Pioshik. And Santorin, he doesn't have Glacial Prison yet, but they have enough damage and they take him out for first blood. And Dignitas are going to try to run Pioshik down. He gets Glacial Prison, forces Pioshik to flash away.
Oh, that dang Annie shield speed up too. But they got the first blood, Rafa. They got the first blood. That top lane matchup you're hyping up. Rich versus Summit. Rich brings Summit over to the jungle smite fight to make it the 2v2, and Santorin, big burst damage there. Sejuani plus the Cassante stack up that stun, burst down Summit, and they take down the famed Summit Gnar.
Okay, Jensen not committing the flash quite yet. They layer down the Annie stun, but the damage, Jensen is super confident in knowing that it's not going to be enough to take him down.
All right, with that too, that chunk, they're trying to use the pressure here. CoreJJ roams mid. Harry uses his ultimate to start up the Rift Herald. And I think that's actually still really worth it. You get a big chunk on Jensen. That's a health lead. Push out on mid lane. CoreJJ is here on his support, second support roam timer. And so picking up the Rift Herald could go a long ways in getting this early game back on track for Team Liquid, despite that first blood going over to Dignitas.
Yeah, with this trade, Santorin is trying to get the jump on the first dragon since neither team has taken it as well. He has the support of Diamond. He has the push from Tomos for priority from the bottom lane. So this should just be an objective trade overall.
Yeah, I always really like getting the Rift Herald end of that trade for the extra gold on your jungler. Absolutely. And the pushing power. But we'll see if he can actually use it. Pioshik does have ultimate, but no flash, as you mentioned in the last one. And taking the flash off of Wukong does, greatly diminish that possibility of actually getting the kill with your level 6. And even though Santorin did whiff that first Sejuani ultimate, or did get flashed, well, here's another look at the ultimate from Rich. Really good angle from him to bring Summit so far into Dignitas territory with that Cassante ultimate. Good flash repositioning from him, and then guess what? My jungler Sejuani, Q right in with the W2 damage, and then he forces the flash out of Pioshik. And I was about to say, that ultimate cooldown for Sejuani is back up already from forcing the flash off of Wukong. Now he's ready for play number 2.
Both top laners exchanging ultimates here. Summit doesn't look like he's the one that is receiving the the beneficial end of that trade. Rich winning out on that one, and now that he's back to mini form, he has to back off.
Yeah, respect the Cassante. Rich Cassante, definitely been his best champion for him and for Dignitas overall, even, I would say, so far this split. So also not disappointing early on in this game. See if they can actually play off of it, though. It is a pretty small gold lead there for Dignitas, but Dragon picked up as well. And we'll see what they can do about this next round, because Pioshik does have the Rift Herald in inventory as well. And Rich's ultimate is not back up.
Someone can't get in range and mega form to scoop him back towards the enemy team. It looks like Pioshik and Core JJ are not going to get much off of it unless if they just want to commit the crash. But now Jan is left to his lonesome on the bottom side of the map. He has Featherstorm to play with, and the teleport is coming in. He will get reinforcements from Harry, and they outplay it. They take out Santorin, and now Diamond's on the run. Jan and Harry working together to keep themselves alive.
Jan with the flash on the Blade Caller gets the root under the tower. Harry arrives and delivers the bear. Team Liquid, they also used the crash of the Rift Herald to get a bunch of turret plates on top side. While they didn't kill the Cassante, they forced him out. Harry's chasing for more. Got to be a little careful here.
Oh, and Tomo just wanting to greet for the kill into Harry. Oh, maybe he might have enough lifesteal. It's a 1-for-1 trade. And now this game is starting to heat up.
This is what we like to see. Full all-in combat versus a red-white Aphelios, getting real nice and cozy there. They end up both going down in the end as Core JJ arrived to try and peel for him with the Rakan ultimate. Now we're even looking mid. I kind of love when the pace of the game gets so quick like this with all the action, because then they lose track of the roamers, and you can see it bleed over into the other lanes. Trying to push up here, so looks like we are going to get a recall and go right into the replay of the Blade Caller here from Jan, but look at it. He saves his ultimate, dodges the Sejuani, then uses it here as Santorin is tanking turret. Blade Caller flashes over to make sure he gets the root. Also dodges the Sejuani ultimate that came through.
Did he cleanse the stun from Diamond as well on top of it?
And allowed Harry. I didn't check that one. I believe so. I'll go with yes. Harry chases down. There's the cleanse from Tomo this time around. And you know how this one ends. The 1-for-1. Chakrams from Aphelios, giving him the extra deeps to squeeze one more. Here we go.
Oh, but Diamond has flash advantage on a flashless Jan here. The Magna Storm and the crash down isn't enough damage. They should be able to take him out. And Tomo gives him the silencing blow. Core JJ is now on the run. The Moonlight Vigil still available, but Core JJ answers with a flash to get out alive.
All right. Just the one kill this time around. Looks like we're going to calm down. Wukong's still moving around behind them, but he was seen. Looks like he's still going to go for it. They know he's here, though.
He's spotted. And Pioshik does have Flash and Cyclone. And all Diamond has to do is just buy time for Tomo to get out. He doesn't have any summoner spells. A second cast of Cyclone, and the bonk on the back end of it. My goodness, that thing still does damage.
Yeah, that's a completed Divine Sunder. Even though they nerfed the Divine Sunder,
didn't look like it.
Still does damage. Bonk on the head, get one back. So bottom lane keeps on going blow for blow there. This time around, the Wukong even sided on those wards. They thought they could outplay it. They thought they could peel him. But you can't stop the Cyclone.
That's right. Well, so far it's still an even game. The gold lead is pretty much negligible at this point. And Summit, despite the early pressure from Rich and Santorin in that top lane skirmish, he's still getting the better end in terms of this pressure on the plates, still pushing Rich into the end. And as once we get into the mid game where these one item spikes are coming in, Divine Sunder already completed for Pioshik, the Triforce for Summit. I believe that is where a lot of Team Liquid's power is really going to shine as they fight over the next couple of objectives.
Yeah, let's see if it actually explodes here at the Dragon, too. Rich does not have his teleport ready. Little bit of a desync on the cooldowns here, and with Summit chunking him down to 50% HP, this could be Team Liquid trying to use that small window and difference of cooldowns, but it looks like Dignitas are just going to stall it out until that thing lines up. Rich goes back, he heals up. His cooldown for teleport is almost up as well, so everything has been stabilized here, and they just continue fighting over the vision on the setup. Jensen now level 11 on the Orianna, so starting to have some power behind that shockwave. The rank 1 is pretty pitiful, but rank 2 here definitely starts to get a lot more impressive, especially if Santorin can start it out.
Now, right now, Mega just timed out for Summit, so Team Liquid don't want to really start a fight until he can work his way back up. Teleport is available for Rich. If he's ever outside of vision from Summit, Team Liquid would have to back off of a major fight, but right now they're just trying to look for bot lane prio to set up for that oncoming dragon.
All right, Diamond wants some.
Cyclone on a Diamond. They have Summit TPing early. He's not Mega, but he is mini form. We'll see how much damage he can do on the left side of this flank. Tomo's completely separated, but now they're pincering into this tiny choke point. Summit is forced to hop away and flash. Can he get out alive? The heal will keep himself a little bit of movement speed, but Dignitas should be able to run him down unless he gets a couple more auto attacks. He's running away in. Rich goes down the Team Liquid's backline. Now Summit goes Mega. He throws Santorin into the wall. That's the double kill for Yawn. And Team Liquid turn this fight around. The Shockwave gets a little bit of damage on the back, but Team Liquid still walk out the better of the at-one.
Oh, Summit kiting them with the mini Gnar fleet footwork into hyper proc speed, and he kites them through the alcove. They really wanted that tasty morsel. They couldn't finish off the mini Gnar, though. They chase him into their own deaths, and Team Liquid bring down the hammer. See about the reset for the Dragon, though, because they got all the kills, but instantly went for the reset to go by. And now we got the reset for Dragon. This is going to be even harder of a team fight for Dignitas to fight if they actually come back. Rich at least has ultimate, but he is really the only one for Dig. So I really... Okay, Harry's coming from base, though.
This looks difficult for Dignitas. I mean, Tomo is working with one summoner spell. The Dragon has already been bursted out. And Team Liquid, they just have to walk on out. Dignitas is going to try to catch them.
Well, they want to delay from mid-turret because they've got White Gun Aphelios on mid-turret. Yeah, there you go. So they just want to delay them in the river, allow Tomo with the White Gun, finish off the turret. They do get that.
Harry.
Not enough speed here to chase down Harry, but they do at least get one trade-in objectives, and the mid-turret does really open up the deeper wards here around your jungle camps to start trying to get more. Santorin really wants the Rift Herald, though.
I'm genuinely surprised in how close this game has been as Santorin looks for the Glacial Prison. Jan trades it with the Featherstorm. That's ult for ult. Shockwave not quite used yet. They're holding this position. Pioshik opens up with Cyclone towards JJ right on top of Tomo. Charmed up with the quickness. The grand entrance means that he ain't going nowhere. And Team Liquid pick up the K80 carry of Dignitas.
All right, I want the spectator replay of that. I know it's difficult when we make requests like this, but the spectator replay of that from Harry's vision, because Tomo was moving up on a control ward, but then he shot out his sniper Q and his ultimate. So Harry saw where those came from and then nailed him with the Annie's Tibber, and they completely blew him up while he was in that brush. I want to check if he gave them vision by hitting, or if he was able to just get him from knowing the location of the origin of the skill shot. Oh, thank you, observers.
Ask and you shall receive, Kobe.
So there is a control ward that gets placed in this side brush. There it is.
Moves on out.
Oh, we didn't get to see the good part. It was too long.
Get the chance to see
but
it.
Thank you for trying. Thank you for trying, though. Thank you for trying.
Shout out to the observers. They were giving us the good juice as Summit and Rich were all out fighting each other, making sure that Harry could push in this bottom side of the map. And as we were saying before, Kobe, this has been so far one of the closest games we've had of the day, let alone the split, because a general narrative we're seeing is that a lot of these games are just turning into big stomps.
They certainly are, but I prefer these ones.
Oh yeah, I definitely prefer these ones, but I think it just comes down to the fact that both Tomo and Yawn are pretty much even in terms of goal acceleration, because when I was talking to a lot of players like why the games are feeling like big stomps, it's because as soon as 180 carry gets accelerated, it just seems over for the other team.
Yeah, these ones definitely much more close, especially with Dig being able to get this tower and further cut that gold lead down, chop away a little bit at these advantages that Team Liquid have been able to get. So we'll still keep track. Tomo now does have both of his summoner spells as well. Will be much more safe than the previous explosion that we just caught. Meanwhile, the bottom side kind of priority was traded there for Team Liquid. They took that opportunity. They got some deep wards in the red quadrant of the jungle. And with the Rift Herald, they will be able to secure mid tower as well.
Nice moves here from Team Liquid. But props to Dignitas for maintaining a solid defense for the first 19 minutes of the game. Usually Team Liquid they have been finding early game leads and just running away with the game. I mean, we literally came off of the fastest win, or one of the fastest wins in the LCS. I think that that title got taken by Cloud9 recently, but you know, Team Liquid answering with that Pyosik Lee Sin game. And this one, it's been a lot more difficult for them to actually close out against Dignitas.
Yeah, they're not running away with it, but they are kind of walking away while holding it. They're walking away with it a little bit more slowly. We'll see about the Rakan, Wukong, Annie true combination. We haven't seen that real, you know, synergy come together quite yet. Yeah. That next big one is gonna be a really big determining factor. You know, Annie, when you're able to give the shield for the movement speed for the Wukong, and Rakan gets that snap engage, it can be over in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Dignitas, we kept on in Champ Select trying to hype up their big AoE combo as well. And we'll see if they can actually get it started there. Santorin, Sejuani ult into Diamond engage. Got to do the setup work first, though. You know, you can't just jump to the big wombo combo. Got to get your wards in place, control the Fog of War, give you a better chance, more angles to go for it with.
Also got to make sure that it's at the right time as well. If you get a big pick, but there's no objective to take off the back end, and then it's only a small win, you want to make sure that these engages and picks count.
Plus, it's going to be a lot more difficult to pull it off on Yan. The Xayah, like the counter-engage AD carry. CoreJJ's flanking around here too on the Rakan, but it looks like Rich is going to mark him. See on the mini-map.
Yeah, CoreJJ is forced out. No fancy flanking from the Rakan here. We've seen it in past games before, but it looks like he's going to have to go through the front door in this one. Yan is currently separated away from the rest of the pack. Rich is not letting him go. Summit is now coming on the left side of the flank. Rich is just dedicating his job to keeping Yan out of this fight. So let's see how much damage can Team Liquid get without Yan. And it looks like they're just doing a damn good job already. Not really needing Yan as he finally flashes in for the cleanup. They eviscerate Dignitas.
CoreJJ sees the angle. He goes straight in, and then Summit follows. With just the last little bit of his Mega Gnar, he flashes onto Jensen and Tomo. He got both of them with the ultimate against the wall, and that's going to be the win for Team Liquid in the team fight. It's going to be the Baron. Here's how it all starts. CoreJJ is going to go first. He gets the Rakan ultimate. He gets the flash out. So then someone's like, okay, no flash on Tomo. I see them both against the wall. Jensen and Tomo, both carries, nails them. And even though he goes mini right after, and he's going to be a squishy little mini Gnar, he goes down. You did your job. Well done, Summit. You got the 2 carries of the enemy team. The rest of Team Liquid will clean that up. And he knows, job well done. Last little bits of that Mega Gnar. Got both carries, and now they've got the Baron. Now they're running away with it.
My life for your birthday, Core. That's my gift to you. As the damage charts, even Harry and Yan. The fact that Yan was kind of blocked out of that fight for the first portion of it, and then just followed through, committing Flash and Gale Force. Oh, but now CoreJJ might be in trouble. Yan tries to bail him out, but he is eviscerated, and Tomo is going right onto Yan's face. He takes him out by himself. It's a 1v2 practically for Tomo. Can they scoop this one out? It's a huge Mega Gnar scoop up by Summit, but it's not enough damage, and now Pyosik is the only man left standing from Team Liquid.
Tomo stands up huge on the Aphelios. Is it enough? Pyosik, his smite is coming up. He's got blue buff, no flash. He's not going to try and do anything fancy there. It's just Dragon number 2. Everybody calm down. Those are not the huge rewards, but Rafa, that was a huge, huge fight from Dignitas. They are not giving up anything, even with the lead increasing for Team Liquid, and even with the Baron just getting taken, they won't let them run away with it. They keep pulling them back within reaching distance here. And yeah, Diamond starts it out. The Q stun into the crash down. They pop CoreJJ, even though he has a stopwatch here. Tomo's not going to let him get away. Fires on him, then goes for the extra 1v1.
Wait, this is a 1v2?
No, the extra 1v1 was Tomo chasing down Yan in the replay.
Well, CoreJJ is here for the backup. Harry is also arriving as well. Summit on the route. Diamond and Rich and Tomo, the rest of the party shows up. No one goes down, Kobe. I thought we were going to get another brawl, but everyone backs off.
They keep it spicy. Team Liquid right back out to it. 2-1 on the Dragons, but still a very healthy gold lead for Team Liquid. And they can retake this vision control. Should allow them to have some pretty good side lane pushing.
Now, once again, and Tomo just having the presence of mind that he is able to win the 1v1 against Yan. knowing that he didn't have Featherstorm for the previous fight, nor the Gale Force cooldown either. Just goes in for pretty much total annihilation melee form. And then that's one of the things about Tomo. We have to remind ourselves that, you know, he came up through Dignitas in a pretty, you know, bad situation. Spawn was the starter. It didn't work out for them. They're like, all right, Tomo, you better be better, you know? And there's a couple of wins. Yeah. There's a couple wins for Dignitas. And it came off of Tomo just having clutch moments in these fights. And the one win they've gotten from Summer, Rich was a big highlight. But there's moments where Tomo was dodging out on Ari Charms from Jojo Pyun, even outplaying a lot of the EG engages. And Tomo will find ways to clutch out fights, even when you least expect him to.
Yeah, he definitely has been big this game, especially on the Aphelios. Still a win condition for them, despite the deficit. He does have his cleanse back and available, but gonna be a little bit longer on the flash. Once you have those, then it's actually possible to really outplay this big AoE.
Things have gone intense here on the Rift. It's still a 3,000 gold lead for Team Liquid, but it doesn't feel out of reach for Dignitas the way that some of these fights have been playing out. It's a slight dragon advantage for Dignitas. We don't have Soul for at least another 10 minutes if Dignitas were to get the next two. Baron's coming up in 2.5 minutes. And it seems so far that Dignitas are just going to be playing the vision control game, just handshaking when they get mid-prio and moving into the jungle of Team Liquid.
Meanwhile, the side lanes I mentioned for Team Liquid, able to get the push out since we've got the Trinity Force Black Cleaver for Summit. He pushed on bottom very slightly while Annie takes care of topside, and then they're going to try and rotate right on back over. Meanwhile, Dignitas still moving as a full squad. The Scuttle Crab top laner fight also goes to Summit.
Wow.
And with Core JJ coming within a screen of him, Rich fully respects that Rakan engage, flashes away from it, doesn't want to let him get anything.
Does Core JJ stop the recall? Oh, he does. Little rascal Core JJ, just making it difficult for Rich to get a proper reset in. We're still about a minute and a half away. Some change for both the Baron and Dragon. And so far, Team Liquid are kind of on the up in terms of trying to control how vision control is established. As you were talking about, because of that side lane pressure from Summit and no flash from Rich, it's harder for him to maintain control at the spot wave.
Certainly is. Helps when Core JJ's coming around to put the extra vision pressure and the threat of the engage as well. I also love that he's using his Rakan skin as well, and you can see the recall, throwing it up on his birthday. Meanwhile, the Baron vision, though, has gone all the way of Dignitas, and Team Liquid going to do their part to try and take a bit of that back, some of the retake value.
Now for Team Liquid, I know the fans have been enjoying a revitalized look for this squad. You know, one of the things that haunted them in spring is early game was always great, but then they could not find a way to close out the mid game. They find an engage on the diamond, but Magnastorm is huge on the 3. Can they capitalize? Moonlight Vigil gets a huge chunk, takes out Pioshik. Summit's about to go mega. Does he want to leap back in? He flashes forward. He scoops on up, and one of the members of Dignitas, Santorn, is taken alive, but Yon is forced to flash away. The Featherstorm, Rich with the 3rd Q, and then Tomo strikes, catches him, and clips him out. That's the backliner gone for Team Liquid. Harry's the only damage left alongside Summit, but there's still a jungle advantage and a smite advantage for Dignitas.
Yeah, and Baron just arrived, or just got started up here. Santorn's kind of low, but they don't care. They're gonna be able to force that one quickly. Dignitas Baron is actually a dub.
What is happening? You know, Dignitas are showing up today.
This is a fight at the top of the table, Rafa. Dignitas here, tooth and nail versus Team Liquid, the undefeated team right now. See if they can change that. But again, the engage here right onto Diamond. We've had multiple of these where TL go full engage onto the Rel and try and burst him out. They do go 1-for-1, trading support for jungle though. And then you get the arrival. Tomo is forced to cleanse Gale Force away from the Annie engage, and then he flashes there as well. Meanwhile, the ultimate here from Xayah used by Yon, and Cassante gets the Cassante finish those things, while Jensen in the backline doing the kind of off-screen Orianna work there. with the Orianna ball, adding the extra support for the chase down.
Yeah, both Jensen and Tomo were in great pockets. After Tomo had to burn both of his summoner spells, no one could get through the front line of Santorin and Rich. And that is one of the things that Team Liquid have to deal with now that it's later on in the game, is Rich almost gets taken out here by the assassination of Harry and Yon. They force him away. They're going to have to defend this top side, though.
Yeah, he almost gets taken out, but then he is Cassante.
Summit, he doesn't get a chance to go Mega! He gets popped by Rich like a balloon! And now Santorin and the rest of Dignitas have a man advantage to keep this Baron push alive.
Oh my goodness, Rich Cassante still delivers. Dignitas, they want to leave this base in ruins. Annie Tibbers, that's another 50 gold, thank you very much.
What a massive swing for Dignitas. And now they're just going to try to go for the end here. If they take out Harry, there's only 3 members left from Team Liquid. It's 2 inhibitors gone. They have 2 empowered cannon minions as well with the Baron buff.
They're gonna keep on pushing. Blue Gun Aphelios wiping the waves, 14 seconds on Summit.
Someone would have to go huge here. Yon and Core JJ, they're playing it briskly, but it's a huge Cyclone Featherstorm combo. Core JJ starts it all off, and Piotrek has a stopwatch to keep himself alive. Simon looking for the engage. He gets popped by Jensen, but it's traded out by Yon, looking for the triple and Summit. It's just going to teleport in. He's going to keep and corral Rich and Jensen, but Rich at least separates Summit away from him with the all-out. How does he keep doing this with Cassante? Rich is a beast on this champion.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Rich is not trapped in there with you. You're trapped in there with him. The Cassante ults him away from the team, isolates him and gets the kill. First of all, we have to get away from the engage though. No problem there. Goes all out the first time. First all out, chops him down. Spam of Qs, easy. The second one was quite hilarious, though, as this is up against the Nexus turrets here. This is up against the game end. And Core JJ, Birthday Boy comes in again. It is Rakan set up into Xayah Blade Caller. The Xayah ult, lay down all the feathers on top of Core JJ as he goes in, Blade Caller them through. Then the turnaround from Diamond with the crash down plus Orianna damage from Jensen chunks them out. They were threatening the curve. And then it wasn't a full turn because the chunk that they had just gotten out on the rest of the Team Liquid teammates, and Summit knows then, Cassante through the wall.
Summit's starting to realize, man, this champion's kind of busted, guys. We should...
Rich is really good with it too, okay?
Yeah.
There are 2 things that are both true. Yeah, it is busted. Also, Rich is extremely good with it.
You know, a lot of the bans that teams have thrown away towards Rich has been things like the Gwen. I think another split pusher. I think we saw... I don't remember off the top of my head, but the fact that Cassante still managing to be accelerated to its full potential by Rich, I think going forward, teams are going to have to put a lot more respect on this guy when that champion is available, because he has been single-handedly keeping Dignitas alive. There's been great wombos from Dignitas on the back of it, but Rich has been the clutch maker as they look for one more engage. Poor JJ gets a nice grand entrance on the backside of it, and they're trying to take out Jensen. Summit scoops him on up, and Jensen's gone. Poor JJ gets traded on out, but Tomo's still alive, and he's firing right off back. Yon and Harry are the only ones left standing, but they have to deal with the frontline Rich on top of Tomo and Diamond.
And it's a triple for Tomo. Nice kiting there on the Aphelios. Nobody able to lock him down. Now he's got red, white guns. Diamond!
Yon looking for the cleanse, the Featherstorm. Does he look for one more? The Gale Force forward. Rich looks for the Tofa strikes, but Yon flashes it. Doesn't get clipped, and they have to save the base from going down.
Yeah, the minions here doing too much damage. They did enough, though, with that kill onto Diamond to force the rest of them out. Tomo returns. Tomo's finishing that inhibitor off screen. Wonder if he's going to be able to get it. Magnetstorm, though, started it out again. This is what we're talking about for Tomo. Look at him kiting back just on the edge of the Cyclone there. Then he gets pulled in by the Gnar ultimate. Immediately returns to chopping them down. Red, white guns. If everybody dives into you and he's got the cleanse, then he's able to keep on firing, finishes that one off. Looks like he was not able to get that inhibitor during the replay, though he did go back into the base for a little bit. Looks like he was chased out again. So Team Liquid, they've retaken the gold lead technically, but their base is in ruins and they've got to defend their inhibitors. So no way you can go contest any sort of third dragon. Next one will be the Soul, though. and that one will definitely need some action.
Yeah, we're at 35 minutes, and the gold lead, as small as it is, just means that this is certified banger status between both of these teams. This was unlikely going into the day. One of the top teams against one of the bottom teams. We thought it was just going to be another stop, but Dignitas are really pulling out all the stops, maintaining that they can still take on some of the best teams in the league. As the Baron, not even a chance from Team Liquid for a contest.
All right, another Baron acquired. Second Baron for Dignitas. Third one of the game. And 35 minutes in, you've been talking about how many stomps we've been having in the LCS all day long, and this one really delivering though. Dignitas making that comeback good. Now they're gonna be at the gates once again. Top inhibitor has respawned for Team Liquid at least. Try and help out there. But this Baron buff provides so much sieging power, makes it difficult to clear the minions. And Team Liquid, they really have to rely on Yan to deal with most of the minions.
And it's tough because he has no summoner spells coming up for this next potential fight. If Dignitas force an engage, they know that Yan will have to play with more respect and cannot aggressively walk forward.
Yeah, hard to wave clear for them. So Dignitas can just use that slow pressure to their advantage. Just work your way around the base. Bottom, mid inhibitor, then rotate up to top. Once you get all three, big bonus of pressure. Whoa, they're actually just gonna go straight onto the Nexus turret. Summit gets chunked out. He's a mini Gnar. Really far away from the big engage.
Santorn's trying to mark poor JJ on this left side of the flank. He's really going to have to look for a miracle fight here to catch Dignitas off guard. Tomo still has a flash to play with.
Diamond tried to grab an invisible Pioshik with his ultimate there. So now we don't have a Rel ultimate. Good little juke from Pioshik kind of made Diamond flinch.
Summit is about to go Mega. Rich is looking for some damage and a knockup, but Summit now has access to Mega Gnar form. But he doesn't have flash, so he can't get in range quite yet. He's advancing forward. Core JJ looks for the grand entrance, but it's a flash out from Jensen. And now Team Liquid have to back on up. Santorin threw out the Glacial Prison for the slow. Rich is charging up that third Natofa strike. Moonlight Vigil goes wide. Team Liquid are doing everything they can to defend this Lax Nessus turret from going down. The third Natofa strike clips Yan, and he's got a Feather Storm, but he doesn't have a flash. This could be the end for Team Liquid. Dignitas, but Tomo gets clipped out. Team Liquid, if they just survive, they can withstand the hold, they can withstand the pace. Rich is doing everything he can to clip this win for Dignitas. Jensen is putting a lot of damage to the backline, but Team Liquid survive. Pioshik is the only one that goes down.
He has teleport. I guess Rich is recoiling right now.
Okay. A second flank attempt, but this time it's Harry, and Rich is TPing back in. Harry, you gotta be careful about this one. That is a very tanky Cassante, and it's Rich's Cassante. The flash crash down from Diamond. The Magnet Storm locks up Harry, but Yan, the fellow rookie, is with his back all the way through to make sure Harry doesn't go down. They clip out Diamond, and
TL still fighting!
Jensen gets taken out by Summit. This is a banger, baby!
TL still fighting here. They will not give up on Core JJ's birthday. Rich is gonna have to make do with just the red buff as their reward. Now, they have to deal with doubled up super minions in their base though for quite a while. We're gonna break 40 minutes on this one, baby. Love to see it. Team Liquid being pushed to the brink here. The second undefeated team in the LCS, and Dignitas, they are steps away from giving them their first loss. Look at the scramble here. Tomo got immediately bursted down there. Even with the flash, they were able to get the kill with Wukong. So nice chunk there from Pioshik. They got the summoner spells out of Tomo as well, so we'll have to see about the next fight. But after that, once Tomo's down, Dignitas have to retreat, and they can't finish the Nexus. So teleport from Harry wants to get the flank, but we mentioned the teleport from Cassante was coming in too, and they're calling for the turn, Diamond and Rich, but it's a no ultimate Cassante, so he doesn't actually have the damage. He is actually a tank instead of being able to have that all-out button, so no DPS behind the turn. Summit is able to get Jensen in the end, but holy.
You can feel the frustration, and Dignitas are so close from not only adding another win to their record, but also taking out an undefeated team of the summer so far. That could have been the game-ending play, and it doesn't go quite their way. And now Summoner Spell's advantage, we talked about it before. Tomo had the flash. This time, it's not with him. Yan has flash advantage this time around, so he gets to play a little more aggressively.
All right, all about the wave clear. Dragon's Soul is available, by the way. Dragon's Soul is sitting there. If they botch this Nexus fight, they will be kicking themselves. But they want to keep up the pressure, it looks like, and play off all the inhibitors being down.
Magnastorm available. Diamond does not have flash though, so he can't look for the engage up. Pioshik just goes for the flash. Cyclone engage right onto Jensen. Santorin peels right on back. Pioshik receives a lot of burst damage, but they take out the front line immediately. But Rich has dealt with Harry into the back line, and he's going for the game end. Rich, can he finish the game by himself? He's got the footwork, but Yon takes him out. Moonlight Vigil, not enough damage. Yon is still alive. He's taking out one by one. The GA pop. Jensen can walk up potentially, but Yon has to deal with two threats. He takes over the corner. The grand action. Jensen gets the last auto attack, and that's the undefeated streak gone for Team Liquid. Dignitas 2-3 on the board.
Just hit the Nexus. Jensen Oriana does it again. Rafa, he picked it finally again. Oh my goodness, what a game. They really had to work for that one, but Dignitas did it. They took down the undefeated Team Liquid. They hand them their first loss of summer with some big plays.
Dignitas are already on track of beating their spring record at this pace, and they are delivering on upsets, being one of the teams coming into this split that not many had high expectations for, but the fact that Dignitas are able to walk away with this win, they can keep their heads up high, and man, Rich, you're a beast, buddy. If you keep getting Cassante, I know there are going to be great things for you.
All right, let's listen in on the comms.
Just hit. No flash. I'm GA. I'm good. Just hit the Nexus, no? He's one hit. Just hit Nexus, no? Oh.
Yeah, hit Nexus.
Oh, please.
Please, no!
Oh my fucking god.
You get one. You can drop that one. That one's approved.
Yeah.
Core JJ tried to get the knock up there at the end, and Jensen just walks forward, doesn't get hit by that knock up. Maybe it's close on that one because he had like 4 autos to finish the Nexus. Got every single one off there. Definitely an exciting one. Most exciting one of the day, I have to say.
Yeah, definitely a banger. We told you. But for the rest of everyone at home, guess what? The folks at Sleeper have been hard at work making sure the LCS fantasy experience is up to quality, that the issues experienced at the beginning of the split have been resolved. So it's not too late to sign up and start a league with your friends, and you can head over to sleeper.com or sleeper.app to give it a try. But for us, we're going to head it over to Emily and Diamond for our Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, I am here with the victorious Diamond. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm going to give you a little moment to process that game. Coming out of it, as you walked on stage, you're like, wow, what a disgusting game. What was it like, I guess, being in those ending moments? Like, did the fear kind of set in that you wouldn't be able to close it out, or what?
Yeah, I kind of hit my ult randomly at one point. That can tell you like what was happening in our head at that point. You know, I mean, we got the waves, so like we know we're gonna win if we do nothing. But we're also thinking of the Rakan like not showing the whole time. So I think we kind of lost our cool a little bit. But yeah, I mean, we should have won earlier. I kind of played that game pretty bad, honestly, but it's fine.
I did want to talk to you about the Rel pick, just because you guys so heavily prioritized it in terms of first picking her. It feels like some supports, actually both you and Core JJ, and then also Huhi, really highly value her. So especially with I liked it with the Oriana combo specifically. So just talk to me about like how you guys ideally would kind of execute that combination and why she was such a high prio pick.
Well, the champion is a 12-13 abomination, like Static Shiv. So she's like 56 win rate or something, and the champion is messed up. So, I mean, we played it. I mean, I think they were going to pick it if we didn't. At least that was our idea. And I think when I started playing in LCS, actually, Rel just came out. That was one of my signature champ at the beginning. And I think Core is also really good at the champ, so it's kind of taking away from them and also playing it. I mean, it's too OP. The champ it's messed up.
Yeah, I mean, you guys did have one, like, it was at 27:30, I wrote it down, where you guys had a really good, like, Rel Orianna combo that kind of set you ahead in the game and
the
allowed
dragon,
you to
right?
go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Returning to the LCS stage, obviously, you're reuniting with Tomo a bit because he got promoted kind of halfway through.
Yeah.
What's it like been returning to the LCS for you?
It's kind of weird, the timing of it, right? It's kind of like NACL dying and then this happening. So, I mean, it feels good that I get to be here. Like, I'm relieved and I'm grateful for it, but also it's kind of bittersweet in that way. And for me, I think I had like some pretty bad games so far in LCS, honestly. And it's just how it goes. I have to get used to it again because the level is way higher than Academy. So for me, I'll try my best to get back up. And I think it's good that I went Tomo because we've been together for a little bit. So even though we had some breaks in between, so like people say we played together for like 2 years, but in reality we played one split break, one split break, one split break, you know, like so. And then we had another break before I came in. So I still have to like learn more stuff together, even though I could do it as been together for a while, you know.
I remember watching you in your initial LCS debut, and obviously that didn't go how you wanted. In returning, I wanted to ask you how you think you've grown individually as a player in that time between when you did start for FlyQuest and then now starting for Dignitas.
I think I definitely got better, but I think you don't necessarily just get better individually. You get better at like covering your teammates' mistakes and like just being a better person. I think I'm a much better person than I was at the time. So I think like when I first started my career, I always thought like I deserve to be there, I should be there. But now it's more like I'm happy to be here and I wish I can stay here, you know? So that's my personal view on things, you know? So just working hard to be there, you know?
Nice, awesome. Well, congrats. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me. And we will see you guys on the other side of the break.
Thank you, guys.
It is kind of funny to us that FlyQuest is 0-4 because we thought that they would be one of the top teams. So, I don't know, we just want to make them go 0-6 because that would just be really funny.
Yeah, I mean, Volker's not that good. Like, he's trash talking, but he's kind of, he doesn't deserve that. So, I think swapping teams, you know, we'll see who's a better support and like who's actually the problem in the team.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro Series. Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
I think FlyQuest last split had a very, very strong start to the season. At some point, they kind of started having signs of weaknesses. A lot of people, me included, associated those weaknesses mainly to the support position. With me coming in, I think everyone felt like this is the perfect pickup to round out the roster and have a very strong team able to lift the trophy.
Grand entrance onto multiple members for Golden Guardians. They're super low, but they don't have the damage to back it up. Surely this is the Golden Guardians' victory.
FlyQuest sitting all alone at the bottom in 10th with the fatty 0-3. It's pretty crazy.
Bot side, Unforgiven and Ayla moving forward to get the kill onto Stixxay. Evil Geniuses, a strong statement, bounding into summer with a surprising new look.
Ayla won the trade. Who's laughing now? It's Ayla.
Not surprised to see FlyQuest struggling. When I was on FlyQuest, they had a lot of problems. I think when I come in, I wasn't the solution, but it's underlying problems throughout the whole split. And as teams got better, it kind of surfaced. And I just don't think Vulcan is the type of player to come back and fix those problems.
It's just like that, and Spica's down for first blood. Prince dies to double him, and the breath of life from Bucio gives him the second win, and it's just a cat.
It's not easy with your schedule, so it's not easy to like fix all your problems, but I'm expecting them to be better.
I don't really feel pressure from expectations anymore. It's more like, yeah, hell yeah, I'm up to the challenge. People's expectations will be much lower now, and it'll be fun to prove people wrong who probably write us off after 1 week.
Now it's time for LCS Social Theater. Vulcan tweeted this while on EG back in February.
Bring Winsome back.
After a long back and forth, the Twitter beef died out until last week when Ayla, now on EG, replied to this after FlyQuest started the season 0-2. Ayla mocked his rival.
L.
Vulcan replied,
Thanks for letting me live inside your head, Ayla. Undefeated champion of the world.
Revenge randomly added Sven to the thread by saying,
Kekel enjoy.
To which Sven replied,
Fellow Kekel enjoy a Basado.
Jojo tweeted at his former teammate saying,
Miss us, at Vulcan.
Speaker replied,
Easy to talk when you RPG Ayla. Get ready to get next week.
Ayla replied to Speaker,
See you soon.
This has been another edition of LCS Social Theater.
Welcome back to the LCS. We are moments away from FlyQuest versus EG, and not the FlyQuest versus EG matchup we expected to see at the start of the year, but kind of more specifically towards the Ayla-Vulcan rivalry. It's pretty real. I don't feel like it's just banter. There's definitely a lot of blood there, because Vulcan trash-talked Ayla so hard last split. He got destroyed by the community as well, aided by Vulcan. Then they swap, and people even meme that, but now currently it's 3-1 versus 0-4.
And it started with like something that I felt was like an innocent supporting your friend thing, and then it just snowballed. I thought it was gonna stop at some point, like most things. It's like, oh, it's just for content, or it starts, it's like, okay, you know, we'll end it there. That did not stop.
You just kept going.
Yeah, I love it. I want more like genuine beef in the LCS, you know? You're not gonna get along with everyone.
Yes.
It's just a fact of life.
We need more violence, not hating violence. We need more of this. And that's, to me, kind of the story. It's like the story of just a lot of unexpected things. The unexpected fact that, as I mentioned, like that this feud kind of continued. The unexpected point about Evil Genius's success with the new roster, and with FlyQuest's lack of success so far. None of this is something that, or at least it made me entertained, but none of this I would have expected coming into the split.
And I think there's also an additional layer of beef with Ayla, because we even heard about there being underlying issues with FlyQuest that Vulcan is not going to fix. That's not just shade at Vulcan, that's actually shade at the team that basically ejected him after half of a split of success with Winsome. So there's that added dynamic there as well.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's shade necessarily, but just the underlying knowledge that like, and also thirst to prove that like I was not the problem, right? Like there are pre-existing problems on this team that were there even before I came on, and like I know that slotting someone in is not necessarily going to fix those fundamental issues.
Yeah, it's just a lot of human element that's involved, right? Because a lot of the times you hear things of like, oh, they're losing scrims. It's like, oh, well, what does that mean? Or, oh, they're not coming well, or they're not on the same page. It's like, okay, well, are they not fundamentally on the same page on how they view the game? Or is it when it's just pressure moments that you kind of just need to know how you're playing a fight, that they're just not seeing the right things? That happened last split with Team Liquid. Now they set the right tone. now FlyQuest is having it. It feels like they're regressing where they started the split in spring really well and then have just took steps back.
Yeah, both of these teams very surprising so far in summer for different reasons. EG, a lot of players with a lot to prove, currently 3-1. FlyQuest currently still trying to pick up their first win in last place. We are moments away from Champ Select though, so let's send it up to casters to get us in the game.
Thanks, Chad. And we had to steal a lounger to make this TriCast even more hype because the grudge match deserves
now it's more hype.
Whoa, relax, guys.
Wait, our grudge match?
No, not your grudge match. It's Ayla and Vulcan. By the way, Team Vulcan, Team Ayla, go.
Vulcan.
Okay. Okay, I guess I'm Team Ayla.
I mean, you get to be the team that's winning.
Yeah, I feel good about it.
Yeah.
But, I think I'm excited for this. I'm going to lean into this as much as we can. I'll make sure the observers, I'll ask them, stay a bot lane, watch the trades. But yeah, it was one of the most interesting rivalries to come out last split. There was a lot of smack talk. There was like the Jan Sven one, but this one felt like more legitimate and lasted longer.
Yeah, I mean, this one also had the funny ending of who took whose job when Vulcan ended up on FlyQuest now, taking, everybody said at the time, taking Ayla's job. But in fact, Ayla's team now winning and trading over to Evil Geniuses. It looks like he is the one that won the trade. This game is going to be the decider, though. Well, this is the who won the trade game.
If we're lucky, this is the first of many, actually, because there's the second round robin, there's playoffs, who knows?
Yes. Hopefully there will be more games.
there definitely will be at least one more.
Hopefully we will survive this, Mark.
Not going to get that play. But FlyQuest and EG, as like organizations, have bumped into each other in postseason a bunch of times, and it's always framed as good versus evil. The Evil Geniuses and FlyQuest have like their Fly fam, eco-friendly. And so they're leaning into it now with the actual players.
But they're throwing down the trash talk as well. So it's not like they're just, clean angels, They have a little bit of sass to them. But for...
Should I instigate in the pregame lobby?
Yeah, I was going to say, one of us has to be on chat duty.
We have to be checking into all chat.
Well, you're Team Vulcan, so if FlyQuest members talk any smack in-game, you read theirs, and I'll read the EG smack talk.
Oh, it just started at Champ Select. I was typing my message. And then we've got, spoiler though, we've started Champ Select.
Wow, Kobe, you ruined it. Spoilers.
Well, first thing off the table, Vulcan's Rakan. You ain't getting that champion today.
Ooh, target banned already. Start the rumors. Ayla can't handle Vulcan's Rakan. Insane.
No. Ayla's saying you're a one trick. You can only play Rakan. I'll ban this out, and then you're doomed.
Sounds like a typical Team Ayla response.
It's not EG and FlyQuest. It's Team Ayla versus Team Vulcan. Bringing back the Twilight rivalry.
Oh my goodness.
Which team are you? Print out the pictures, the shirts.
Hey, I've got to be on the neutral side here. I'm the checking in.
Team Vulcan's second ban is aimed at Team Ayla's mid laner, really whittling down on that star player that they have.
And it makes sense. JoJo has been popping off. Even the game that they did lose, it was a situation where he had a great early game. So it makes sense. Knock some of the best champions out of the meta off JoJo.
Ooh, with the Ivern ban, Aelin saying your jungler can support better than you can, Vulcan, so we're gonna ban out the support jungle. Boom.
I feel like this is the part where both sides of the fandom and the teams are just starting to spur like unreal stuff, just to keep the instigation going, which I'm totally all for. Spread false rumors on the internet, guys. It's totally not a bad thing. As Evil Geniuses, looking for a first pick here. We know it's not going to be probably one of the support enchanters.
It's not going to be a blind Jax. It's just revenge hovering stuff he likes. There's OPs Nico up, so you are definitely not getting that. Nico, yoinkity yoink, immediately picked up here.
It's surprising to see FlyQuest give this one over. We've seen it a couple times more recently. I feel like when something's OP, at the beginning, everyone's like, ban it, I don't want to deal with it. And then over the weeks, they think they have these little counters that they work out. C9 won today, but it didn't feel like they really beat Nico so much as like they picked AP Zeri and then just won the game because they were a better team than their opponents.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like they necessarily stopped Nico from being Nico.
We'll see what happens when they get wombo comboed by a minion and blown up by an invisible ultimate, especially if you're picking Aphelios. But the Jace into it has been, already was the pick from Cloud9 that you mentioned with MNS. And especially if you pair Jace lane pressure with jungle pressure to come complement it. then you can try and really take back some control.
In that C9 game, though, it was worth noting that they were doing just fine in the lane phase. Eminez's Jace was not able to like really win the lane directly, so that's where it's something where she still has a very strong lane phase, and we're gonna see if they can combo it together. That's gonna be tough, though. EG got Nocturne to turn out the lights, that kind of wombo combo where you, one, can't see a minion coming, but then even if you do, the lights are off. You have to have such a hard time tracking her in the late game.
Yeah.
Turn out the lights and the minions attack.
Is that a real one? Oh my god!
Just adds another layer of complexity and difficulty for FlyQuest to deal with these engages from EG, as they're going to go with the tried and true Maokai. As we've seen this combination work in the past before, Jace gets that priority and allows Maokai to start moving into the river and controlling, setting up for objectives. But in the past so far, it has not really worked out for FlyQuest.
It's actually so funny. I'm already imagining scenarios where they're like Nocturne ulting so the Nico can get into a position that you don't expect. And then when the lights come on, oh, wow, there's a Scryer's Bloom plant there. Or, oh, there's a Honey Fruit.
Was that there before? Was that there before?
How many minions were there? Were there 6 minions? Everyone's counting minion waves frantically as the lights turn back on.
I watch so many horror movies, I can just imagine all the jump scares you can make, like an actual film with like, wait, that wasn't there before.
Oh, it's like the sleeping angel from Doctor Who. You just suddenly see, wait, the Scryer's Bloom is moving closer and closer and closer.
I don't watch Doctor Who, I'm sorry, Rafa.
Oh, no, that's okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, back to business here, though. The Maokai is always the answer with the Jace. Very complementary duo. I've been waiting, though, for someone to try and bait that while not early picking their mid laner. It's not going to work in this case because EG, of course, first picked the Nico. But if you're able to bait that and then counter with a Sylas pick and Sylas stealing away the Maokai ultimates, always love to see that. But we get really deep into the bans here now. Nautilus also going to be banned away for the extra engage.
Yeah, EG needs to pick their whole bot lane. FlyQuest just looking for support. I do like FlyQuest, like you said, with the Jace Maokai. That was one of the combinations that they already played last week, and it's nice to see them sticking to their guns a little bit. Prince has played a lot of Aphelios and saying, like, it's not a strategy problem that we're having, which is kind of how I feel about the issues that we've seen out of FlyQuest. It's a lot more about individual play and things like that.
And the Jace Maokai was something that was played a whole bunch, even out at MSI.
Yeah.
It's been used a whole bunch. The AP locking targets down for the Jace to be able to hit as well. And the Maokai, of course, providing a decent amount of AP damage. Plus, I always love when you can make the game as easy as possible for the rest of your team. Having those big AoE ultimates and big CC to set up for your team. You're saying, Mark, yeah, if it's not an execution issue here, we'll make the execution really easy with Maokai and Malphite now with really guaranteed engage for these.
And look how far down the pick and ban phase FlyQuest are wanting to give Vulcan the support counter pick. They are really trying to make sure that they get into Ayla's head.
You mean Team Vulcan?
Oh, yeah, right.
Team Vulcan giving their captain last pick to make sure they have the advantageous matchup. EG tried. They saved their support as late as they could, but Team Ayla was not able to do it. I do like the Malphite, I will say, given that you have basically physical damage topside with the Nocturne and Cassante, makes it a good situation. We've seen some Malphites come in when it's like AP opponents and you don't get to just stack that armor in the early game, and it feels a little bit worse. Here, this is pretty much an ideal Malphite situation.
Yeah.
The hard thing is just landing on top of the Xayah, since she has such an easy way to dodge out on your ultimate.
Juicy, juicy. The Rel thrown down by Ayla. All right, Vulcan, what do you have in your bag? Everybody's talking about.
Yeah, Mukau is online, baby. He's going to be headbutting whenever Ayla goes in for the engage.
I like it. Team Ayla versus Team Vulcan, both guys having shot calling engage opportunities here. They will often be the ones who are going to go flying in and set up the rest of the team. So, you know, aggressive lane phases, you can maybe find some kills with your junglers, and then the mid to late game, having the ball in their hands.
So what used to be the reason behind this counter is it's really easy for Alistar to either Q or headbutt the Rel when you go for crash down. But I have to wonder, with the changed Rel of having stun on you Q also, and the Q being pretty long range, can you just Q then crash down and negate? If Alistar's not level 6, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Alistar to actually be that combo breaker. Vulcan, let's see if he can work around that, the new version of Rel, and actually execute that. Post level 6, yeah, you can pop your ultimate to break it and still be the combo breaker, but we'll see. But yeah, the idea a lot of the time is cue him into the air and then headbutt him even further into your tower or something like that.
Well, as we head on to the Rift for our grudge match between Team Ayla and Team Vulcan, I have our two team representatives in Mark and Kobe. So I'm going to give you 30-second pitch, starting with Team Ayla representative. Why does this team win?
Well, I will say, it unfortunately involves a lot of actually mid-jungle. Jojo Pune is...
How does Ayla get involved, Mark?
I'll get there later. But for now, I just want to talk about the fact that Jojo, in my opinion, has basically been the best mid laner in the LCS thus far through these 4 games that they've played. And he's on the most broken champion on the patch in a lot of people's minds in Nico. So this is already a great setup for EG, who have done such a good job playing around him. Even last game, the fact that you saw Armeo on the Viego being able to go mid over and over again. They have the Nocturne and the Nico to work together, turn the lights out. And those two have been playing so good together that as much as I want to make it about the bot lane, I do feel like for the side of EG,
yeah, that's
a
all
lot of it
great.
comes through mid.
Guess what, though?
All right, tell me what.
Team Vulcan.
Team Vulcan, a.k.a. FlyQuest, have sacked the beginning of summer all to lull Evil Geniuses and Team Ayla into this precise moment, into underestimating them. This has all been a complete sandbag.
It's a
They've
ruse.
been faking it. They've been faking the sucking this whole time. They're actually going to turn it on and smurf this game.
Lulled into a false
just so
sense
they
of
can
security.
have the biggest laugh.
Okay, we have some chat going on during the pause as we look into
Jojo bathroom, washing hands.
Whoa! I'm EG. I'm EG.
Okay.
I'm Revenge. And I say Jojo bathroom washing hands.
Speaker chimes in. Oh, you're fine.
Yeah. Revenge clarifies his monitor turned off, and then now Jojo is hard spamming just R
That means
over
ready.
again.
That
Yeah.
means ready.
Yeah. Thank you, Kobe. So we should be back in the game any second.
3, 2, 1, 0. Well,
Kobe, you're getting ahead of the track
I mean,
here.
it started on my screen.
He did that for Champ Select too.
Grudge match is online, baby. Let's go. Team Ayla versus Team Vulcan. A lot of the action, and something that Flowers noted at the top of the day, something that I also agree with. I love that we are back in engaged support meta versus enchanter support, because there's a lot more potential for
Excuse
scrappiness.
me, sir. I saw Yumi earlier today.
That one doesn't count.
Care to explain?
No, that one doesn't exist.
Care to explain what happened there?
Fake news.
Sven's a one trick is what happened.
And they won. And they won with the 45% win rate, champ.
Scary stuff.
Cloud9's built different, guys. It's okay.
They certainly
They
are.
can do whatever they want.
And they did build more static shivs than their opponent. True. It's key right now.
A couple static shiv potentials here. Not as many as sometimes. Neither
Yeah,
soul laner really going to go for it.
Very, very, very little, actually.
Hear me out.
This game.
Malphite.
No.
Wait, we gotta listen because we gotta give him time to talk.
I heard all I need to hear, man.
Have you ever heard that? Give him more time to talk to like make a fool of himself.
No,
Oh yeah, better keep your mouth whatever. Yeah, we all know the quote. No. As soon as I hear something I don't like, I shut down.
The quote is, if you're an idiot, it's better to keep your mouth shut than to open it and remove all doubt that you actually are an idiot.
Good quote. Spoken like someone who's heard it a bunch of times.
Yeah, I didn't say the beginning part of it, so look who's the idiot now.
I like how the rivalry is spread to the desk. it's infectious, man. Once you align with the team. I'm seeing too much mid lane action. Let's
Can we
go
watch
bot.
Vulcan versus Ayla down here? Maybe we get an Ignite popping off soon. Oh my God.
Did you mean Cassante versus Malphite? No, observers, we didn't. We meant bot lane. Thank you.
Yeah! This is where the grudge match is really happening. See, the crowd is also in on it as well.
Okay.
Perma bot lane
minion,
camp.
boom. We're pushing. We're pushing.
All right, getting two here.
Can he break the
He
shield?
slapped him! Oh my goodness, he procced the bone plating!
Massive level 2 advantage. Unrecoverable for the team Vulcan.
Warding away the jungler. Warding away the Team Vulcan jungler. They know he placed the ward though, so they have the timer mark.
I like
Do
that.
you ping the ward when someone places the ward? Because that's 5 gold. You better keep your grubby hands off it. That's my 5 gold.
I play A-Ramp where there's no wards.
Yeah, well, I asked the wrong person.
Do I need to separate you two?
No.
This is getting personal.
We got to talk about the fact that both junglers also got the memo, starting on top side and clearing to bot lane, knowing that this is indeed the focus of everyone watching this match right now. Look at that trade. God, they're so good.
Cannon execution. Ah, yeah, juicy.
This is great. This is my favorite cast of the year so far. I just love this chaotic energy. Armeo finishing up his level 4 clear, in just a bit. He hasn't actually done the red buff yet. He wanted to go for the Krugs first just to make sure if there's going to be an earlier hover from Spica, but now has the opportunity to go for the red buff and then can now hover for the Scuttle Crab trade. Seems like Team Ayla is favored as they have the push currently so far.
Definitely some pushing advantages right now in the early game for EG. I will say some interesting adaptations too in the mid lane. I believe last time Evanes took first strike on his Jace. This time Vikla going for phase rush. Makes some sense given the fact that Nico does have pretty easy ability to land some poke with just Q spam early on.
I just really like it against Nocturne because it gives you an actual escape from the Nocturne engages. Level 6 a lot of times. Nocturne comes for mid and Vikla.
Oh boy.
Oh, one more flash auto. Oh, but Vikla knew that JoJo was also thinking about it, so it's a flash for flash.
Like I said earlier, we've been sandbagging and faking that we suck the whole time in order to bait things out. Now flash for flash trade, it's fine.
I will say I'm feeling pretty good about it for EG fan. No flash on the enemy mid laner. My Nocturne's level 4, going to be hitting 6 with the power clear. That, you know, Armeo is just very happy to let these pushing lanes go in the early game and focus on getting Scuttles with the control, get himself farmed up. And this is a comp that's definitely going to be much more focused on level 6.
Yeah, and like I said as well, the Nocturne usually going to look towards the Jace mid when he's level 6, so Vikla better utilize that phase rush well. If he gets locked up by another route from the Nico in mid lane, and there's a level 6 Armeo coming from him.
Uh-oh.
Wow, that really getting blasted here.
Nice phase rush to dodge out in the comment, but JoJo did not even base yet. He actually still has his TP and chunked out Vikla, so he's going to shove this wave in and then probably back and TP and not really give Vikla a good window to reset himself, and this lead will just get worse and worse as time goes on.
You know what? Solid of Team Ayla to sign this JoJo Pyun guy for mid lane.
Definitely
yeah.
The order of events that happened.
Yep.
Not the correct order of events, you know what? Or maybe good for Team Ayla that he joined the team that had JoJo Pyun on it. I'm trying to buy into the whole Team Ayla thing.
Yeah. I'm there with you as well. It's pretty good for us that Vikla is faking a lot of mid deficit at the moment.
He's really, really convincing. That bait is amazing.
He's gonna get his recall off, no problem now. It's fine. We also had Vulcan himself come up into the jungle and clear the wards. It's godlike support play right there.
Yeah, it's a cannon wave. Still be fine ultimately once JoJo gets that shove in. So not too bad for Vikla from here. The question is where are they going to go now that sixes are starting to come online. JoJo has his. Sure, Armeo is not too far away. After
watch this cannon execution.
I'm watching it.
Oh,
the fake out. Oh my god, he's so good.
Isn't that sick?
Yeah, that was amazing, dude. Love it.
There's more spots here if you want to switch over to Team Vulcan.
Are you trying to recruit me? Nah, dude, I'm ride or die Team Ayla.
Wait till he gets some mid roams off. Oh.
Team Edward, Team Ayla.
You're gonna go Twilight on me?
I'm going so Twilight. I have my Twilight quotes ready. I've been forced to watch these movies more than you'd think.
The river fight. They're working.
Can they get in there?
They're working their magic.
And the saplings are starting to spread. Armeo is also here. Still no flashes for either of these mid laners, but no level 6 from Armeo or Spica, so no punish will come in anytime soon.
Missed that one on purpose.
Nice little trade there, though, for Vikla. I love how committed you are to anything bad that happens. It's good for team.
Nice little trade there. Thank you. Yeah. I like your commitment too.
I'm trying to be slightly unbiased. Like you're fully bought in on the rivalry. It's a good trade.
All right, Armeo though, we mentioned the Nocturne level 6 being dangerous, and it looks like he's going to get some red quadrant counter jungling off. If he gets Krugs as well after this red buff, might spell some pretty interesting problems for FlyQuest.
Let me guess, Kobe. Team Vulcan planned for Armeo to be baited on this top side of the map
but the
so
minions are
going
to see him. The minions see him though. You can circumvent that if you just wait and look at your minions as they're passing that little same alcove down here. Like your minions matching here, are their minions matching here? Anyways, he doesn't care about giving vision, but because of it, Spica is going to be able to get that dragon.
Yeah, I think for the side of Team Ayla, you're not really too concerned about giving over the early dragons. Like you said, you want to get 6 on Nocturne. You're not going to fight that dragon anyways. Go ahead, grab that one. Plus, there's a bit of pressure on the side for FlyQuest. You can see a small CS advantage in favor of Prince right now, but for the side of Team Ayla, very happy with mid and top lane advantages as well as jungle.
Yeah, and forcing Vikla back here with some pressure. I wonder if they can like hold the wave or something, but Vikla has no teleport or flash from all of the early pressure from JoJo, so him being forced back there should be some easy objective.
What an amazing
here.
roam timer out of Ayla. Right there after winning that trade in mid lane, being able to show up, grab the Rift Herald. Excellent, excellent play out of the support.
Yeah, that's what I would think too. Genius play. Yeah. If I didn't know the end game plan here.
Oh, what's the end game plan, Kobe?
I'm not gonna spoil it. Kobe doesn't know. He's making it up as it goes along. Yeah, fair enough, man.
We're not gonna spoil it. We've got a big wombo. Oh, and it's coming mid.
Hey, the lights turned out, the pop-up blossom, and Team Ayla is on the board with
part
first
of the
blood.
plan, okay? All part of the plan, like we said. Faking it. Still no flash. It's okay.
Like we also said, actually going through mid lane, you know, we did have Ayla there for moral support. He was shot calling that play, but it was mostly Jojo Pyun getting his flash up slightly earlier, getting that knock up, then going for Armeo, coming in over the top as well, finding that kill.
I mean,
nicely done.
The flashes should actually be Vikla at the same time, unless, is there an inspiration diff? Summoner spell cooldown diff?
I don't know if he took biscuits or not or anything like that. I can't see. The screen's not quite right.
Yeah, all right.
Cosmic Insight diff?
Yeah, we've got Cosmic. That's what I meant by inspiration.
Yep.
And there is Cosmic Insight diff. That kill actually brought to you by Cosmic Insight.
That is actually...
Summoner spell cooldown is not just for junglers. That actually gives the first blood here.
You can see Ayla faking like he's backing up, going in, knock up. I'm pretty sure the whole time they knew that that was actually JoJo. It wasn't like that was the tricky part. It was just the summoner mismatch, because if you're playing and not really paying attention to the fact that he has Cosmic Insight, most of the time you're just basing their flash off your flash, and you go, okay, mine's still down. They can't jump on top of me here. And just that little advantage on the side of Team Ayla.
Inspiration tree, the gift that keeps on giving. Wait, there's 2 cannon minions?
Not anymore. Now for
That's right. Now there's about to be 0 once Vikla nails that cannon minion CS. Nice job.
Grassmit Straws over there, Team Vulcan, talking about cannon minions. I got kills. I got CS leads, gold leads.
At some point, Mark, I feel like Kobe is going to get excited about whenever FlyQuest just advanced to each side of the map. It's like, they've gone into the other side.
I feel like he's just going to beat me up, because I'm going to be winning in-game, and it's going to be his last recourse. You know, whenever you're winning an argument, someone's like, well, I can beat you up.
At that point, I'll be like, we didn't really want this one. We're looking towards the playoffs, okay? Regular season doesn't matter.
Next point on the map. We don't have a dragon for next couple of minutes here, so Evil Geniuses still have control. Paranoia is up once again for Armeo, and he's got the Stride Breaker fully completed. This is a powerful Nocturne, and for most junglers, they know that this is probably the strongest point of the game for Nocturne, so you have to be super careful if you are Team Vulcan.
I'm very happy to see Armeo playing well. I know we've been memeing the bot lane fights, but for Armeo, he actually had a great Viego game yesterday, and then this time on the Nocturne already off to a pretty good start, and getting more resources put his way and not just being stuck on like tank duty to support JoJo, but actually comboing together with different these mid-jungle 2v2s that make him look like the star himself.
Yeah, he's actually had a bunch of really strong games, a lot of them based off of good invade timers with his pushing lanes. So this Evil Genius team, one of the things I really was cautious about was how well they could actually sync up and work on each other's timers. Being put together such a last-minute team, you know, this team completely blew up in the offseason. They replaced 4 players, and as we get the charge off here for JoJo and Armeo sharing some gold, they replaced 4 players, but they've been working very well in a lot of these scenarios seamlessly together. Plus, you know, the added benefits, Armeo talking about how much he enjoyed working with Blabber on Cloud9 as he was coaching for a little bit with them. And it really does look like this is the LCS Armeo that people wanted to see in his previous debut, and are pretty happy to see him get another chance.
Speaking of the consistency between splits as well, FlyQuest having 4 members and bringing in Vulcan, who a lot of people assumed would be an upgrade, the problem with consistency sometimes is if you had problems before, they can stick around between splits. And Ayla, in one of his interviews, was talking just about that. He's like, I knew FlyQuest had a lot of problems. I subbed into a situation where not everything was gravy, and then kind of got scapegoated.
So he
It's like,
escaped.
he got out.
Well, can Team Vulcan escape this one? Armeo's already popped the lights here, but they know where exactly Armeo is. He's going to dive right onto Spica, gets the stride breaker and walks away, buys some space. Revenge is teleported in alongside Impact, but Impact is completely separated, all out. But it is the Nature's Wrath for Spica that locks down Revenge, and that gives a nice advantage over to FlyQuest. Armeo's able to steal the dragon, flashes away. They do lose out on Revenge, but it's a dragon netted for Evil Geniuses.
Really nice split of the fight there by the side of FlyQuest. Spica with the Maokai ultimate stopped Jojo Pume from being able to go in. He got rooted right as his ult was going off. I think Jojo wanted to flash in. Ayla was off on the flank. He wanted to combo that as well. But because it was so hard to actually get involved there, it just left Revenge isolated from the rest of the team for FlyQuest to find those kills.
Yeah, good ult from Impact as well. As soon as he got done getting beat from the right side of the map to the left side of the map at 50% HP, then boom, he's in the perfect spot. He gets his ultimate off on Malphite, point blank range with that Maokai setup that we mentioned from Champion Select. The only bad thing there for FlyQuest is that while they're running away, Armeo gets the dragon. So even though EG lose the kill in the fight, they still get the objective.
Really nicely done there, grouping up as 5, making sure that there's no one isolated for the side of Armeo to go in. And the only person who was isolated is the Malphite. Like you said, he gets knocked close to the rest of his team. And right there where Jojo's trying to go in, he gets rooted up by the Maokai ult. Ayla, like we said, left side, was not able to find an angle either. So that split up by the side of EG, not working out for them. The copium for Team Ayla, you get the dragon.
Yeah, exactly. And then Armeo, he flashes out after getting the dragon and finishing it and focusing on it. So he does live, but no flash on the Nocturne either for the next big engage. Jojo does have his, though, for the Nico, and that is a critical one.
Ults are slightly in favor of EG. All of them are back up right now, basically, and FlyQuest are trying to contest this Rift Herald without having their Malphite ult yet.
Well, FlyQuest now see that there are 2 Rels, and Jojo's gonna reveal the clone disguise. They get the Rift Herald for Evil Geniuses. They can now just walk away. Prince is trying to buy mid priority so they can look for at least the mid crash, maybe the mid turn on the back end of it, and Evil Geniuses cannot get in place to defend.
Good shock blast onto Unforgiven. A little bit of a chunk as he's trying to come over and clear out the minion wave. A little bit bigger of a chunk there as Prince gets the Graviton on him as well, but should be just a reset here. Rift Herald number 2 is picked up, does give, some extra little bit of pushing power. Not quite as important as Rift Herald number 1, but still definitely another objective there for Evil Geniuses.
Feeling pretty good if you're the side of EG, still up gold. I don't think there's super big inherent scaling advantages either way. It does feel like it's going to come down to execution in these team fights. If FlyQuest can keep marking these multiple flank engages under the guise of a Nocturne ultimate.
Speaking of which, Paranoia right onto the top side, and Viclaw is gone.
Beautiful chain right there from Revenge on Impact. Impact doesn't even get his unstoppable ultimate off. Armeo comes in, or excuse me, wrong solo laner.
He was in the top lane, slightly bamboozling. Nice combo there for EG. Kind of leaking out after the mid pressure, something that I think FlyQuest has sometimes had trouble with is marking exactly where the side of the enemy will be. And the fact that they got those people snuck up to the top side while Vicla was stuck under the turret. Get that kill, get that objective up to almost a 2,000 gold lead now. Looking pretty good for Team Ayla. Though a lot of it is Armeo.
Certainly is.
That's been one of the beneficial things about Evil Geniuses this entire summer split so far. I mean, Jojo has obviously stepped up and is now kind of making a case for being the best mid laner in LCS right now. But Armeo, as you were already talking about before, this guy's been slept on for so long. Even his last stint when he wasn't officially in LCS, he subbed in for Santorin when he was dealing with some, I don't remember exactly what the health issues
were. It was migraines, yeah.
That's right. And he took 2 games off of Blabber during that finals. They didn't win in the end, but a lot of people have just been discrediting Armeo, saying, oh yeah, but he's only good for challengers. He would never be LCS caliber. I mean, he's making a case for it so far this summer.
And I think it makes it so easy to cheer for Team Ayla. The fact that they have so much young North American talent who, people have been rallying around for a while now. These guys like Armeo, like Ayla, winning in the academy scene and not
like
really
Spica,
giving a fair...
like Vulcan.
Like a couple other guys that I don't really care about right now. Revenge, Jojo. So many of these guys who, it's nice to see them all on a team together playing quite well, with Unforgiven joining them after having a very good last split as well. So it's a really easy team, I think, for a lot of fans to cheer for.
All right, well, FlyQuest have actually done a pretty good job setting up their vision for this next Dragon. Let's see if they can get a Vulcan Spica combination play off this time around. The Alistar Maokai here pretty early on, and Impact does have teleport if he wants to join for it. But EG pop the Rift Herald mid to get mid prio. They can push in mid first, then move their way down to Dragon. They won't have to worry about so much of that extra vision. Jojo, good disengage there. He got the root onto Vulcan as he tried to headbutt, and that's 50% HP off of our hero.
TP from Impact cuts off Revenge, so he doesn't get a chance to join and link up with his teammates quite yet. The objective is still for this Dragon, and FlyQuest are the first ones in there, but Evil Genius is going to try to fight for wave priority, as Prince is the only person that is defending it. Vulcan and Vikla are in his back pocket. He throws out the Moonlight Vigil, gets a chunk down out for HP and Poke, and FlyQuest are slowly burning down the Dragon.
See if they can find a way in. Armeo and Revenge are trying to work together to get into the river, but...
Revenge might be in a bad spot here. Armeo turns out the lights, but the Nature's Wrath is going to cut them all forward. Huge knockup from Vulcan. Can Jojo Pyun cut him off on the right side of the flank? Yes, he can, but Vikla flashes out away, and Prince cleans them up. And Evil Geniuses are on the run. FlyQuest are up on the board.
Big Vulcan play! He's able to get caught on Alistar. Exactly what you want. He just pops his ultimate. Then he gets the chunk. He headbutts Revenge back over, and Revenge, as he uses all out, they get the big Q knockup and absolutely destroy the team fight here. Revenge thinks he's going straight at Vulcan, but Vulcan Qs him, headbutts him into the team, and then just pops his ultimate. There's the Maokai follow-up into the Malphite 3-person ultimate off of Maokai, and that's your team fight win right there. Nothing else necessary.
Yeah, the fight was basically over after that play. The saving grace was maybe trying to find the kill on the Vikla. Couldn't do it. I hate how happy he looks right now. Every time that smug support smiles. The deep cut for the perks.
It's an old meme, but it checks out.
Thank you, sir.
I'll allow it. Honestly, yeah, throwing a lot of stuff at Alistar. Alistar has not been played in a decently long time, but even the lowly support, popping that ultimate, still very tanky. Really good job there by Vulcan reacting to the situation, and the rest of FlyQuest now.
Oh, Ayla with the Magnastorm into the Crashdown, but it gets popped before anyone else from Team Evil Geniuses can look for a turnaround. Jojo Pyun with the Pop Blossom finally finds some burst damage, and Vikla is the first one to go, and Revenge this time around finds the all-out on the Prince, and they wipe the floor on the FlyQuest for the honorable sacrifice of Ayla.
This is the skin of a killer. Ayla pops off, goes in slightly ahead of the rest of his team, but sets them up to find those 4 kills and get Baron on the side of Evil Geniuses.
Wow, Twilight quotes and all. I love it, Mark.
I said I was committing.
Well played. Evil Geniuses get the bigger team fight win, and the Baron is their reward. All right, take it away.
I thought for sure this was a misstep by Ayla. Not only goes in a little bit ahead of the rest of the team, but kind of gives them an escape going with the Crashdown. But
no Maokai ult though now.
No Maokai ult, and Jojo Pyun found a really nice angle to start chunking people low, and then the collapse that came in from Armeo and Revenge, getting onto the back line and killing the key members of the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, man. Nico setup into Cassante, ultimate right over the wall there. Big follow-up from the rest of Team Ayla. And now with the Baron buff, they've got a lot of money left to take. Bottom side outer tower is still up, so should be able to push out bottom pretty quickly.
Next Dragon coming up in 2.5 minutes, or actually 3 minutes. So Evil Geniuses still have plenty of the map to control and take forward. As you already pointed out, Kobe, Evil Geniuses pushing their vision line further into the bottom half of the river, setting up a Revenge for a safe push. And then once they control this bottom side of the jungle, then the next Dragon setup should be in their favor.
FlyQuest making a good call, though. They just want to trade the other side of the map. Vikla does get the outer trade on top turret for the Jace for isolated gold. So at least they're able to get something while under the pressure of the Baron buff. Mid lane, though, should be able to get number 2 here for Evil Geniuses and keep on collecting.
Yeah.
EG actually.
Nice defenser out of FlyQuest. Still a minute and a half left, so you think EG will probably be able to grab another turret or 2. But this is definitely not the game-ending Baron. There's still plenty left to play. It's just at the tail end of this, how much of a gold lead can EG get? You're probably still going to have to win a dragon fight or two, and thus far, FlyQuest has actually done a good job around the dragon fights when their battle lines are more established. That top river fight was definitely one where it kind of came out of nowhere, and that's where EG's comp can really pick you apart by turning the lights off, disguising as minions and things like this. So FlyQuest just trying to stop the bleeding as much as they can during this Baron buff.
It's all about those flank angles, as you were talking about earlier for Evil Geniuses. If you just try to go through the front door, then FlyQuest are obviously equipped with a better front line to just be able to go front to back. But Evil Geniuses, with the vision that they've established in the jungle quadrant, if they can get flank angles, JoJo will have teleport available. Revenge might have teleport up at the same time when this dragon spawns. They have to be really careful about how far you go into the river as FlyQuest.
Yeah, the EG engage is just insane. Yeah. Even without a Nocturne ultimate, if you're looking at Nico and Rel, those things are really, really difficult at the moment. Very powerful champions, both of those. Both of those champions at the 55+% win rate stage right now. But then if you turn out the lights and have the Nocturne on top of it, it makes it really difficult. And the best thing about Nocturne is it empowers your side lane pushing like no other. So if Vikla tries to push out on side lane for FlyQuest, then you really have to worry about not only Nico, who's up there, but also Nocturne ultimate coming over your head. And you have to do this thing where you're constantly covering teammates, kind of like what you see Vulcan doing right now. You kind of stand behind and you watch them, and you slowly move up. Slowly sapling, eats brush, slowly try and retake Vision Ward after Vision Ward.
Yeah, definitely a difficult team comp to play against from behind. FlyQuest, I was going to say way back before they lost the Gold League, feels a similar way where they do have a poke advantage. Maokai saplings, Jace poke going in. It does feel like a team comp where, you know, it's a little hard to work through. But if EG are set up first like this for the next Dragon, where they have these wards down, it's FlyQuest who are walking in, having to make sure that there's no flanks coming from the side of EG. It makes it a lot more difficult to contest, and maybe they'll just sack some of these dragons given that they already have the lead in it.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing that right now by trying to hard push on top side. They had rotated Spica, Vulcan, and Impact to try and be that extra support for Vikla as he's pushing out on top side. And they were hoping EG were going to overcommit to that dragon, but EG calling them, not wanting to let them get any sort of trade while EG hold the advantage. And so they forced the recalls off of FlyQuest, no further pushing acquired from them, and then they go and collect their dragon.
I like this from FlyQuest, playing it a little bit slower. You're behind, you're waiting for some more item power spikes. You're doing a good job funneling Prince, who is already slightly ahead and has picked up a couple of kills. He's getting close to his third item, slightly ahead of Unforgiven right now. And it does feel like with this pretty beefy team comp, it's basically 3 meatballs and 2 marksmen, depending on how Jace is exactly playing it.
Yeah.
But they definitely want to make sure that they're fighting front to back, and Prince will be the VIP that they're trying to keep up, most importantly, through all this dive.
This would be a big game for Prince to step up in, as the previous 4 games for FlyQuest. I mean, even though we know that there's been a lot of just things not going the way for them in those previous matches, but even Prince has not looked like the stellar player he was back in spring during a lot of the victories they've had. So a lot of questions surrounding this roster.
Borderline MVP with Winsome? What is he with Vulcan? I don't know.
I don't like the narratives you're constructing right now, fellas.
I'm just saying, Kobe, what was the record with Winsome?
I don't like these one bit.
What did he say? Something like bring Winsome back? I don't know. Just food for thought.
All right, let's see how Malphite does versus 4 with his tower.
They're just brute forcing, and Impact is going to throw out the unstoppable force to stop them from being able to take the turret. Impact does not go down.
4. I'm fine. My tower's not, though.
We'll end up losing the turret, but I thought for sure EG was going to get a little more aggressive there and use some of their ultimates to actually find that kill. All 5 members of EG still have their ults up. I felt like any one person could have actually found that kill if they were a little more aggressive.
Good stalling there from Impact gets them the trade, and that's what you want when you're behind like this for FlyQuest. Getting the 1-for-1 trade on objectives, secondary tower acquired by the rest of the team.
It's a bit spooky here for Evil Geniuses because that commitment to the bottom side of the map gave FlyQuest the first onus onto setting up Vision in this Baron pit.
So right now, EG on the reset, being able to get back and start clearing this Vision out, like we were talking about the Vision battles for both teams. You want Vikla there to start poking them out as they step forward to get to these wards. Vikla now joining up.
Got a slight little advantage for Prince, speaking of which right now, with this completed LDR. So if they actually force on Baron, now Velios with red-white guns, with his 3-item power spike, double sums available. We'll see if you're still talking.
Yeah, it's a risky Baron start here for EG. I kind of like the points you're making, unfortunately. Dicey start. They're trying to find the flank. You can see JoJo pretending to be Rel over the wall while the
That Baron's actually gone, though. What the heck? That is burned.
Oh, they jump right on the JoJo Pion, and JoJo Pion, oh no, it doesn't even get to use the Pot Blossom! FlyQuest are now playing with the man advantage, but Ayla and Revenge are doing great work with Armeo, as they've already taken out Prince. And they just now have to deal with Vikla. It's just a bunch of meatballs, but they can surely walk through them, as the meatballs are actually doing a lot of work onto Armeo, but they found Vikla, and with Unforgiven, the lone marksman player, he is the one that can shred through the front line of FlyQuest.
What a crazy fight there from EG. They get the Baron, and then because they're focusing down on the side of FlyQuest running forward, not enough to keep Prince up after finding the kill onto JoJo. A big win for EG, getting some kills, getting the Baron, and now getting the push.
Yeah, it's interesting because FlyQuest, they make the call to go for the kills, but like you're saying, they chase up here into the rest of the jungle, and it leaves Aphelios all by himself here. Maokai ultimate can't actually peel the Nocturne, and Armeo gets right in there. Ayla jumping over to focus fire him, and watch Ayla come back as well, because Revenge is on Vikla now, and Ayla sees it. He comes over, he flashes to help him kill the other carry as well. So I have to admit it,
Team
your
Ayla
boy
looking pretty good,
helping out with
off.
both of the kills on both of the carries in that team fight. Well done on the Rel.
Is this official, like, jumping over to Team Ayla now, Kobe? Are you off Team Vulcan? What's
Never.
It? Oh.
Never.
We drew these lines in blood at the beginning of the match.
That sounds like a quote. Is that a quote, Mark?
I don't know.
I thought you said you watched this.
Oh, you thought that was a Twilight quote?
Yeah.
No, I only know like 2 or 3, honestly, and I used one already.
Well, Evil Geniuses with that Baron play now set themselves up a 6,000 gold lead. It's still not game over yet for FlyQuest, but it's quite commanding position that Evil Geniuses have themselves locked into. The Dragon is coming up in 25 seconds, and there's no chance for FlyQuest to contest.
No, FlyQuest are going to give this one up as well. The gold lead in the previous Baron we were talking about probably still manageable given the fact that Prince had that small advantage. 6K starting to get unmanageable. A lot of map pressure on the side of EG, as well as the fact that Unforgiven is now mostly caught up in gold. The rest of the top side for EG is very, very strong.
Ayla just clearing out some vision control here in the bottom jungle quadrant as Unforgiven lays down the siege and gets this minion wave up to the tower. FlyQuest, how long can they hold on here?
We were talking earlier in the day about the lack of good wave clear. It feels like in the current meta, there's not much FlyQuest have for line wave clear if Vikla and Prince cannot just walk up and hit the minions. You see they're able to do that right now as EG has leaked Unforgiven out to solo the dragon down while keeping this pressure up. Does buy
they're going for the pick,
FlyQuest.
teleport pick onto JoJo again. They really like going after this Deco.
Can they get to him? Nature's Wrath is en route, but it fizzles out. JoJo allows the rest of Evil Geniuses to get that objective for free, and nothing is acquired by FlyQuest.
I know that looks really bad. I don't actually hate it because the side of EG was collapsing, and if Impact ults in and you have the whole team speeding up there, JoJo Pion with his ultimate would probably be able to stall it out long enough, even if you found that kill. He does have stopwatch, and so it would take long enough that I think EG would find those kills and potentially end the game, given that they still have Baron buff temporarily there. So I don't hate it, even though it does cost your TP. It was a decent look.
Yeah, you're kind of checking if EG are paying attention, because FlyQuest doesn't have a lot of plays there. They're boxed into their own base, and if you think they're sending somebody to go get Dragon, your only play is to try and make a pick on someone. So they take a swing, does not hit on this one, but mainly due to good recognition from Evil Geniuses.
Now there's going to be a bit of a stall out as we wait for the next neutral objective to come up. You can expect FlyQuest to kind of stay safe. They did critically not lose any inhibitors. No natural map pressure going in the favor of EG. So even though they've lost 2 Barons, FlyQuest have done a decent job hanging around in this game. The problem is the Drake stacking has continued during this time, given that they've been pigeonholed on their side of the map. EG have grabbed 3 Drakes in a row, I believe it is, setting them up for Soul Point at 3 minutes, and 3.5 minutes, excuse me, and that's when they'll be forced to finally actually step up for another fight outside their base.
Prince is aggressively walking forward. He has the rest of FlyQuest behind him to make sure that they can get this crash insured.
Objective bounties.
Teleport is coming in. Looks like it's going to be Revenge. They have to defend because they don't want to lose this mid turret for control of the map, as Baron is the next objective up in a minute and 20.
What a bunch of cowards, Kobe. scared when they saw that teleport coming in. Team Ayla wouldn't be scared.
You're mad that you just got baited, as we've been doing all game long. Like I
you got
said.
my TP
baited
cooldown?
into the TP. Sucker.
FlyQuest are just kind of biding their time at the moment. I mean, Prince is still very powerful in the way his items are set up. Vikla also can deal some major damage, but it has come down to how well Evil Geniuses have been creative with their flanks and opportunities. We even saw in that last fight where Jojo, he got picked off first, but the fact that Ayla came from the other right side, it really threw FlyQuest for a turn.
Just wait for the big twist at the end, though.
You've been saying that for like 20 minutes, dude. It's not happening.
So, okay, step one was to get objective bounties up. That way the twist is more impressive. Now, when we make our big play, smash the team, we get a bunch of objective bounty gold.
Stop trying to make fetch happen, Kobe. This late game plot twist is not happening. Baron's up in 10 seconds. EG are going to start it. FlyQuest are going to face check. Ayla's going to find the fattest flank you've ever seen in your life. They're going to win the game.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, maybe.
Just like odds statistically, that is probably one of the more likely plays to happen.
Impact might be caught out here. He gets pushed back by Revenge. Third Notoko strike clips him out. I mean, he's not really taking any damage.
Oh my god, these tank fights! Holy, that's like 100 damage to each, maybe? Are the shields back on?
It was for positioning. Well, now FlyQuest are just going to see if they can make their way on in.
Wait, these Barons disappear so quickly. Come on.
6,000 HP.
Get in
FlyQuest, they're running out of time. Oh, Ayla's looking for the Dream Flank. He has a flash available, and he's looking for Prince, but he fades onto the bottom side of the map. Armeo is clipping out. Vikla forces him out. Ayla, his one sight, his one target, it's on to Prince, and he and Revenge are going to look for the assassination. The all-out, it finds Prince, it forces him to go back, but he still has a flash to play with. They found Jojo Fuel for FlyQuest. The Radiant Virtue is keeping FlyQuest alive. Vulcan goes back in for the headbutt. Armeo is slow on HP. He's blinking. Vikla finds another kill, but Unforgiven is able to answer back. Ayla finds a huge stun. Armeo is trying to see if he can add any other damage to the fight without going down, but it's just all Unforgiven all day as Ayla leads the charge, finding Vulcan on the back end of it. The crash down forces the flash out of Impact. The rest of FlyQuest has to retreat.
In the end, even 2 for 2 kills here. I thought they were going to get a better turn, but Prince was kind of forced all the way away from the front line there. Impact and Vulcan wanted to make a turn, and he tried to go back in as the Alistar, but they didn't have the damage because Prince got chunked out and he was so far away. Anyway, here's the very beginning of it, where he stops the engage from Jojo, and you see the disengage for the 2 carries this time is actually really big for FlyQuest. Maokai ult right now for Spica wraps up the rest of EG, and so it's just Ayla and Revenge in there. It looks like Prince is in a scary situation, but it's just the 2 frontliners there on him, so he does live. Impact gets chunked in. Vikla goes in for the big dunks, and he ended up getting the kill, but he's picked.
And there's a dragon available. It's Mountain Soul on the line. Armeo turns out the lights. Prince is forced to use his flash. Ayla goes over the wall with the Magnet Storm and the crash down, finding Speak on the back end of it. And Revenge is trying to cut off the rest of the damage from Vikla and Prince so that he cannot help Spica get out alive. The knockup goes in. It's a huge one for Vulcan, but it's a last-ditch effort as Evil Geniuses are the one that reign on top. Team Vulcan is eviscerated. Team Ayla reigns supreme. The vendetta is won for Ayla's favor as they will advance into the base and take out FlyQuest.
0-2 and 14 for Ayla, getting his revenge against Vulcan, winning the swap of rosters. EG are going to go up to 4-1.
We're still sandbagging. Just wait. You just wait.
The plot twist is coming.
The plot twist is coming. Next time.
Evil Geniuses. And look at the face of Ayla. Contrast with the face of Vulcan. This is for all the Challengers League fans that watched Ayla and Armeo come up on that Team Liquid's Proving Grounds run. This is such a happy sight to see. I mean, Ayla being put in that position where he came in halfway through Spring Split of FlyQuest, it's not easy to try and make up for those expectations, but it's good to see that he has bounced back with this squad and everyone's in good spirits even after the grudge match.
Yeah, we had fun with our memeing on the big rivalry and drawing lines here and drawing sides, but really this team, this whole team for Evil Geniuses are showing up so big. It's a lot of players that didn't get chances elsewhere, and they only got these chances because EG blew up their roster in spring. That was such an expensive roster and gave openings to these guys, and they're absolutely popping off, doing so well in the LCS. You know, Ayla, yeah, but also Forgiven, Armeo, Revenge, all joining with JoJo, who was already a star in his own right.
Yeah, definitely cool to see a roster come together kind of last minute, but still have instant synergy. It feels like this is a team that sees the game the same way. They have good drafts. They play the current meta champions, and they're able to find these unique angles. Here's that last pickoff that kind of happened. Impact setting up what felt like was going to be the final Drake contest, but just slightly too far ahead of the rest of his team. Gets destroyed, which gives the angle for the rest of EG to collapse in on the members of FlyQuest. And there was definitely some wallet diffs in the end of these team fights.
Yeah.
Felt like if FlyQuest were a little bit closer in gold, maybe they could have got a little bit more damage in here, but just not enough.
And I just have to say, overall, for the narrative of Evil Geniuses this summer, I mean, a lot of people were criticizing that, hey, they just lost a majority of their roster going into the split, and people thinking there's no way that these, you know, guys from Challengers League that everyone kind of looked over for, that they're going to be good. But Evil Geniuses has shown a history of picking up players that were either unproven or overlooked in the past, and they've turned them into superstars. And so far, this Evil Geniuses roster is flourishing in the summer split.
Definitely going to have to see if they can do more. We'll see. You can see smiles all around. Ayla was very smiley until he got to giving the handshake to Vulcan. Then he turned all business for a second, and then he went back to smiling. So there was still that little moment where it was just,
well played.
I'll get you next time, too. Squeeze the hand slightly harder.
Well, Team Ayla representative Mark here is victorious alongside, and we're going to be joining Jat and Ayla and JoJo for a Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, guys. JoJo and Ayla. And there was a lot of build-up to this game for a number of reasons, right? Vulcan, former teammate at JoJo, but also Ayla, the big rivalry you have with Vulcan. Just talk to me about how you're feeling after the win.
Yeah, I mean, after the loss last split, I was like really, really angry. But I knew I had to take my time to like improve and like come back ready. So I've been waiting for a very long time for this game, and I'm just really happy we got my revenge. You know, feels good, feels really good.
Yeah, congratulations. And JoJo, also a really strong start to the split with 4 new teammates. How does this match up to your expectations when you first joined this new roster?
I mean, I knew I was going to play well this split, honestly, because I already said last interview, like, I just really had to take it serious, and I went to Korea to really try play my best, but I also knew all my teammates could be good. And when we were scrimming, I already knew, like, the first few days I would be good. So, I mean, I never really had these expectations I would do bad. So, yeah.
All right. And Ayla, also, your LCS debut has actually been very long awaited. You spent a long time on Team Liquid Academy. Then you had the visa issues to join FlyQuest in the first place. You're off to a very strong start now on EG. Talk to me a bit about how that feels and how almost extra long you had to wait to have a big debut.
Yeah, I think my start to LCS was not easy. I think a lot of people around me, fans, even people close to me were like, you know, maybe you're not good enough. You know, you came to LCS and like, you're not performing, like I was a problem, you know. I took so much flame last split, but I think just a message to everyone, especially players, if you just trust yourself and keep grinding, you'll make it.
Awesome message. Also, this was a big grudge match. You're playing Team Liquid tomorrow. Both of you sit at 4-1. How will you feel playing against Core JJ in your old org?
Oh, it'll be fun. I have a lot of respect for Core. Also, it'll be fun versus Yon and Harry. So, yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. We'll be deciding who goes second place, I'm pretty sure. So,
I mean, I think TL is so overrated. It's crazy, but like, I mean, if you look at the teams they versed, I think they had like the easiest schedule. I mean, they lost to Dig, but we lost to Dig too, so I can't really say anything. But I think they just versed really bad teams week 1 and this week. So I think this next week will be hard for them and tomorrow. So we'll see.
All right, battle for sole possession of second place. Ayla, JoJo, congrats on the win. Looking forward to tomorrow. And we're tossing it up to the casters to finish out the day.
Indeed we are, Jet. We're going to be ending up here, actually. I love this smack talk.
Overrated!
And then I love the logic. He's like, because they lost to...
I like it. No, I like it. I like it.
Jojo Flame also comes with a little self-deprecation humor in the back of it. And it was like, oh, these guys are well, I kind of played that as well. So I guess we're all trash.
Still cool to see them at 4-1, though. They're feeling really good. Any other big takeaways from today of the other games you're excited to see? Here are the Pogs, actually. Turtle grabbing it for the side of TSM. Huhi for Golden Guardians. Berserker in C9. Rich in the craziest game I think we've seen so far.
Yeah, my other takeaway is that Dignitas games are bangers. You need to tune in for those.
Yep.
Set those timers.
Rich has been looking really, really good. I know Raz is a big Rich hater. He refuses to talk about it.
So there has been something in common with his best games. All three of his best games.
Like a certain champion, maybe?
Yeah. They all three were Cassante games, but that doesn't mean it's only a Cassante thing.
We'll see if he has something else in the tank tomorrow, potentially. Here's the standings first, though. Dignitas are sitting at 6, like we said, 2 and 3. TSM, I think for a lot of people, a surprise, 3 and 2. Cloud9 at the top of the table. People kind of expected that. EGTL, like you heard tomorrow, battle for second place. And then FlyQuest still, unfortunately, not able to find the win.
It's a really rough start for this org. I mean, they made the change thinking that this would solve all the problems, but as we've already kind of been alluding to before, not just us on the desk, but here in the lounge as well, that there's problems that exist outside of just a simple support role change. And we're still within the first round, but we're coming up on the end of that next week. And if by next Friday there's not some wins for FlyQuest, I mean, it is going to be really tough mentally to bounce back and get ready for a team that was prepared to go to Worlds.
We'll have to see if they can do it. TSM versus Golden Guardians, a surprise 3 and 2 match you saw there. That's a banger. Game 3 is also going to be a banger. That's going to be tomorrow, starting at 2 p.m. Pacific. But that's going to do it for us here today. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Thank you for watching. We'll see you all then from the caster desk, Ren.
Dude, yesterday I played solo queue with Boogie, and he pinged me.
Really?
Yeah.
You're a liar.
I was Jax.
He pinged me all the time.
I was Jax.
I don't remember.
Contract's thinking about a Vault Breaker, but the Drake's already low. Nature's Grasp has been fired off, and now Chime's ready to lock down the enemy top laner. Dokla's gonna die before he can do much of anything. Super Mega Death Rocket goes in, and the Croc goes down. Finally, Energy gets one back, making it a 1-for-1, but Turtle's ready to pop off. He's on a rampage.
So anyone 1v1?
Shut up, Huhi.
We have lobby in a minute, Jay.
Yes, but like anyone on the 1v1. I'm still waiting.
Solo's ready to summon up the Ornhorn here. They're going after Stixay. They do a lot of damage, and they manage to take him out, but they're already going to lose their jungler in return. Shut down over to Tactical. He's got to do a lot more work. Licorice pops, the dominance continues running forward. Now they're going to turn their focus over onto Balulu as Tactical falls back towards the fountain. He'll be the last man standing. A quadra kill over to Gory. Tactical gets down. The kill for Gory of the Golden Guardians. And we've got Huhi for the first time on the caster desk here for LCS, joining us for 100 Thieves versus C9. Double Salty keeps him alive for an extra second. Closer popping the clone. Over the wall comes M&S. Double it's down. Busio's down. C9 has lost their jungler, but the pace continues. Berserker setting off the bomb on these guys. Triple kill back over to M&S. Only some days still standing, but the day's today, and it's Cloud9's day for another dub.
Rich is just dedicating his job to keeping Yon out of this fight, so let's see how much damage can Team Liquid get without Yon, and it looks like they're just doing a damn good job already. Not really needing Yon as he finally flashes in for the cleanup. They eviscerate Dignitas, but Rich has dealt with Harry into the backline, and he's going for the game end. Rich, can he finish the game by himself? He's got the footwork, but Yon takes him out. Moonlight Vigil, not enough damage. Yon is still alive. He's taking out one by one. The GA pop. Jensen can walk up potentially, but Yon has to deal with 2 threats. He takes out the grand entry. Dignitas! Jensen gets the last auto attack. Revenge might be in a bad spot here. Armail turns out the lights, but the Nature's Wrath is going to cut them all forward. Huge knockup from Vulcan. Can Jojo Pyun cut him off on the right side of the flank? Yes, he can, but Vikla flashes out away, and Prince cleans him up. Prince is forced to use his flash. Ayla goes over the wall with the Magnus Storm and the crash down, finding Speak on the back end of it, and Revenge is trying to cut off the rest of the damage from Vikla and Prince so that he cannot help Speaka get out alive. The knockup goes in. It's a huge one for Vulcan, but it's a last-ditch effort as Evil Geniuses are the one that reign on top. Team Vulcan is eviscerated. Team Ayla reigns supreme. One game with this bad boy, and you'll be saying, holy shiv.
Holy Shiv! Holy Shiv! Holy Shiv! Need to clear the wave? No problem. Need to clear the wave? No problem. Need to clear the wave? No problem.